Late into the night, Karl and Dana returned to the Bunga Guild house, where the gargoyles and the bunny maids welcomed them back with enthusiasm. Karl got the impression that they were bored without guests. He wasn't sure if a gargoyle could actually get bored, but he'd never put one anywhere that didn't get frequent traffic. Even the ones in the Alliance house had rapidly spread to the whole house from the basement, and they had Lotus and the Lala bunnies to keep them constant company. Or Thor. They loved to pile on the behemoth when he was relaxing on the sofa. While the gargoyles just seemed like they had been bored, Karl got the impression that the bunnies viewed this level of even temporary isolation as a form of sensory deprivation torture on the level of locking Lotus in a concrete room with no windows. They even went so far as to put the sheets by the fireplace to warm, so that Karl and Dana didn't get into a cold bed on a cool night. Not that it would have mattered, as both of them were in fully furred forms at the moment. But it was the thought that counted. You're going to need to gather guild members to the guild house, or at least a few clerics or something. The staff is lonely. Karl warned Orthos before taking Dana to bed. Why did you make staff that needs constant companionship? The bronze dragon replied. They're cute. Karl could almost hear the dragon sigh as he received that message, but a few seconds later, he responded. I will arrange for a few of the Beast God Temple's faithful to come and repopulate this branch of the Darklight host. The residents of Bunga are not yet suitable. Perhaps in the next generation, they will be. But not now. That was good enough for Karl. They had started to bring the system back online on this continent, and that was one step closer to finding out why it wasn't working properly. The theory that it was someone from the immortal realm who didn't know about the system seemed to be the most likely scenario. But until they actually found the source, Karl wouldn't rule anything out, including that it was the giants starting SHD again. They had been a giant pain in his ass all through the early ranks in the Golden Dragon Nation, and he knew that their Titan God clerics had been working since before recorded history to deactivate the system, or at least keep it for themselves. Logically, it might also be both. An immortal rank giant. That wasn't something that Karl could deal with, even with the multitude of tricks that he had at his disposal. But if an immortal giant did try to enter this world, it would alert Matilda immediately, and she could take care of it. That brought up another thought. Had the old Chaos Dragon sent them here as bait? If they were bait, there was a greater than zero chance that Kara would get to punch someone in the face, and that was more than enough reason for the Badger and Dragon to coordinate to arrange the whole trip. Kara was conveniently napping, so he couldn't get her reaction to that thought, but Hawk wouldn't put it past them. Tion was sure that his sister wouldn't lie to them. But if you never asked, did it really count as lying? Kara would be happy to tell them if being bait to pick a fight was her plan from the start. You just needed to ask her. Karl wrapped his arms around Dana and settled in for the night with troubled thoughts on his mind. Unfortunately, they weren't gone when he woke up to the mental equivalent of a poke to the face from Orthos. What is so important that you woke me up? Karl asked. Get ready for battle. There is a hostile clan coming for Bunga. The city belongs to the Darklight host, so it's your job to defend the city too. We've got incoming feral dragons with a dragonkin death cult. Orthos explained. Karl nudged Hawk and Kara awake, then gave Dana a gentle shake. Dana, there is an attack on the city. We need to keep them from destroying everything that Orthos just built. Karl whispered. She was in fox form. She would hear him. It took a second to get moving, but then Karl scanned the horizon outside the window and saw the incoming hostile tribe, which was already attacking the farmers outside of town as the non-combatants ran for safety in the city walls. What's the plan? Dana asked. I will transform. You ride on my back. Hawk and Kara will work together, while Tion and Opal will provide support for the ground troops from inside their spaces. Neither of them likes to come out during battle, Karl explained. Then he jumped out the window and activated Avatar, along with a full set of buffs over the group. Orthos joined them in the sky as Hawk appeared in the air by Karl's side, with Kara riding on his back. The bird immediately gained altitude, racing upward like a shooting star in reverse. That hawk of yours is insanely fast. Orthos commended. He shouldn't have too many troubles dealing with rogue dragons. I hope. What do we have? Have you gotten a report yet? Karl asked. One rogue sand dragon matriarch and her clutch. I'm afraid that we will have to let you deal with the matriarch today. She's near the peak of totem rank, so you've got the best chance of settling her aggression before the city is damaged. You don't need to kill her if she wants to run away. Once the cult is gone and the spell they've cast over the dragons fades, their aggression will fade as well. Well, that was interesting. Perhaps the dragons weren't all going feral on their own. If there were dragonkin cults casting spells to make them more aggressive, the problem might be more easily solved than expected. After all, they had Akara. With Dana settled in on his back and held in place by eternal lightning, Karl flew out to intercept the matriarch, while Orthos went to join Bunga's ground troops, and Hawk vanished into the clouds. "Don't you think that you've gotten too much altitude?" Karl asked as the bird vanished from sight. "We have a plan," Hawk assured him. As long as he wasn't distracted, it should be fine. The matriarch roared when she saw Karl's massive form, large even for a mythic rank dragon, thanks to his buffs. That was a threat that she couldn't ignore, and when Karl moved the fight away from the infantry, the matriarch followed. Even if they were thousands of meters in the air, the aftermath of their battle was likely to cause wide-scale destruction. It was simply inevitable during a battle between totem-ranked dragons. "Drop me off here. I will ride with Orthos to deal with the ground forces. I want to know what epic golems do, and I won't be able to use them from 2 kilometers in the air," Dana instructed. Karl chuckled. "Go ahead. I will inform Orthos that you intend to ride him into battle." Kara laughed in Karl's mind. Yes, let the Dana mage ride the stuffy dragon. It would do him good. Dana flew down to where Orthos had circled back to collect her, as her own flight was not fast enough to get her to the battle on time. "I will not forget this. I am not a horse. Or a sarrow," Orthos warned Karl. "I can have her make an oversized lance if it helps." The old cleric gave Karl a slight, draconic smile. The children of the city would tell stories of this battle for a century if she did. But it was purely excessive to use a lance when you were riding a dragon. Karl and the matriarch circled each other as they ascended, looking for an opening in their enemy's guard. The sand dragon had a barrier of swirling sand around her body that should equal eternal lightning in effectiveness, or something close to it. That would not make this an easy fight for either side. Sand vortexes appeared in the air all over their portion of the battlefield, and Karl countered with dozens of hellstorm vortexes. The combination turned the battlefield into an obstacle course, where both had to weave around the swirling winds to avoid having their wings shredded. It was standard for dragons at their level, Orthos knew. But he didn't have an opportunity to warn Karl about the most common battle tactics the matriarch would likely employ. Karl sent out a barrage of disintegration attacks, which the sand dragon countered with fireballs, causing explosions of black fire to pepper the sky like anti-aircraft flak. The 2 dragons crashed together, snapping and snarling as they clawed at each other before twisting free to make another pass. Neither barrier fell in the first exchange, but Karl knew that his strength was buffed to a level much higher than what the sand dragon could claim. It was unlikely to go for another direct confrontation now that it knew it was physically outmatched. But the real battle was not between the 2 champions. From 10,000 meters in the air, Hawk and Kara put their plan into action. Hawk twisted and flapped once hard. He rocketed toward the ground at nearly 600 kilometers an hour, and then at 3,000 meters out, he flared his wings and activated Lord of Destruction, turning himself incorporeal. While Hawk rapidly decelerated, Kara did not. A small black and white fur missile hurtled toward the back of an overlord-ranked sand dragon, who hadn't even noticed the incoming threat. With disintegration as a protective shell outside of eternal lightning, she prepared a void blast in front of herself. Kara hit the dragon's back like a 30-kilo cannonball, and then void blast exploded on contact, evaporating a large portion of the beast's body and letting Kara hurtle past him toward the ground without slowing. Badger incoming. She cheered as she realized that she was headed for a totem-ranked dragonkin warrior. The wind was knocked from her as she slammed into the man's hastily raised shield, but the satisfying sound of shattered bones let her know that her disintegration barrier hadn't been wasted. The dragonkin cult members began to panic as a blur of teeth and claws tore apart one of their champions, then launched itself at the unfortunate black dragon cleric who happened to be closest to the dead warrior. Satisfying. Hawk laughed as he rained ghostfire meteors on the battlefield. From Orthos' back, Dana shook her head at the duo's antics. She hadn't expected any less from them when Hawk had vanished into the clouds. The sand dragons had scattered to avoid the meteor bombardment, and Orthos was about to chase them with Dana on his back. Just let Hawk and Kara deal with the dragons. They're both faster flyers than we are, she suggested. Orthos nodded and landed at the edge of the battlefield to let Dana disembark and join the ground fight. After millennia of training magical beasts, Orthos was an exceptional ground combatant. Most species couldn't fly, and part of his job as an elder of the Beast God Temple was to teach them to fight. They might not be dragons, but four-legged combat was similar for most species. Dana focused on Epic Golem, then frowned when she got a system menu and not a guardian. Please select form before each activation. Ogre King, Naga King, Naga Shaman, Earth Elemental Champion. Each listing was a dungeon boss that she had faced in the past. In this case, she went with the Earth Elemental Champion, a 10-meter-tall Titan-sized beast with incredibly high durability and damage reduction. But more importantly, it could reshape its stone club into a massive stone blade, which gave it access to auto parry. Or they could reshape their weapons, as Golem Duplication gave her two of them. She might have just found a new favorite spell. The rest of the golems joined the pair of epic golems, while the epic guard remained back to protect Dana from anything that might make it close enough to threaten her from behind. For golems, and a pair of Earth Elemental Champions at the Overlord rank would make her a priority target among the Bunga Defense Force very quickly, assuming that the enemy understood what was happening. Fortunately, she had the orcs on her side, and even without a system interface, they hadn't had any problems reaching higher ranks through pure dedication. They were happy to have a proper fight, but it was even better when they got comedy with it. The Earth Elemental Champions weren't actually very agile, so auto parry was only minimally effective. But one of them had just parried a fireball from a flying dragon, making it explode in the air overhead. That made the big guys a whole city worth of new friends in one fight. If Ray was here, she could create a whole army of undead, but Dana was satisfied with the force that she had managed to create. The golems served as the vanguard of the Bunga City counterattack, driving deep into the enemy lines and allowing the defenders to push in behind them and get at the juicy meat. Also known as the clerics and shamans that the enemy had tried to protect in the middle of their formation. Hawk was fully engaged in a dogfight with a pair of sand dragons, but Dana couldn't see Kara. She didn't realize that the Chaos Badger had never left the ground again after she had landed, or that she was most of the reason that the golems were able to advance so quickly. Kara was in heaven today. None of the armor on the Dragonkin soldiers was bonded. That meant that it was all up for grabs. She just had to remove the armor from the enemy before someone wrecked it. Or remove the enemy from inside the armor with Disintegrate. That worked too. The sight of Kara's looting methods had absolutely terrified the enemy army, and it was already clear that the ones closest to Kara desperately wanted to retreat, but the forces behind them hadn't realized the problem yet, and they were trapped. Worse, they couldn't even attack her properly because she kept retreating between the golem's feet so that the constructs would parry the attacks intended for her. The Dragonkin weren't sure if it was possible for a badger to smirk, but they were pretty sure that they had just seen it. Karl and the Sand Dragon exchanged spells and dodged vortexes in a complex aerial dance, each trying to get the upper hand, but both wary of what the other might be holding in reserve. Then the matriarch suddenly broke off and abandoned the cause, taking her surviving whelps with her. By the time that Karl realized she wasn't just circling for another attack, she was far off in the distance to the east, and Hawk was asking whether he should follow them. Let them go. I don't think that they'll be in any hurry to come back to Bunga. Help with the ground assault so that the city doesn't lose too many warriors. Karl instructed. That didn't look like it was going to be a huge issue, as the Bunga city residents outnumbered the attackers by quite a large margin. Without their dragons, the cult didn't stand a chance. Hey boss, did you know these guys aren't local? They don't smell like this continent. Kara welcomed Karl as he landed at the edge of the battle. The Chaos Badger had created a mound of corpses and was currently using it to play a macabre game of King of the Hill, so she could look down at her enemies. Sister Ray taught her the technique, and it really was fun. The remaining members of the cult did not show any signs of retreating. No signs of fear at all. No, that wasn't right, Kara decided. They were terrified, but more terrified of what would happen to them if they retreated, so they would fight to the very end and consider dying a victory of its own. That meant she didn't have to worry about being nice to them. Then, Kara remembered that she had forgotten an entire step in her plan. Elemental's Wrath. The sight of the suddenly enlarged and flaming Chaos Badger was the breaking point. even for the heavily brainwashed cultists. They broke and began to flee, but in her transformed state, Kara was much faster than they were, and everything that she touched erupted with elemental flames. Even a simple scratch from her was enough to doom most opponents, and when her claws got into your flesh, you would burn from the inside out. But the enemy cultists weren't the only ones terrified. None of the Bunga City defenders dared to come within 20 meters of Kara so that they weren't mistaken for a cultist and attacked by that blur of fur and flames. Especially the Bunga City Dragonkin. Karl laughed as the enemy troops began to run right past him to escape from Kara. The Karl isn't even scary enough to stop the stupid ones from fleeing. Hawk laughed. Kara giggled as she gave a Dragonkin an atomic wedgie, then threw him on the pile. She didn't even attack him, just pulled his underwear up over his head and threw him with the corpses. If he knew what was good for him, he would stay there until she was done. The fight was almost over anyhow, with the survivors having fled and the dragons who could actually threaten the city long gone. But it was Kara's assertion that these attackers didn't smell like this continent that stuck in Karl's head. He hadn't been trying to sniff the sand dragon when they were grappling, so he hadn't noticed. But Karl did notice that Kara was still only a little over a meter tall, even when transformed with Elemental's wrath. That skill should surely cause a more extreme transformation than simply making her into a flaming badger, but with the chaos element on her side, there was nothing saying that the spell couldn't have turned her into a llama or something. Kara ended the transformation spell as the last of the enemies left. Berserk was fun. She imagined it was what Sister Ray felt like all the time in combat, but she couldn't be absolutely sure. It definitely made stabbing things feel more satisfying. Orthos transformed back to human as he approached Karl. I think that you and Dana should go follow the retreating attackers. They were not from this place. Everyone born on a world under the influence of the dragon gods has signs of it. They were dragonkin, but not from a world subject to the dragon gods. That most likely means that they're from the immortal realm, but it might be another mortal realm where the old gods are forgotten, and there are no chromatic dragons to remind them. He explained. Will you be all right? Karl asked. The bronze dragon smiled. Of course. First, I will heal many of the most severely wounded, and then the fountains can take care of the rest. I'm not a high priest of the beast gods for nothing. Dana frowned. I've been meaning to ask. How does that even work? Aren't you a cleric of the bronze dragon god by default? Orthos smiled. I am actually. Think of it as something like dual-classed. You see, I started as a bronze dragon cleric, but when I advanced, I was already working with the beast temples to help civilize their orphans. And I chose an advanced class that made me a high priest of the beast gods as well. Like how you have been a few different kinds of mage at this point. Dana nodded in understanding. That makes sense. It just seemed odd that you had entirely changed pantheons. Orthos shrugged. It wasn't so big of a change. There is a beast god of order, which is similar to the bronze dragon of law. Both of the gods get along well, and there was no resistance to my old skills when I changed. As he talked, Orthos began casting a ritual magic spell that was spreading healing over the battlefield, patching up the wounded in some sort of triage order, as not everyone within the zone was healing at the same time. That should make it a multiple target healing spell, Karl reasoned. Not an area of effect, but the result should be the same. Well, Miss Dana, should we shadow the retreating enemy? If they return to where they entered the continent, or even to an overnight camp, we might be able to learn what Matilda sent us here for, Karl suggested. Dana looked at the horizon, where the sun had only just risen. All right, let's go. We can sleep later. She reluctantly agreed. Hawk and Kara returned to their spaces to wait for the next event, but only a few minutes after they took off, Hawk was out again to scout the area. This was a whole new continent, with all new mice. Even if he didn't really care where the dragonkin who attacked the new house's city were going, he might still come across something good. While Hawk might not be headed out for the right reasons, Karl knew that the bird would actually do his job and track the retreating enemy troops. I can't see anything from up here but the scenery. It's nice, really. The mountains to the north, the woods beneath us. Dana muttered as they reached the second hour of soaring in the sky, watching the troops scurry away from the battle. I found it. They're coming from a big mouse tunnel that leads underground, Hawk reported. Karl turned to find the spot that Hawk was talking about, and realized that there was an entire village set up there. They had a dragon breeding facility set up, with hatchling feral dragons being trained as mounts, chained dragons of the lesser species locked in pens, and clutches of eggs under warm lights. They didn't let the dragons guard their eggs, probably to reduce how protective they were of their pens. But that meant that this was more than just a simple cult invasion from another world. They were established, and they were intending to stay here for a long time. In fact, they might be behind many of the reports of feral juvenile dragons that Matilda had mentioned. The real problem was that they had dozens of totem-ranked dragons and dragonkin mages in the camp, and neither Karl nor Dana could transform into a dragonkin to try to infiltrate them. Hey, little help? Just melt these chains, and we can all be free. The dragons on the ground were shouting as they saw Karl flying overhead. It's a trap. They're under a mind control barrier. Kara noted. Don't get close. They've stolen my first clutch. A mental voice informed Karl in Draconic. The pure agony of the young dragon's voice was all it took for Karl to make the decision. Hey Kara, want to play with some dragonkin? You can have everything but the eggs. We'll put those in the tiny world because they'll bond if you bring them in your space. Karl suggested. Tion scoffed as he examined the situation. I can break those chains. They're just overlord-ranked alloy enchanted to bind dragons. I'm the furthest thing from dragons, and even from here, I can shatter the shackles with earth manipulation. Wait until we're close. Hawk, you get the honor of the first pass. Blow ghost fire into the tunnels and see what pops out of the escape hatches. I will be right behind you to join the attack when Tion pops the shackles. Kara, you find the mages keeping that mind control barrier up. Dana, we're going to attack the camp and jailbreak the dragons. Hold on tight. Karl instructed aloud so she could prepare for the dive. Hawk was a streak of fire as he dove, but he didn't just flame the tunnels. He cast Apocalypse over the dragonkin camp on the surface before sending a stream of flame down the access tunnel to the underground. There was momentary panic, but Karl was approaching, and the mages were shouting for the capture teams to be prepared. Kara laughed as they made it super easy for her to find out who she had to deal with first. It was like a 2-for-1 bonus day. Dana bombarded the ground with spells, then summoned her golems as Karl approached the ground, giving them someone to fight before Kara arrived. Karl added his, including a full team of spectral knights, adding to the attack force. Then, Tion destroyed all the shackles on the dragons at the same time that Kara stole the barrier orb. Not destroyed. She killed the man holding it, and then tossed it in her space to inspect later. The barrier over the dragon pens collapsed, and the captured dragons cheered in victory before either attacking their captors or grabbing handfuls of eggs from various clutches and flying away. Thank you, World Dragon. Good luck. The female voice who had warned Karl declared, this time in his ears, not in his mind. It was a young ice dragon, her scales nearly transparent over blue hide, giving her the appearance of thick ice, like what was found in the Frost Giant Nation. Then, there was Kara everywhere. Lesser Kara, Greater Kara, Epic Kara. The Chaos Badger cheered. Did she just turn herself into golems? Dana laughed as the whole group exploded with flames. Kara had activated Elemental's Wrath, and the golems gained the skill as well. Karl bit the head off a dragonkin mage, then shook his head. I don't think that they're actual golems. They're illusions. She's mimicking the golem spell with clones made of pure chaos energy, then transformed into elementals. In her space, Opal nodded in agreement. This was a form of minor illusion. If someone damaged them, they would vanish. The problem was damaging them when they were berserk and had limited invulnerability based on Kara's durability. The Badgers were relentless, tearing through the camp with one destination in mind. The tunnels. Where did you hide the good loot? In your room, of course. There was nothing good in the camp, just a bunch of leftovers that the dragons didn't leave with. So, the good stuff had to be underground, and she was going to find it. The real Kara was intently hunting down all the mages who were trying to influence the dragons' minds, killing and looting all the mind control and dragon imprisonment devices that they kept trying to use on Karl, not understanding that he wasn't really a dragon. It must be the dragon rider. Aim for the rider, and we should be able to recapture the product. One of the dragonkin shouted. Karl smashed him under one massive foot, and Kara used Pilfer to see what he was hiding. She got a single golden key, which wasn't too interesting. But keys led to things that were interesting. The man didn't even realize that he had been robbed before Karl activated Void Blast around his foot and obliterated the leader's body. Soon, there were no other dragons in the fight. They were either dead, or they had fled after the enemies on the surface were all gone. The reinforcements that the Dragonkin had been counting on had never arrived, as Hawk was a master at grabbing little rodents who popped their heads out of tunnels. He had flooded every entrance that he could find with ghost fire, except the one that the Kara clones had entered. Boss, we found good stuff. Well, good stuff that you can have. There is a portal stone, and it's got an open portal. Kara updated. Where does it lead? Dunno. Some other world. Not powerful, weaker than the mana here. I sent a few Karas through, and they didn't find anything good. It's just a basement with nothing but a portal and no doors. The mages must enter with magic. Then, tell them to grab the portal stones from both sides and bring them here. I'm not going to transform and clear the tunnels. We will let the golems do it. Karl explained. Got it. Portal stones incoming. The stones were made of polished obsidian and carved with active runes. Whoever had made these knew the art of runecrafting, but they were set to randomize the destination every time that the spell was activated. So, even if the same spell was used again, it was unlikely that they would end up on this world. I don't see any more survivors with soul sight. Hawk informed them. All right, the golems will try to flush some more from underground. I don't know if there will be any, but we shouldn't leave any of them to try to open a new portal home. Karl agreed. Kara hummed happily as she began to pile eggs into the tiny world. Nobody had claimed these once, so they were definitely lootable, even if they didn't go in the loot pile. The caretakers in the tiny world were thoroughly baffled by the sudden appearance of hundreds of dragon eggs scattered over every part of the tiny world, but the forest dragon was overjoyed when she found some from her own species carefully tucked into the branches of the largest trees in the forest zone. Dana, can you go update the caretakers about the dragon eggs? Kara doesn't speak common. Karl requested. What caretakers? Dana asked. Right. Forgot to mention them. There is a whole group of nature priestesses and druids living in the tiny world, taking care of the plants for Remy's alchemy and the tiny world itself. Kara moved all the dragon eggs into the various environments there for safekeeping. They're bound to be confused, and I didn't want to drop you in the dirt when I moved. Karl explained. He opened the portal, and Dana stepped through to find herself face to face with a tiny cleric with branches in her hair and tears in her eyes. Did you send me siblings? Thank you so much, pretty lady. You must be the Dana mage. Boss Karl told us all about you. Do you know how many of them there are? We're finding dragon eggs everywhere. The tiny woman rambled. Yes, I am Dana. We raided a camp that had imprisoned dragons for breeding purposes. These are the eggs that none of the survivors claimed. I don't know how many of them there are. The Chaos Badger placed them all. But might I ask who you are? Dana replied. Oh, you can call me Button. I'm a forest dragon nature priestess. That part was self-explanatory. The introduction alone was enough to tell Dana that this was a nature priestess. But a forest dragon? When did they get a forest dragon? And she was very close to the totem rank. The branches were also part of her hair. Dana was about to brush them out when she noticed that the branches were attached to her head, and that the leaves fluttered when she was excited. I don't know if the eggs are all in places that will help them hatch. I will have to ask Karl later. But he wanted me to let you know that there were dragon eggs coming. Dana informed her. Got it. The others are all off on a treasure hunt for dragon eggs now. We will have to send someone underground to find them. And maybe to the library? Do you know what dragons they came from? Button asked. None are chromatic dragons, and they're all near the camps in the various biomes, except for the ones in the mountain city, which are in the park on a pile of gems. Karl informed Dana with a system message. Dana hugged the tiny dragon. They're all near the camps, but there are some in the underground city. I'm sure you know where that is by now. Dana didn't. She hadn't been here since it was renovated, and the tiny world was much larger than she remembered. How many of you are there? She asked as she followed the little dragon. About 100 in total. Not all dragons. Mostly beastkin, with some elves and such. My sister is around here somewhere. Likely in the swamp. She likes the humidity. Button explained. She had led Dana to the shore of the lake, near a campsite which had a pair of elves and a dragonkin woman fussing over a pile of mottled blue eggs. Oh, you wanted to examine the eggs. Dana realized. Button looked confused. No, they'll take care of it. Let's go swimming. I made the cutest swimming suit the other day. Do you have one with you? If not, it's all girls here. No need to be shy about skinny dipping. Nobody else ever wears swimsuits, no matter how cute they are. She explained. Dana sighed. Perhaps a sense of urgency simply wasn't part of the mental programming of nature priestesses. This one seemed even less concerned about timelines than Lotus. Karl, I'm going for a swim with Button. Then I will meet with the rest of the caretakers. Do you have everything handled there? She asked. Yeah, we're good. They've cleared the underground. It was just an old den they expanded. Only a few side tunnels, and they're all empty now. Enjoy your swim. I will come join you tonight if you're not busy. Dana laughed. If the others were just as flaky as Lotus and Button, she would likely be in the middle of a cuddle pile with snacks by dark. All right, we've got the rest of the day to play. Dana informed the young dragon. Winning. The others always want to do chores and responsible stuff. While Dana and Button played in the lake, Karl spent a few minutes focusing on the effect that was suppressing the use of magic on this continent. The effect was subtle if you could already use magic, but it would effectively limit the growth of anyone here. Only a few minutes of focus gave him a general direction, and Karl spread the wings of his dragon form to head toward the strongest point. It would be hard to tell how far he had to go until he was there, as he didn't know how strong the effect should be at its core. But the further he flew, the more obvious it was that heading northeast toward Glatt was the right choice. Then, Karl got a brilliant idea. He had been to Glatt before, though it had objectively been a very long time. But that didn't mean he couldn't open a portal there now. He still had a good enough sense of spatial awareness for that. A thought was enough to open the portal 1,000 meters above the trees of the elven village of Glatt, but it was nothing like what Karl remembered. The massive trees were gone. The elven city made of tree forts and suspended bridges was no more. Instead, it was a mangled battlefield slowly regrowing around the shattered stumps of the formerly mighty forest. There were still thousands of elves present, huddled in tents and looking dejected. Not so much a village anymore, but a refugee camp. Karl landed at the edge of the camp and noticed that not one of the people got up to defend against or greet him. They just sat there, awaiting their fate. This time, he returned to his natural form, the version of him that they would have seen the first time. Just in case one of the long-lived species remembered him. Karl didn't actually know how long elves lived, but there was a forest dragon here before, and she might remember him. Is this Glatt? Karl asked an elderly woman as he reached the camp. Glatt? Glatt hasn't existed for 100 years. But yes, I suppose that you should be close to where it once was. The elderly elf agreed. Can you tell me what happened to it? Or were you not from the area? Karl tried. The old woman sighed and gestured for him to sit. Karl took out a bag of trail mix from Thor's space, as the elves were vegan, and most of the baked goods he had contained either eggs or milk. Usually both, plus sugar, as Lotus made them. The other elves cast longing glances at the small bag of food, and Karl realized that things were worse here than they had looked. Kara gave him a mental nudge. There are bags of rice and beans in Thor's space. Tessa makes them in advance, and he holds on to them for her. Not just a few bags, either. There were literal tons of rice and beans stored in Thor's space for some emergency that may or may not ever happen. Karl took out 2 30-kilo sacks of the ubiquitous cleric food and nodded for the refugees to come get them. He could help at least this much. Do you have cooking utensils? If not, I can make some for you. Karl offered. The elves looked around the camp, then frowned. None big enough to cook for everyone. Karl smiled and let Tion use earth manipulation to make a pair of giant metal pots. Those should be suitable. Here, take this ring as well. It makes water. You can use mana, right? The old man who had come to get the bags winked at Karl. We might be in bad shape, but we're still elves. I can use enough magic to make water to boil rice. But the giants killed all our actual mages and clerics, so we don't have anyone who can make food. With the forest destroyed, it's been hard to find anything at all. The old woman sighed and nodded. Just over 1,000 years ago, the Titan gods declared a holy war on the continent. With their immortal lords suppressing the mana on the planet, we couldn't even fight back. They started in the middle of the continent, somewhere near Sallow Lake. That wasn't giant territory before the war. I don't know where they came from. But as the war started, it became harder for our mages to use grand magics every day. It took them 100 years to make their way across the continent, and the old civilizations collapsed under their relentless assaults. Then, they retreated to the lake and made the center of the continent into their new nation. But they still send armies around the continent, looking for anyone trying to repair what they broke. They steal people sometimes, but I'm told that there are no slaves in the giant cities, so they're probably eating them. Savages, they are. But what brings you here? Karl patted her on the shoulder. Supreme Lady Matilda, the Chaos Dragon Elder of the Darklight host, asked me to come here and find out what was messing with the continent's access to the system. We have found that it's mostly just magic that is restricted, as we managed to restore system access to a few warriors. Once I find the source of the problem, I will either fix it or call the Supreme Lady to deal with it for me. The ancient chaos troubled herself over us. A middle-aged elf asked. Karl nodded. She is awake again, and your situation intrigued her because it's not right. Anything not right, and not influenced by chaos, is new and interesting to her. So, she sent me to go deal with it, while she takes care of her usual tasks in the Dragon Isles. The elderly elf sitting next to Karl smiled. Is she actually doing something? Karl patted her on the shoulder. It doesn't look like it, but she prevents all the attempts by the immortal realm to enter this world and claim the people as slaves. I suspect that the Titans came from another mortal realm world, and that's why she didn't catch it before there were too many of them here for the people to handle. 1,000 years ago, she was mostly sleeping through the downturn in the world's magic, not paying close attention to everything that happened around the world. The elf got a nostalgic look on her face. I don't suppose that you could send us to her. The Chaos Dragon has always been a friend of the elves in our times of need. She asked. Karl smiled. I don't see why not. Join the others and have dinner, and then I will send you all to her hometown, so you can go petition to speak to her directly. Do Chaos Dragons eat elves? Hawk asked, confused about what she would want with a bunch of people with no power. No, but they live for a very long time, so she can talk to them long enough for them to start understanding things. Karl explained. Hawk stopped caring about the conversation at that point. He had known Thor almost all his life, and he still didn't understand him any better. It must be a chaos thing that he didn't have an affinity for. Karl thought about pointing out that Hawk struggled to even remember important people's names, but that just felt mean. Unlike all of the others, the windspeed hawk species was not known for its keen intellect. It was an absolutely lethal hunting bird at the common rank, but even the lightning sparrow were known to be much more clever and able to employ complex defensive tactics to ward off predators. Even after all this evolution, Hawk's thought process was still somewhat simple, far beyond what anyone would expect, but very single-minded and focused, not horribly innovative except when it came to fire magic. Perhaps learning mystic cooking would be good for him, as it encouraged developing new mixtures of ingredients to improve food. The elves used their innate nature magic to help cook the food faster, and probably improve the taste with limited ingredients, which had them all eating less than 30 minutes later. Karl got the impression that they were actually rushing through the meal on the hope that they could finish before he changed his mind and didn't bring them back to Syosesa. But he could use portals, and it wasn't a big deal to just send them directly to Matilda. Once they were finished, the elves packed up their camp, which looked like they had practiced the process dozens of times before. They had clearly been here for some time, but within 10 minutes, everything was loaded into packs or onto narrow wagons and ready to move on. All right, I will put you near the Supreme Lady. She's a guild member of mine, so I can target her, but I'm not sure where she's standing. Actually, that's probably not a great idea. I haven't been to Syosesa to drop you there directly, but I can bring you to Drod, on the Dragon Isles, and have one of our members forward you from there. Karl explained. Sending them directly to the Supreme Lady had sounded easy, in theory. But once it had occurred to him that she might not be at home, and he might dump the elves on the wrong continent, or even in the Chaos Plane, the idea seemed much less appealing. He should probably go visit her in person, in case this happened again. Karl began to cast the portal spell to Drod, and was immediately hit with the most intense resistance to magic use that he had ever felt. Kara, a little assistance. The Chaos Badger brought up a nullify bubble around him, suppressing the effect. That let the portal form smoothly, just outside the main gates to Drod. Karl waved to the city guards, and then tossed them a couple of gold coins. Can you lead these fine guests to the house? I will ask someone to get in contact with the Supreme Lady, as they are requesting a direct meeting. Karl explained. Of course, sir. Ladies, gentlemen, this way, please. We will get you settled in the crafting village for now, as it has lodging for everyone. Karl will have someone here to assist you in just a few minutes. The guard agreed. From outside of Karl's line of sight, a matronly voice replied, "No need. I will see them in. Where did you say that they needed to be?" "Oh, Librarian Sapphire." "Yes, that is perfect. Karl is on the other side of the portal, and he says they need to speak directly to the Supreme Lady." The guard replied, sounding incredibly relieved that he didn't need to be the one to tell someone to bring the Chaos Dragon over. "Sapphire, before I run away again, how is the project coming?" Karl called. "Very well. We've got the inscriptionist from the library here, and they're working overtime on the skills needed for advanced warriors, clerics, and mages. Mage is still a bit spotty, as not every mage is compatible with the advanced spells we have found. But there are also more advanced mage class residents compared to advanced warriors, so they're not our biggest concern." She replied, then frowned. "How long will you be gone? We could use your expertise here as well." Karl smiled, though he knew she couldn't see him. "Only a few weeks. Once we finish up here, we will be back for the wedding, and then I can help with the projects more frequently." The portal closed immediately after the last of the elves were through, and Sapphire shrugged. Karl must be busy with whatever he was doing there. But on the Nia continent, Karl found himself surrounded by dozens of dragonkin warriors with furious expressions. "We finally found you. Return the portal stones, and we might let you have a quick death," the leader of the group demanded. Karl laughed. "It won't do you any good. I destroyed the stones on the other side. You're never going home." The dragonkin was about to retort when more portals opened, and 5 totem-ranked giants with 4 arms and massive bodies walked through. "Well, look what we have here. A little spat between the dragon hunters and the demons, is it? The boss doesn't mind if you don't like each other. You all end up in the same spot anyhow," the giant with the darkest complexion announced, then chuckled grimly. The dragonkin turned to face the giants, while Karl tapped his chin, considering his next move. "Before we start the fun part of this, I have a question. Which group is the one suppressing magic on the continent? It's like wearing underwear a size too tight. Very uncomfortable." Karl joked. The dragonkin looked confused, but the giant sneered. "Did you think that we would just let the lesser beings use their silly tricks on us? We aren't like you pathetic, short-lived species. We remember." The giant retorted. "So, it's the followers of the Titan gods. That makes things a bit easier." That still left the question of what the dragonkin that the giants had called the dragon hunters were doing here, and how long they had been operating on the continent. There might have been more slipping through Matilda's protective net than the Chaos Dragon was aware of. Or they might all be from mortal worlds, and she simply wasn't concerned about them. More giants came through behind the initial group, but they were all monarchs and overlords, not an immediate concern for Karl. "Stay out of our way, and we won't attack you, thief," the leader of the dragonkin whispered. Karl nodded. "I don't attack those who don't attack me." It was a nice sentiment. A blatant lie, but a nice sentiment. The leader of the giants equipped a 2-handed maul, letting Karl know that they had some equivalent of an inventory or perhaps storage devices. If they weren't from this world, they probably didn't have system classes, and Karl didn't see any other signs that they did. Then the giant slammed the ground, and a wave of force raced toward Karl and the dragonkin. A stomp of Karl's foot to activate Gravity Slam caused a collision halfway between them and threw dirt up in the air, shading the battlefield as Hawk appeared high in the sky, and Kara snuck out of her space to join the fight. She loved picking on big dumb giants. Karl transformed back into the avatar of the World Dragon and activated all his buffs so he could get the fight really started. The giants began to curse the moment that he transformed, and the totems all abandoned the attack on the dragonkin to target him. Karl called for his golems. First the Epic Guard, then Dire Bears, which duplicated to 4. Then the Epic Golem, which brought up a system message that Karl didn't have time to deal with as he was using Void Blast to parry skills from the giants. Randomize, he thought. Epic Golem selected Myceloid King. 2 towering myceloids appeared in all their fungal glory and immediately rained spores down on the battlefield as skills crashed into their bodies. Kara laughed as she grabbed one of the spores to stuff up a giant's kilt. Damage reduction doesn't stop them from spreading spores. The badger laughed. "But you forgot that you've got the More Golems spell from Dana." She added, "Right, Greater Golem." Karl called for the last golems, and 4 totem-ranked lightning Sero appeared, looking exactly like Thor had before he evolved into a behemoth. "Yes, Brother Thor is back, baby," Kara giggled. That armored head fringe was the perfect spot to hide from retaliation after she stuffed itching spores up the giant's kilts. Karl laughed as a giant roared in frustration at being touched inappropriately by the badger, then summoned the spectral knights. The giants wanted a fight. Now they had one. Karl frowned as more thoughts filled his mind, strategizing a defensive perimeter around what the greater golems assumed were the weakest members of the group. Kara and the Epic Guard. Damnable World Dragon. He can still use all his magic, even under suppression. The leader of the giants snarled as he dodged Karl's attempt to bite his face off. It took many times more mana than it should have, and they weren't even at the center of the effect yet. But yes, Karl could still summon golems well enough. However, if he was going to keep spamming Void Blast, he was going to need to supplement his mana supply, even with his prodigious mana reserves. Fortunately, the giants were all warriors, so he didn't have to deal with too many complex spell effects, mostly just direct attacks. The golems were doing an excellent job of holding off the rest of the giants, but the constant stream of thought from the greater golems was surprising. Karl didn't even hear the Myceloid King's thoughts, and he knew that they were intelligent, as they were speaking to each other in some language of flashing colors he couldn't decipher. Then, it came to him. They were Sero. The Sero packs shared a mental connection. It was an innate ability of the species, and Karl had just never noticed because it was also a skill granted by his class. So, the golems treated him as part of the pack, and the golems were close enough to real Sero that the mental communication worked. Karl did notice that their refreshing lightning was either missing or superseded by eternal lightning, though. He could hear swearing in the distance, but Karl didn't have an opportunity to search for new threats. A crushing blow of the giant's maul narrowly missed as Karl charged, but the giant had 4 arms to grapple with, and only 2 holding the maul. The 2 massive forms were deadlocked for a second, then Karl breathed ghost fire in the giant's face, forcing him to retreat. Tricky. Using a spell instead of your real breath weapon. The giant snarled. Karl chuckled. You're surprisingly durable. I thought that you'd be a snack by now. His claws sparked against the head of the maul as the giant parried his next attack. The Titan clan does not go down so easily. We are not the discarded dregs of your world. The giant panted. Karl was proving to be incredibly annoying to fight, not just because he could still use magic, but because it was nearly impossible to damage him, and when you did, he healed so fast you didn't make any headway. The Titan clan healed quickly as well, but against the greater dragon species, they couldn't claim absolute superiority on a physical level. Plus, those shambling mushroom men were turning everything toxic. The angry noises were getting louder, but Karl still couldn't tell where they were coming from. It wasn't any of the 4-armed giants he was fighting, but it sounded too close to be the other giants, who had retreated along with the dragonkin to fight in an area that wasn't covered in spores. Gravity Slam on his fist knocked the giant's leader backward, and Karl used the opportunity to assess the battlefield. Over half of the reinforcements were dead, along with almost all of the dragonkin, who were trying to flee the battlefield. There were only 2 more of the totem-ranked giants standing as well, but he could see that 2 of the down giants were only injured and would rejoin the battle in a few minutes if they could escape from Karl long enough to heal. The pain screaming was coming from the other side of the portals, as Hawk had cast Apocalypse through them to stop the giants from sending any more forces through. A gurgling moan made Karl instinctively wince in sympathy as one of the fallen giants had his groin crushed by the foot of an overgrown Sero golem. That was enough sign for the survivors that this fight was over, but they couldn't retreat when their village was on fire on the other side. Even if they closed the portals, they couldn't safely retreat. It had been the open portal that had drawn them here, so Karl could just open a new portal to their hometown now that he had marked it with a spell. Or, with a curious badger, as Kara had gone through to look around, but quickly came back when she saw that it was all on fire and nobody wanted to fight. Another of the totem-ranked giants fell to the combined efforts of the golems and Kara, leaving just one unfortunate fighter plus the leader, who was deadlocked with Karl. The leader barked in order, and the overlord-ranked giants at the other side of the battlefield began to retreat, grabbing the bodies of the fallen as they ran for the portals. Good fight. I am sure that I will see you again soon. Karl informed the giant. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you, and we won't have to. The giant replied, nearly shattering, Eternal lightning. with a strike to Karl's shoulder. The suppression effect is causing trouble for others. I can't just let it go, Karl replied, speaking quietly enough that only his opponent would hear. The giant retreated a few steps, then grabbed his last standing ally. Good luck with that. If you find it, I'll pay well for it. Then the leader hurled his partner through the portal and exited the battlefield. The portals closed behind them, and Kara climbed up one of the greater golem's backs to inspect the battlefield without the effort of actually flying. The dragonkin took one look at Karl's group and simply ran away. There was no point in them trying to get their stolen portal stones back from him. He could fight a totem-ranked Titan champion to a standstill, and even when everything else was dead or dying, neither of them had taken any serious damage. That wasn't something that their surviving members could handle. They owed the giants for that one. If they hadn't shown up when they did, the dragonkin would have all died here. Kara stretched out on the greater golem's back as the summoned Sero pack scoured the area for more threats. Once they were sure that there was nothing else nearby that might be a threat to them, the Sero relaxed and stood around in a circle, waiting for Karl to give instructions. Karl wasn't sure what to do with them. It was getting more and more difficult to use magic as he got closer to the source of the anomaly, but traveling on foot across a continent was simply not an option when they had limited time. The next best option would be to move them to the tiny world so that they didn't have to be dismissed. Then, they could be brought out as needed, and the only risk factor was that someone might notice the entrance and try to force their way into the tiny world. Karl didn't know how likely that was, as he hadn't met anyone else with a similar skill that was active. So, without any evidence that it wasn't relatively safe, that was what Karl went with. He just had to remind the epic guard to warn the others that there were golems coming to visit. I'm going to fly closer to the source of the suppression and try to find it. Something that the giants said bothers me, though. They wished me good luck and offered to pay well if I did find the source of the suppression. It might not be in this world anymore. Simply link to it to keep the effect active. Karl informed Dana, who was still occupied entertaining Button and unaware of what was going on outside. Giants, I hope you're not out there causing trouble already. I'm not even done napping on the beach yet. Karl laughed at her annoyed response. No, just a small group that came when I cast a spell. Don't worry too much about it. I will come to you tonight if there isn't a good spot for us both to sleep out here. Karl began following the path of destruction to the east, the most direct route to the strongest point in the suppression. From his vantage point, it looked like the suppression was still coming from the territories of the giant clans, but if the one he had just fought was to be believed, they had lost whatever had caused the effect. How they had managed that was a mystery. But with the decline in power between system resurgences, when the mana was deeper within the planet, they might have thought that it had done its work and placed it somewhere for safekeeping. Then, generations passed, and they forgot what it was for. That was usually how lost artifact stories went. You know, this is the same path that we followed to find Kara. Hawk noted. Kara looked around. I remember it looking better than this. I wonder if the orcs are still here. The local tribes were so annoying, always trying to poke me with sticks. They didn't even bring food. This place sucked. The further that Karl flew, the fewer signs of life he found. Not just the sentient species. The ground was dry and barren, and what used to be the grasslands of the Miviaskan Empire were turning into cracked earth flats. But Karl saw rain clouds on the horizon, and there were muddy ponds all over the hillsides. So, the problem wasn't the rain. Something else was suppressing growth here. At first, it didn't make sense to Karl, but then he began to understand. It wasn't that there was a second negative influence here. It was that the first one was too strong. Whatever was making it difficult to use magic or access the system had suppressed the mana to such an extreme extent that even the plant life, which normally only needed a bit of vital energy, had begun to die. However, if that were the case, then the lands of the giants, still far to the east, should be completely uninhabitable. Not even animals would survive if the plant life were gone and the suppression effect got any stronger. It didn't seem like the sort of effect that the giants would have wanted for their empire, assuming that they were going to try to take over the continent and suppress the other races. It did them no good if they couldn't thrive themselves. Karl kept flying east, until suddenly, he felt the imbalance shift. It was now south of him and beginning to subtly fade as he flew away. The center of the effect was not at Sallow Lake, where the giants had made their capital. Instead, it was somewhere in the dead wilderness of what had once been the Miviaskan Empire. Soaring on the updrafts caused by hot sun on baked earth, Karl searched for the source of the anomaly. There, far beneath him, there were kilometers of bleached white bones scattered across bare stone. And right in the middle was a portal. No, a dungeon entrance. Immediately, Karl understood what had happened and why nobody had ever found the source of the suppression effect. Someone had taken it into a dungeon and then died inside. But the effect was too strong. It didn't remain within the dungeon, it leaked out. And with nobody to control it, the effect was running at full output, unrestrained, and without any of the usual guidelines that would be used. Like not suppressing mana so much that it killed the plant life. The question was how Karl was going to deal with it. If he just flew down there without a plan, he would surely become part of the bone pile around the dungeon. He was 5,000 meters in the air, and he could feel the effect trying to leach the mana from his body. If he was under 2,000 meters, he may not be able to resist, as the others had failed to. The bones didn't lie, but even if he could overcome the effect, it was most likely inside the dungeon, and Karl had never heard of anyone entering someone else's dungeon instance. Every group that entered was separated. We might have to risk it. I can heal us, and use divine power to supplement your life. Tion suggested. Kara nodded. That sounds good, and I will nullify the effects around you as you go down. If it becomes too much when we get close, you can just fly up again. Kara had mythic rank nullify, and that should be close to the peak of what anything in this world should be outputting. If Kara couldn't mitigate the damage, they really might need to call for Matilda's assistance. All right, let's get this show on the road. Everyone, prepare to descend. Karl agreed. Ooh, transform. If you're not fully in the world, it might not affect you as much. Hawk suggested. Lord of Destruction, totem rank, transformation skill. Ignores most damage types. Incorporeal, deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Hawk had a point. The Lord of Destruction ignored most types of damage, so it was a good choice for this mission. Plus it was effective on both the physical and metaphysical, so there was a chance it would work on whatever mana suppression effect was killing everything else. Karl descended through the clouds and felt the moisture stinging his scales. Hawk, does your nearly invincible transformation make you vulnerable to even common water? Water magic is evil. Karl shook his head. He probably should have expected that water was anathema to all that was Hawk. So, he put up eternal lightning to protect himself from the water. It didn't take any damage, so very little mana was needed to keep it active, and Karl's smooth glide down was no longer met with any resistance. I can feel the spell struggling with nullify. We're good, Kara announced as they reached 1,000 meters in the air. Then, at 500 meters, Karl felt a wave of power smash into his mind, before gliding smoothly off his power matrix, the 27 focal points that he had arranged to resemble the Chaos Dragon. The power hit him, glided across his mind, and then seemed to vanish. But not without a trace. Karl felt the mana change and shift as it was pulled into the chaos plane by the power matrix. That was how mana could be manipulated to empower the randomness of chaos. He understood now. Fundamental rule comprehension, chaos 2%, 8%. Kara whistled in appreciation. One single mental attack had been enough to let Karl understand that much of the truth of chaos. She should have devoted herself to messing with him more often, instead of slacking off and having fun. They could have had a chaos-empowered Karl by now. Karl landed beside the dungeon portal, then hesitated. He could feel the power emanating from the portal, and it felt like undeath. The mana suppression was there, but it had been twisted and perverted. I think it's glitched. Just dragon breath it, Hawk suggested. Karl didn't actually know how to use dragon breath, though it was presumably a function of the avatar form. Dragons contained a gland or something that let them use their breath weapon without affecting mana reserves, so it should be biological. Who knew that middle school science would be useful at totem rank? Karl focused on his mouth and found that there was some sort of thing there. And when he focused on it, energy built. So, when the energy peaked, Karl unleashed the wave of dragon breath on the dungeon portal, and instantly the energy's signature changed. From undeath, it went to vibrant life, but only within the dungeon itself. Outside, it was still draining every single bit of mana from its environment with the aggressive strength of the mana suppression. Well, here goes nothing. Hopefully, it's safer on the inside. Karl joked, while Kara cheered him on. Even if it ended badly, it would probably be fine, she decided. After all, It was virtually impossible to truly kill a creature of chaos. Her body could be vaporized into nothingness, and she would simply reform using the combination of void body and chaos beast constitution in a matter of days. So, logically, the same should be true of the Karl. Probably. Dragons weren't quite as cool as badgers, so it might take him a year. But not more than that. After all, he was the Karl. Karl shook his head in dismay at her twisted logic, then stepped inside the dungeon, and realized that it wasn't a dungeon at all. The interior of the space expanded to the horizon, but Karl's senses said that this was actually a tiny world, created by someone at the mythic rank. Unholy energy filled the space, along with a miasma of undeath. But starting at the entrance, life was beginning to spread where Karl's breath weapon had poured through the portal. World dragons breathe. Life? Tion asked, confused by what he was seeing. Maybe it was intended to nullify? Opal suggested. The aura of undeath didn't feel like it belonged here. So, perhaps Karl's breath just wiped out the extra energy and the space was starting to heal? Karl focused and tried again. A wave of golden energy flowed over the space, dispelling the miasma and causing flowers to bloom and grass to grow in its wake. A small bush started to bloom, then sprouted berries, ripening in seconds. It really does make things grow. That's a good trick. If you use it on the Dana Mage, could we get baby Dana Mages? Hawk asked. You want baby Dana Mages? Tion asked, not sure why his older brother was so excited. We can teach them all to use fire magic. Fluffy baby foxes with even better magic. Hawk elaborated. Tion thought about Hawk's proposal. No, holy magic was still definitely superior to fire magic. But if they had both holy and fire magic, cut it out. You're distracting me. Help look for whatever is causing the suppression effect. It's just as strong here as it was outside. Karl warned. Fine, but we're petitioning for baby Dana Mages as soon as possible. The world dragon breath spread through the space like a morning fog, dispersing the corrupt energy and leaving only pure unholy energy along with the suppression effect. Now, it wasn't trying to kill Karl, which was an improvement, but the space still felt wrong, and there was no sign of the creator. There was no way that he would have missed the fact that strangers had entered his space, but he hadn't taken any action to try to eject Karl from the space. Kara flew out of her space, exploring the new environment, and then called for Karl to join her. Hey, fly over here. I found a guy. That was promising. Karl flew over to where Kara was circling a stone platform on a mountaintop, which had been created from precisely cut stones, carved with layer upon layer of runes. The stone of the mountain wasn't actually one piece. It had been stacked, each slice of stone as thin as a wafer and inscribed with protective runes and spells. Some of them Karl knew, some he didn't recognize, but there were a few things that he could say for sure. First, the man in the middle was a four-armed giant of the Titan clan who had failed an attempt to ascend to immortality. Second, the other bodies had been giants, but also lich lords when they were alive. The undead aura was unmistakable, and their shattered phylacteries were still sitting in front of them. What exactly had transpired during the failed ascension, Karl couldn't say for sure, but it appeared that they had tried to do it while the mana of the world was too thin, and their preparations had proven too weak to handle the tribulation lightning. The scorch marks from repeated lightning bolts had shattered most of the top layers of stone and left the man in the center as nothing more than charred bones in a pile. Well, that explains most of the issues in the aura of this place. Now, where did they leave the item that is causing the suppression? Once we find that, we can work on disabling it. Karl muttered to himself. Kara looked up from where she was rifling through the pockets of the deceased. Right, they had come here for a specific shiny thing. Oh, it was probably that stick in the cloth pile. Victorious, Kara held up the scepter that the failed immortal had been holding, then frowned when she realized that it was melted on the end. It had taken a direct hit with tribulation lightning, and it was complete scrap, with the top nearly melted off. Not her problem. Karl took the damaged immortal rank magical item and sighed. That thing was completely useless now, and it was stuck at full output, with the control portion of the inscriptions melted. The best that they could hope to do was to destroy it and wait for the effect to fade. Karl examined the runes on the scepter, trying to work out a method to deactivate it, as destroying it would not be easy. The damage didn't make it easy, but after a few minutes of work, Karl came across a partially intact phrase that only made things more concerning. Control wand. Runic array. Linked to the divine. Called down the ascended. Once again, Karl sent his mind to probe the mountain. The item wasn't causing the suppression effect. It was the controller for the effect, and presumably had come with instructions on how to make the suppression array. The top layers of the array had been shattered by the tribulation lightning, leaving it only partially functional. But Opal was developing a great mental image of how things must have gone down. She wasn't sure why they had thought that the array was intended to mitigate the damage from the tribulation lightning, but it had certainly failed at that. Or perhaps it had done that as well, before it was broken? No, the bronze dragon said that the giants knew what they were doing when the suppression effect started. So, this person had obtained it later, intending to use it as a way to become immortal. There was too much dumb in one spot. This show would have to be a comedy. Karl, was this his space? She asked, trying to form a proper setting for when she performed the play for others. Now that the miasma was clearing, Karl was able to focus on the lingering mana that wasn't coming from the damaged scepter and the mountain. The magic of the mountain was different from the magic of the rest of the tiny world, and there were multiple layers of spells cast over the landscape. This place had been used by generations of giants after it was created, possibly by a clan or sect. No, he didn't make this place, and he didn't make the mountain. Assuming that the dead titan who was holding the scepter was the last one to use it, it might be possible that a new leader took over and misunderstood the nature of the artifact. You should never try to ascend while sitting on a suppression artifact. If anything, you would want something that enhances your own strength and regeneration. There is some brilliant rune work here, though. Look at how these layers of protective runes are used to link the other effects together so that they serve as a buffer that keeps mana in a form that is nearly inaccessible, instead of targeting living things in range. It would be too easy for the powerful to simply shrug off the effect completely if it targeted them. But in this way, they altered the mana of the continent in a fundamental way. Karl explained. He's having a nerd moment. Let him think, and he will realize something about mana manipulation. Kara guessed with an air of authority, as if she had foreseen the outcome. Karl chuckled at the thought of Kara acting like the responsible elder to her little brother and sister. But Hawk did not understand the concept and didn't care about it, so he didn't stop her from helping. Karl curled his enormous draconic body around the platform as he meditated about the different ways that the mana of this continent had been altered to become more suitable to the giant's goals. Before the whole process had gone haywire after the mountain was damaged by tribulation lightning, that was. Seeing that he was going to be delayed, the epic guard went to warn Dana that she could keep playing with Button for the night. Karl was in the middle of meditating to understand something, and he was guaranteed to forget to go to bed. That made both Dana and the little dragon laugh. It was easy to lose track of time while meditating, but she would drag him to bed in a day or two if he hadn't finished what he was doing. Usually, it didn't take too long before he understood what he was working on and returned to the present. But she had only the vague description from the epic guard to tell her what was going on outside. Karl had sealed the tiny world as he traveled so that they weren't subjected to the suppression. That would damage the crops at the very least, and might seriously injure some of the residents at worst. Kara flopped down on Karl's head as he worked out how to fix what had been done with the mana, or at least enough of the damaged runes of the mountain to turn the effect off. Maybe Kara's plan of just yeet it into another reality and make it someone else's problem wasn't a terrible idea. Even if Karl altered the entrance to this tiny world and closed it tight, the effect should remain contained. The issue would be that if he closed it from outside and the effect wasn't contained, it would be nearly impossible to get back inside to try again. He was lost in the runic layers of the mountain, but Karl was slowly understanding more of the fundamental laws of mana manipulation, and where the person who had created this array had failed. They hadn't failed to become an immortal because they hadn't prepared properly, or because they had been too weak. They had failed because they didn't understand. According to the immortal regent and Matilda, you needed to fully comprehend a fundamental rule of reality before you could become an immortal. And whoever had created this mountain had not. There were clear flaws in the design that were visible to someone with even the limited knowledge that Karl possessed. So, he started to rebuild the array in his mind. Layer by layer, he fixed the flaws, as if he were editing a skill book that had been written incorrectly. For nearly an entire day, he studied the layers, leaving only the damaged portions at the top for him to fill in. By that point, the answers were obvious, as the top layers were only the control layers of the spell. Karl rebuilt them in the way that he thought would be best, if he were the one creating the spell, and then the system flashed a notice in his mind. Spell learned. Mana suppression artifact grade. Increases mana needed to cast spells or use abilities by a rate set by the user. Karl smiled, and then began to remake a control wand for the spell using a staff that he was supposed to be enchanting ages ago, but had forgotten about. He had to add the damaged layers of the spell to it, but when he was finished, the staff linked to the mountain's magic as intended, and Karl cranked the effect to 1%. Leaving the spell active reduced the chances that everything around him would destabilize, but it would also reduce the damaging effect of the spell on the surrounding area. He had done what they came here for, and now he could rest. But first, he should explore this tiny world. There might be more valuables and ancient relics hiding here. They would be accessible now that the spell effect and deadly miasma of undead energy were fading. Kara spread her wings, immediately going from sprawled on her back on top of Karl's draconic head to crouched and ready to pounce. Then she raced off to explore. On his behalf, of course. Not even Tion bought that line. The little divine fox did come out to explore this strange place, though. His big sister had already checked it for hidden dangers, and it had strange mana in it that might help him understand something about what it took to reach the mythic rank. Unlike humans and most other species, an innately divine beast would naturally understand the fundamental rule that they had highest affinity for as they grew and approached the immortal rank. So, Tion didn't see much need to study. But the Karl was doing it, and Sister Kara was doing it. Even Hawk and Opal did it in their own ways. So he felt that he should too, or he might get stuck waiting for his tiny body to mature. He didn't need to be big. Being powerful while still small and adorable was good, too. There was no holy energy here at all. Not even a flicker of the divine existed. But the unholy energy was strong, and by analyzing what it was not, he could determine a bit more about the nature of what holy energy was. So, there was no responsible person present to remind Karl that he was supposed to be joining Dana for the evening, or even that an entire day had passed with him and the beasts simply meditating on the truths of the universe. The only reason that he did finally snap out of his deeply focused state was that a hunger pang hit, and he was reminded that he hadn't eaten in some time. There should be food in the tiny world house's pantry, and now that he was paying attention to the time, he was quite sure that he had been neglecting his bride. Karl moved from the tiny world of the Titan clan's failed immortal to his own, just in time to find Dana waking up for the morning. "Good morning, darling. I hope that I didn't make you wait too long." Karl greeted her, then saw the tiny dragon girl behind her. "Karl, this is Button. She said that you didn't have an opportunity to do a full round of greetings when they first arrived." Dana replied, then placed a kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, Button. What would you both like for breakfast?" The little dragon hugged his leg, then grabbed them both by one hand. "It's the Lake team's turn to cook breakfast. They're making breakfast burritos," she announced. Everyone who isn't involved in a project first thing in the morning gathers for breakfast, so that they don't lose their sense of community now that they're spread out to a half-dozen different locations. Dana explained. Button nodded eagerly. "Not everyone works all day every day. I'm usually on egg duty, but I've got 3 whole days off. Forest dragons are good with chickens, so I volunteer to collect the eggs all the time. The chicken coops are over by the grain and potato fields. The ones by the yellow striped divine grass." Karl knew where she meant and nodded in agreement. "I bet that you're wonderful with the chickens. Now, did you want to fly over or walk?" "It's a fairly long walk," Karl asked. "Nearly 2 kilometers, to be exact." Button took a twig out of her pocket and mumbled for a second, then smiled. "We can walk. They're still cooking tortillas, so it will be half an hour before breakfast is ready. You smell funny. Did you cuddle a black dragon last night?" The Dana mage is very soft in fox form. "Good to sleep next to?" she asked. Karl laughed. "There was a troublesome place where someone failed to reach immortality, and I had to clean the broken magic from it. That's why I smell like death magic." Dana hadn't gotten that part of the message from him, and she gave him a suspicious frown, but let the little dragon lead them out onto the pathway that led from the house down to the lake. They were far from the only ones that were headed in that direction, The residents were coming from every corner of the tiny world to gather for breakfast before going back to their duties. This is quite the place you've set up while we were busy. Did you do all this while we were planning the wedding? Dana asked as they walked, swinging Button between them as the tiny transformed dragon laughed. Yeah, everything kind of happened at the same time, and I added the expansion to the Drod workshop, the extra space in the tiny world, and the caretakers all within a few days. It's working out pretty well, though. Look how well the spirit grass is growing. Karl explained. That might be because Thor isn't here to snack on it. Dana reminded him. Still, it's growing very well, and the stuff in his space is too. By the time that we get back, he'll have a massive stockpile of the good stuff to snack on. Karl joked. Button giggled. This place has so much good stuff. Did you make it just to supply everyone's favorite things? Karl winked at her. Not quite. Some of the things here are not edible. They're for making potions. Button shrugged. Forest dragons can eat almost anything. There are few things that are toxic to us. At most, they might be super spicy. Karl smirked at the little dragon. You look like the sort that likes super spicy things. And the sort that tested all the plants to find out which ones were spicy. Button laughed as she lifted her legs to swing by her arms between Karl and Dana. Not all of them. My big sister told me about lots of plants and what ones don't taste good. Then, she pointed out every new plant that they walked past and the merits of its flavor, nutrition, and the value that it provided to the ecosystem that it was growing in. Forest dragons instinctively knew an immense amount about the world, especially plants, but also the wildlife that should be in a region. It's a good thing that we brought rabbits with us. Not just because they're fun to chase around, but they're also good at keeping the plant growth under control. I know the goal is to grow as much as possible in the fields, but they aren't the only part of the space that grows too fast. I swear, we're going to have to start giving them away soon. Bunnies breed so fast, and I can only eat so many of them in 1 year. But the elves know lots of good recipes for them. She elaborated. The elves do. Karl asked, not sure if he believed her. Button giggled. Right? They won't eat them, but they know how to cook them really well. But our elves here are much more open-minded than most. Did you know that the leader will actually eat eggs? An elf that eats eggs. She let go of their hands as they approached the picnic area at the beach, where the ladies had 4 large grills set up frying sausage and eggs for the breakfast burritos, while another pair of druids conjured buckets full of what smelled like salsa, and a pair of grills in the back made pancakes with fruit in them. That would likely be for their vegetarian members. Well, the vegetarians and the children, because as much praise as she had given the breakfast burritos, the first place Button went was to the stack of cooked pancakes to roll one up and pop it in her mouth like a cigar as she tried to get between the cooks and the grills to see what else was cooking. Forest dragons and Lotus had more in common than even they knew. Sir, madam, welcome. We're just finishing the first round of breakfast for those who need to get through their morning tasks before the morning sun gets too warm. You don't mind waiting a moment, do you? The Orcish woman cooking asked. No problem at all. Let me go collect Button, and we will keep her out from underfoot until the food is ready. Dana agreed. The orc laughed and gestured to the small stack of pancakes beside the other grill. If she becomes a handful, just give her one in a different flavor. Having food in both hands short-circuits her brain, and she doesn't know what to do. Button laughed, but Karl noticed that she didn't deny it. Dana led them to a blanket laid out on the sand, and sat down with the young dragon in her arms as Button prattled on about the varieties of fish that lived in the lake and the relative merits of the flavor of each of them. The only one that I wouldn't eat is Bob. Bob ate one of the water elemental stones that are forming at the bottom of the lake, and I think that he's going to evolve into a proper magical beast soon. I hope nobody fishes him up before then. Button finished. Oh, actual magical beasts living in the tiny world would be quite something. You know, before we left our hometown, Karl paid someone to start a farm to raise magical beasts so that they could be bonded partners and friends to people. Dana informed her. Button's eyes lit up with excitement. Literally, you started a petting zoo? But where you can take them home. That is awesome. I asked the others, but they said that it would never work out. Something about magical beasts not being able to become a druid's partner. Karl nodded. They're not wrong. Druids can't bond them as partners. But there are some classes that can. Mine is one of them. And I have a skill for druids and rangers who have reached the bottleneck of their class that will let a magical or divine beast to choose to bond with them. The beast gets to choose? Button asked, confused by the concept. I am a Beastmaster, you see. Well, a Beastmaster champion now. My class is focused on the beasts, so instead of a skill that forces them to bond with someone who has a class, it works the other way around. The skill is used on the beast, and then they get to pick their partner. Karl explained. Button smirked. I'm a magical beast. Does that mean that you could use the skill on me and let me adopt someone? Dana poked her on the nose. No causing trouble for others. You've already been adopted by the whole village. You don't need a skill for that. But I talked to Kara the other day, and she gets her own spot for naps where nobody can come wake her up and make her work. Button pouted. Karl can wake her up at any time when she's in her space. If you got the new nap spot, whoever it was bonded to would be responsible for making sure that you didn't miss your shifts. But when you grow up, you might have different priorities. Dana reminded the little dragon. Button frowned at her. How could something be more important than having a friend that you can bother forever? Dana smirked at Karl. You know, her methodology might be flawed, but I do believe that she has ended up at the right conclusion anyhow. A teenaged elf set down a stack of breakfast burritos next to them, and then a pitcher of iced tea on the sand beside the blanket. Don't go corrupting our Button. Her innocence is one of her selling points, she warned. Dana ruffled the little dragon's hair, making the branches shake. Of course not. Did you want to join us for breakfast? Or did you have work to do? She asked. Sure, I'll join you. I'm on the same schedule as Button, so I'm off all day today. It didn't take Dana long to realize the situation. She was the group's babysitter, for the lack of a better word. While the only relative that Button had in the group was her older sister, the elder forest dragon had duties to attend to that kept her busy for most of the day, so someone needed to keep Button out of trouble. She was the youngest of the group, with the appearance of a girl no more than 5, as there were no men in the village that had transferred here. Though, with the speed dragons naturally aged at, she should be at least 10 or 15 years old. Still very much a child, but one with enough power and capability to fetch eggs in the morning. A lot of eggs, it seemed. Exactly how many chickens do you have? Karl asked as he watched the cooks pour another pitcher of mixed eggs onto the oiled grill. More than 20. Button announced confidently. The elf rolled her eyes. While she is not wrong, I can't say that she's right. There are 400 chickens in the space, spread between 4 zones. Mostly they are present for pest control, but they also tear up the dirt and help improve soil quality. The eggs are a bonus. Karl spread his mind through the space and found what they meant. The chickens weren't exactly free range. They had erected magical barriers to keep them in a few acres worth of space. But they were otherwise just roaming free, doing chicken things. And it was helping both the soil and the plant life, as they had said. You know, we're supposed to be on vacation, a pre-wedding honeymoon, as we're expecting to be busy afterward. So, why don't we enjoy the day here? Kara and Tion are both outside exploring the other space, but they can return at will. Karl suggested. He knew that they could because Kara had already been in and out of her space a few times, collecting items, and then taking items out. Her thoughts said that she was preparing a treasure hunt, like a proper trial ground, for whoever came next, but she was keeping all the good rewards for herself and swapping them with stuff from her loot pile. Button's smile turned calculating, and the elf sighed. You know that you just volunteered for an entire day of playing whatever strange games she can come up with, right? Karl winked at the caretaker. It's not a problem. We're here to relax, have fun, and perhaps build a bit more spiritual strength to help reach the mythic rank more quickly. That is all that we've got planned for the day. Even if we spend hours playing in the water or running through the woods, it's not a problem. The elf laughed. When Ophelia and Sister Lotus come to visit, it's so much easier. That bear is spectacular at keeping them both in line. Do you know when they'll be able to visit again? Not much longer. The tiny world is tied to my location right now, and I had to head to another continent, so they're home taking care of business right now. Once we return, I'm certain that Lotus will demand to come back and see everyone here. They have Thor and Tessa to keep them entertained, plus all the crafting specialists at the house. Karl explained. Button nodded eagerly. Sister Lotus told us all about the bunnies and the fluffy gargoyles. Maybe the next time that I have days off, I can go visit. Her pleading eyes immediately made Dana soften, and Karl petted the little dragon's head. If we're around the house in Xylas, where the bunnies and the fluffy gargoyles are, it shouldn't be a problem. But if you're going to go visit them, you might get snapped up for lessons. We've got dozens of blue dragons at the guild houses now, and they do daily school lessons for all our younger members. Don't think that just because you're visiting, you won't have to learn. Karl teased. Button extracted a stick from her hair, and Karl realized that she had tucked a pencil into a braided section that he had assumed was just tangled. I am always ready to learn. My sister taught me. But, do you know what we should do today? Cliff diving. There is a great spot over there, where we can jump off and then swim. Button suggested. Karl was about to respond when Tion came into the tiny world, looked around, and then settled down on Dana's lap. Did you find out what you wanted to know? Karl asked the baby fox. Tion nodded happily. Yes, I understand what it is that sets holy and unholy magic apart. My work there is done, and Kara is nearly finished. She's just making a list of traps and obstacles that she wants you to make for the treasure hunt. Kara poked at Karl's mind. It's going to be glorious. But we don't have much time. Now that the killing effect is beginning to fade, the giants are on their way here. I felt their magic probing the entrance to the space, so they know for sure that the effect was in this area. I don't think that they found the separate space yet, but you can see it just standing there, so we might have to move right quick before they arrive. But not before you finish making this stuff. If the giants were coming to investigate the loss of the suppression effect, they would surely send mythic-ranked Titan clan members, so Karl wasn't sure what Kara thought that they could accomplish with an obstacle course-type trial. Karl used earth manipulation to carve stones to make the requested effects, and then chuckled as he saw that the last item on the list was a self-recharging mana crystal to cause the effects to reappear on a timer. Tion and Button were chasing each other around the beach as Karl finished working, and Dana relaxed in the sun, letting breakfast settle before they got active for the morning. Karl passed the completed items into Kara's space, and the Chaos Badger began to place everything to her satisfaction. All right, one more spell, and we're all done. You need to come outside for a minute, so that your tiny world doesn't interfere with my plans. Kara insisted. I will be right back. Kara needs assistance. Karl whispered, then shifted back to the other world to see what Kara had done. There were 20 different kinds of golems, all sorts of magical plants, 100 or so random magical items, and a bunch of illusionary monsters. The world was filled with dangers and rewards, but Kara was waiting by the exit for Karl to step outside. All right, what is your plan? Karl asked. Well, if I'm right, then once I use this skill, your contribution will make rewards respawn one day after they're claimed, but as a random new reward. The same with the monsters and golems. It's a good thing that you got that epic golem spell. It wouldn't be the same without it. Kara explained. New racial skill learned, Chaotic Zone, creates a system-linked training ground for a maximum of 1 hour per caster rank. That skill sounded suspiciously simple for what Karl knew that the Badger had in mind. Then, she smirked at him and cast the spell on the entrance to the failed immortal's tiny world. The portal narrowed to a pinprick for a moment, then reopened as a shimmering blue trial instance entrance. Victory! I taught the new place the rule of chaos, and with all that undead energy and the unholy rule already there, it really did make a new space. This will be so much fun. We can make trial towers and dungeons and sparring spaces and self-replenishing gardens and an infinite source of baby dragons. Kara rambled. That sounded like it might actually get him in real trouble. Where did she plan to get enough dragon eggs to stock an instance? She couldn't have the ones from the tiny world, at least not all of them. But Karl had other concerns of a more immediate variety. They were not going to be alone for long, as either the change to the space or the reduction in the suppression effect had drawn a huge number of mythic-ranked Titan clan giants to their location, and they had brought an entire army of totems with them. Karl simply waited as the giants approached. If they were going to attack, he would jump back into separate space to buy time to teleport away. If things went the way that he thought that they should, now that the space had reformed with Kara's changes, he should be put in a separate instance. A massive Titan with 6 arms, the first Karl had ever seen like him, held up his hand to stop the others as he approached to just under a kilometer from Karl. Out of comfortable attack range, but close enough that sensitive ears would hear each other. Demon, do you know what happened to the suppression artifact? He asked, in what Karl assumed was the giant's version of a polite tone. Karl nodded. It failed. The artifact is still in there, but inactive. I cleansed the killing curse from the area to explore, but as you can see, it is a trial instance. No matter what I do, it will just reset in a day. The big giant frowned. The demon had a point. Even if they reactivated the artifact, whatever idiot had lost it in a trial instance had doomed it to a slow death as the effect aged. What did you find inside? The Titan asked. It's the site of a failed attempt to reach the immortal rank. Perhaps they thought that the space would protect them from tribulation lightning, but it did not. That was the cause of the undead energy that was killing everyone who got nearby. The body was that of a four-armed member of the Titan clan, but I couldn't tell when they might have entered. Sometime since the last resurgence, obviously. But other than that, I was unable to tell. You did leave the corpse there, right? Karl asked Kara. All of them. I don't need old cloth and bones. I only took the good stuff and replaced it. The giant was silent for an entire minute as he considered Karl's answer. Where did you come here from? He finally asked. Saiho-seisa. The Supreme Lady asked me to look into the issue. Karl explained. The Titan growled, an annoyed noise, not a threat. Then you should be free to leave now that your work is done. Karl nodded. I will return to the west and leave your armies to explore the anomaly. It should be relatively safe. You're all powerful sorts, after all. Kara, do you sense anything like another world in their sense, or auras? Nope, they're all from near here. I can smell the spell from inside the space on them. But that big Titan, I think that he's originally from somewhere else. Or his parents were. He's too powerful to belong to the same clan as the others. Like Big Sister Matilda, his species is meant to be immortal. Kara replied. That was valuable information, for certain. Karl examined the Titan's aura for a little longer while the leader conferred with his people. Once he was sure that he had it memorized, he turned and opened a portal to the Glatt region, as there were no more refugees there. Even if the Titans followed him, they would end up in the middle of nowhere. Once he stepped through the portal, Karl opened another portal, this time to the sky above Xylaz. Titans likely couldn't fly, and the residents of Xylaz could take care of themselves if the giants were crazy enough to try to launch an invasion. A short flight brought him to the Alliance house, where Karl returned to the tiny world. He still had vacation days to take before anyone realized that he was finished with his other work. However, the Titan clan was left utterly baffled. The suppression effect had not faded that much, even though it was no longer actively increasing. Karl had set it to 1% of maximum output, but the effect was more like stacked layers than a variable barrier. Every hour of every day, it put out a little more, and some older layers naturally dissipated. So, while the effect had faded by a marginal amount, and the intensity no longer tried to kill anything that approached, there was still a massive amount of mana suppression in the region. They had needed an entire ritual and a portal stone array to get the armies here. But the demon had simply opened a portal with a wave of his hand and walked away. They would blame the Chaos Dragon for that. When Chaos got involved, common sense no longer applied. There was no way for them to know that Karl was simply able to spend hundreds of times the normal amount of mana to activate the spell. Immortal Lord, what do we do now? The commander at the Titan's right side asked. Send in a team and see what is inside that trial. If we can get answers, we might find the secret to true immortality. The demon said that the last one to enter failed, but that might not be entirely true. You can never take the words of a cat demon at face value. The commander motioned for a team to move forward, and the first giant proudly stomped through the portal, sword in hand. Then came flying back out. Damnation! The demon lured a massive dire bear to the entrance when he left. Totem rank, he explained. The other Titans chuckled at his misfortune. He might be a mythic rank giant, but he had just been forcibly hurled from the trial instance by the first guardian standing at the door. The next time, they entered in a group of 3 and realized that there was not just one, but 2 massive bears standing guard by the entrance. Whoever set this trial was a cruel bastard. The team leader complained as he sent a system message to call the rest of his team inside. Perhaps they didn't know that skills were going to be suppressed here? If we could freely use skills within this nightmare zone, it wouldn't be a problem to beat down a pair of totem-ranked bears, no matter how fast they heal. His companion suggested. What I want to know is how that demon dealt with this. He must have stealth abilities of some sort. The team leader agreed. The door guardians fell, and the giants got their first good look at the instance. It was massive, hundreds of kilometers across. They were going to need more people. Kara mumbled in satisfaction as she dreamed about all the lovely things that were going to happen to the giants when they entered the space, and then the fun they were going to have when they got ejected after just one day of exploration and the dungeon reset. She just wished that she knew for sure whether it would let lots of them in, or just 5 at a time. If she knew that, she could have made a better design for them. Dana and the elf were waiting for Karl to return, while Button was in dragon form, swimming in the lake. Sorry I took so long. I've got everything sorted out now, and we're back at the Alliance house. Matilda's assignment should be finished. We just need to report it to her. Karl explained. And did Kara get everything that she wanted? Dana asked. All that and more. The issue with the other space should be all sorted out now, and the Titan clan came to investigate, but didn't start any trouble before I left. They'll decide if the space is worth messing with, but I altered the array that was creating the effect enough that they shouldn't be able to change the output again. Given a few years, the effect should fade enough that system activations start like normal. Perhaps sooner, as the mana on that continent is so dense. Then what is the plan for today? Dana asked. Well, I think that Button is voting that we splash around naked in the lake for a few hours, then maybe a nice lunch on the mountain. Cuddle and meditate on the truths of the universe for a while, then join the ladies for a dinner. Karl suggested. Dana tried not to laugh at Button's enthusiastic cheering. The little dragon wasn't sure what meditation was, but if it was used in the same sentence as cuddling, it should be a form of nap. After swimming all morning, she could always use a nap, even if she was still supposed to pick up the afternoon chicken eggs. Once they realized that Karl and Dana weren't busy with anything important, more of the caretakers who had the day off came to join the party. They set out blankets, brought snacks and tea, and generally doted on Button and the young elf, who Karl had just learned was named Lyric. Karl changed into swim trunks, and Button came splashing out of the water in dragon form. I want cute swim clothes too, she complained. Karl checked Ray's space quickly and found a ruffle-trimmed black one-piece bathing suit among the piles of swimwear. That should do for Button. Here, equip this, it will look good on you. Button looked confused for a second after she transformed back to human. She had never equipped an item before. But once she held the swimsuit and focused on wearing it, everything happened smoothly. Oh, that is cute. If you have one in forest green, that would be even better, one of the ladies suggested. Karl nodded. I will see if I can get one made later. I only had black in that style available, but stock is fairly low right now, and most of the swimsuits are made for adult bodies. That could be an issue. We only have a few children here, so I hadn't thought about needing children's fashion. Now, Lyric would be fine in a bikini, but it would just look wrong on Button. The older woman simply smiled and stepped into the water up to her neck before removing her dress and throwing it to Lyric on the shore. The elf hung it from a branch, so the freshly washed dress could dry out, and Button ran back into the water in her new swimsuit to join the fun. That started a mass exodus from the shore, with clothes left on blankets or hung over branches, depending on whether the wearer decided to rinse them in the lake first. It was the perfect change of pace. Nobody needed to get anything done today, just play at the beach. After an hour or so, one of the druids made a water slide, with water magically created at the top. That appeared to be a favorite game for the caretakers, as Lyric immediately brought out a bunch of painted wooden hoops for the one coming down the slide to try to gather before they came to a stop. Unfortunately for Button's big plans, her energy level did not last until lunch, and she was already beginning to nod off when the sandwiches were brought out. I'm not asleep. I swear I'm awake. Can we fly up to the mountain for our nap? She pleaded, right before her eyes drooped closed again. Karl laughed and held out an arm to Lyric as he picked up the sleeping dragon. Do you want me to give you a ride? It's faster to fly. If you don't, it's a long walk up the mountain. Dana had an odd smile on her face as she watched Karl carry the pair up into the air, but she didn't say anything, and instead decided to play rock, paper, scissors with Lyric to keep the elf from panicking about the heights. Lyric was a druid, but she didn't have a skill that would let her fly. At least not yet. We should find a way for them to gain experience. Something that will give them skill points so that they can fill out the druid skill tree faster than just taking care of plants. Elves might live a long time, but I heard the others mention that they're getting about 1 skill point a year. That's much too slow. Dana messaged Karl. Karl nodded. I think that I have the right spell for that. Or I can make one, like a smaller trial tower for them to practice inside. That would also be a wonderful addition to the tiny world for other visitors. But before he started on constructing a trial tower, they had a whole day of relaxation planned, and a sleepy dragon to put down for her nap. Kara mumbled in satisfaction as she dreamed about all the lovely things that were going to happen to the giants when they entered the space, and then the fun they were going to have when they got ejected after just one day of exploration and the dungeon reset. She just wished that she knew for sure whether it would let lots of them in, or just 5 at a time. If she knew that, she could have made a better design for them. Dana and the elf were waiting for Karl to return, while Button was in dragon form, swimming in the lake. Sorry I took so long. I've got everything sorted out now, and we're back at the Alliance house. Matilda's assignment should be finished. We just need to report it to her. Karl explained. And did Kara get everything that she wanted? Dana asked. All that and more. The issue with the other space should be all sorted out now, and the Titan clan came to investigate, but didn't start any trouble before I left. They'll decide if the space is worth messing with, but I altered the array that was creating the effect enough that they shouldn't be able to change the output again. Given a few years, the effect should fade enough that system activations start like normal. Perhaps sooner, as the mana on that continent is so dense. Then what is the plan for today? Dana asked. Well, I think that Button is voting that we splash around naked in the lake for a few hours, then maybe a nice lunch on the mountain. Cuddle and meditate on the truths of the universe for a while, then join the ladies for a dinner. Karl suggested. Dana tried not to laugh at Button's enthusiastic cheering. The little dragon wasn't sure what meditation was, but if it was used in the same sentence as cuddling, it should be a form of nap. After swimming all morning, she could always use a nap, even if she was still supposed to pick up the afternoon chicken eggs. Once they realized that Karl and Dana weren't busy with anything important, more of the caretakers who had the day off came to join the party. They set out blankets, brought snacks and tea, and generally doted on Button and the young elf, who Karl had just learned was named Lyric. Karl changed into swim trunks, and Button came splashing out of the water in dragon form. I want cute swim clothes too, she complained. Karl checked Ray's space quickly and found a ruffle-trimmed black one-piece bathing suit among the piles of swimwear. That should do for Button. Here, equip this, it will look good on you. Button looked confused for a second after she transformed back to human. She had never equipped an item before. But once she held the swimsuit and focused on wearing it, everything happened smoothly. Oh, that is cute. If you have one in forest green, that would be even better, one of the ladies suggested. Karl nodded. I will see if I can get one made later. I only had black in that style available, but stock is fairly low right now, and most of the swimsuits are made for adult bodies. That could be an issue. We only have a few children here, so I hadn't thought about needing children's fashion. Now, Lyric would be fine in a bikini, but it would just look wrong on Button. The older woman simply smiled and stepped into the water up to her neck before removing her dress and throwing it to Lyric on the shore. The elf hung it from a branch, so the freshly washed dress could dry out, and Button ran back into the water in her new swimsuit to join the fun. That started a mass exodus from the shore, with clothes left on blankets or hung over branches, depending on whether the wearer decided to rinse them in the lake first. It was the perfect change of pace. Nobody needed to get anything done today, just play at the beach. After an hour or so, one of the druids made a water slide, with water magically created at the top. That appeared to be a favorite game for the caretakers, as Lyric immediately brought out a bunch of painted wooden hoops for the one coming down the slide to try to gather before they came to a stop. Unfortunately for Button's big plans, her energy level did not last until lunch, and she was already beginning to nod off when the sandwiches were brought out. I'm not asleep. I swear I'm awake. Can we fly up to the mountain for our nap? She pleaded, right before her eyes drooped closed again. Karl laughed and held out an arm to Lyric as he picked up the sleeping dragon. Do you want me to give you a ride? It's faster to fly. If you don't, it's a long walk up the mountain. Dana had an odd smile on her face as she watched Karl carry the pair up into the air, but she didn't say anything, and instead decided to play rock, paper, scissors with Lyric to keep the elf from panicking about the heights. Lyric was a druid, but she didn't have a skill that would let her fly. At least not yet. We should find a way for them to gain experience. Something that will give them skill points so that they can fill out the druid skill tree faster than just taking care of plants. Elves might live a long time, but I heard the others mention that they're getting about 1 skill point a year. That's much too slow. Dana messaged Karl. Karl nodded. I think that I have the right spell for that. Or I can make one, like a smaller trial tower for them to practice inside. That would also be a wonderful addition to the tiny world for other visitors. But before he started on constructing a trial tower, they had a whole day of relaxation planned, and a sleepy dragon to put down for her nap. Karl placed blankets in a pile for Button, while Lyric tried not to laugh. You know, they told me that you are a beast master by system class, but you really do have an affinity for young beasts. The elf joked. Or, they have an affinity for me, but I've lost my nap spot. Karl joked, with a gesture to Dana's lap, where Button had curled up in dragon form, with her head propped on a pillow to keep it from dangling off the side. Lyric giggled and gently stroked Button's head, making the sleeping dragon purr. What are you meditating about? She asked quietly. We're working on developing the mental power matrix. It helps your energy and mental strength growth. Are you familiar with the idea? Karl asked. Lyric shook her head. All right, if you want to join us, we can start with the basics. Focus on a simple image, something meaningful to you. A leaf, a berry, not something complex like a face. Focus on forming that image in your mind, and then pulling power into that image. It will help focus your energy flows, so you can move mana more effectively. Karl explained. Lyric nodded and began to focus. Karl didn't know what she was using as a focal point, but he could feel her energy shift and a trickle of outside energy begin to enter her body. That was success, at least in the early steps. So, he left her to it and began to focus on his own advancement. The next step in his progression was to adjust his power matrix to the 72-point formation that would be the next proper visualization of Matilda's form. It was possible that he could pick another visualization and go for a 36 or 48-pointed matrix, but nothing that he had come across so far would make a better base than the Chaos Dragon. But Karl was confident. His mental strength had been optimized and improved not only by skills, but also by system trials. If anyone could make the adjustment at totem rank, it should be him. Plus, Azov had suggested that the stage he was at was just the bare minimum for a myth to make it to immortality, so surely just one step beyond shouldn't be impossible. Mapping out the new points took time, but proved to be surprisingly simple. The image just settled into his mind as if it had always been there, and Karl went straight to work rearranging the existing points to fit the new matrix, then energizing the new points so that they could balance. He vaguely noticed when a warm weight moved to his lap, but it was scaly, not furry. So, it had to be Button and not Dana. When you meditated and surrounded yourself with mana, especially in the tiny world, with its mana crystal reserves and innate attunement to Karl's aura, the process radiated body temperature magical energy. Dragons weren't cold-blooded, but like cats, they tended to congregate in warm and sunny spots to rest. Using some of the stored energy of the tiny world and emptying his own internal mana reserves, Karl finalized the new power matrix and then began to circulate power through it. Ding! The chiming sound sounded in Karl's mind like someone had rung a church bell beside his ear, making his whole sense of self vibrate. He was vaguely aware that his body was not moving, but his soul and metaphysical self were shaking from the vibration, and he didn't know why. As the vibration settled, Karl tentatively pulled at the power matrix again, using it to refine power to a higher standard than what he had before. The power flooded through him like a raging torrent, and then circulated again as the matrix continued to purify and improve it. His personal mana had been depleted, but now that the standard was higher, he had to change all the mana stored in the beast spaces, and that was going to take hours, at the very least. Fortunately, nobody was in a hurry to move. Only when the shifting sun put his lap out of the direct light did Button begin to stir, and the others started to get hungry. That was productive. Lyric, how did it go for you? Karl asked as he opened his eyes to find Button staring at his face from centimeters away, the same way that Karl liked to. Amazing. I think I understand how the focal point works now, and my power is so much more vibrant, if that's the right word. If I practice it long enough, I'm sure that I can advance. Karl nodded. I will find a study guide so that you can start to form the matrix after you have mastered the first point. I just don't know what version elves and druids would want to use. I use one attuned to chaos. Dana uses one attuned to the god of magic. But I think that for you, it should be something more like a nature god. Lyric nodded. That makes sense. I used a lotus flower as my focus, it just felt right. So, one of the nature gods, perhaps even the green dragon's path would be appropriate? I don't know how it works, but that sounds like it should be okay. Button just looked back and forth between them, with no clue what they were talking about. If it was important, someone would explain later. Are we going down for dinner? There should be food soon. The sun is in the food spot, the little dragon asked. Now that you've had your nap, why don't we fly over? I will transform, so Dana and Lyric can ride on my back, and we will fly around until dinner is ready. That would also give him a chance to look in on how all the dragon eggs were doing, and make sure that none of the crops had been missed or ignored. Some of the most valuable plants only had a few specimens in the whole tiny world, but they were vital to Remy's work. Karl transformed, and Button immediately crawled on top of his neck, defeating the whole purpose of flying around to wear her out. Instead of letting a freshly rested baby dragon drive everyone insane after an all-afternoon nap. Dana poked her once Karl launched himself into the air. You're supposed to be his flying buddy, not just sightseeing. She reminded Button. Right. He's so fast, though. But the Karl will slow down, so I can keep up, I'm sure. Button reluctantly agreed as she flapped her wings to take flight. Karl laughed and activated Behemoth on her, which still only made the dragon 3 meters long. But the extra wingspan made it much easier to keep up with Karl's casual cruising speed as he toured the major areas of the tiny world. Oh, there are the swamp camp workers and the new eggs. There's a big one there that I'm pretty sure will be an earth dragon. And there are the juniper bushes and the ghost tree stand. Those trees are kind of creepy in the dark. The glowing spots look like ghosts. They flew a full loop around the tiny world until Button's wings started to flap out of sync, and her constant descriptions began to lag. Just ride on my back the rest of the way. I will drop you in the lake for a nice cool swim before dinner, Karl suggested. Those were magic words, and Button quickly settled in on his head, watching the ground fly by under them as Karl returned to the beach. As they got close, Dana grabbed Lyric and jumped off his back, flying back toward the group, so that Karl could turn and dive, dunking Button into the lake. Button laughed as she flapped her wings to swim through the clear water, and then burst into the air, splashing water as she shook herself off before landing and transforming to human for dinner. Karl walked to the edge of the lake in dragon form, then transformed and put on swim shorts. Oh, you have a human form too? That's pretty cool, Lyric noted. Karl patted her on the head. This is what I looked like when I was younger. Now, I've got plenty of appearances to pick from. Button gave him an awestruck look, while the older druids tried not to laugh. It was just a human, a beast, and a dragon form. If Button followed that path in her skill tree, she would also learn to transform into either an animal or were-beast form soon. But Karl had successfully kept her entertained all day, which made it much easier to get everything done, and for the sake of their peace of mind, they wouldn't call him out. Did you have plans for tomorrow? The elf on kitchen duty asked instead. Not big ones. I'm almost done adjusting the power matrix. I just need to balance the power of all the points, and then I should be ready to start trying to improve my strength again. Then, we've got our wedding coming up in a few days. I'm sure that I sent out the invitations already. I just don't recall who all was able to come. Karl replied. The elf chuckled. Well, we were going to send Button and Lyric, plus Joanna and Chrisanna. Button cheered at the news that she would be invited to a big fancy event, and Karl woke up, wondering what the good news was. Just Button celebrating her invitation to the wedding. Karl informed her. Oh, the baby dragon. We should eat, and then I will take her to play. If that didn't wear the dragon out for the night, nothing would. It was a regular thing, however. The moment that Kara appeared, everyone waved to her, and Button ran up to give the badger a hug. We have the good dinner today. They're making the super spicy tofu and onion stuff, Button explained. Kara gave her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up and then flopped on her back so the dragon could rub her belly. Just living her best life. The caretakers brought out a low table for Kara and Button, while Karl led Dana to the arranged picnic tables to eat with the others who were working in the area. You've got a pretty good arrangement going here, Karl noted as the dishes were placed out on the tables. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This space is practically perfect. There's just so much of everything, and nobody threatening us or stealing our crops. Even the little ones have been better behaved since we arrived. You might not believe it, but Button used to be a little troublemaker, always angry and starting arguments with others. But now that she's got the lake and the mountain, plus all that forest, instead of open grassland, she's been so much happier. I would like to say that Kara is helping, but she just encourages Button to come up with new pranks. The elf who had been cooking replied with a deep sigh. Well, She is a chaos badger. Pranks are as necessary to her as food and water. As much as they hated to admit it, Karl had a point. It was only natural that a chaos badger required chaos to survive, and that a young forest dragon, the closest of the dragons to the Fae species, would be drawn to them. Forest dragons were once known to play with nymphs, sprites, and other creatures of the forest during the last resurgence when such creatures were more common. Now, both were rare to see, and most of the ancient forests had been cut down or destroyed by battles. Should we do something about those too? Dana whispered as Kara and Button began to draw pictures in the sand, plotting their evening shenanigans. We could invite Lotus in. Karl offered. Dana paused. Would that be better or worse? If they brought Lotus, she would likely bring Ophelia, who might help keep order. But she might also just let them run wild until they were tired so that she could have a good nap with an exhausted priestess. Kara and Button were the perfect partners in crime because they were nearly the same size, so Button fit everywhere that Kara wanted to go. Most of her prank partners were significantly larger than she was, but Button could follow her down all the smaller tunnels. Today's mission was to sneak into the dark dragon egg nest and rearrange all the lamps that the caretakers had left to help them find their way around. Karl could hear Kara's plan in her mind, but there weren't too many tunnels in the mountain, so at the very worst, tomorrow morning's shift would be lost for about 10 minutes before they found their way to the nest. That wasn't a prank that was really worth stopping, in his mind. Most of them would make their way out by memory anyhow, even with the light locations changed. Once dinner was done, Karl took Dana back to their room in the duplicate guild house and locked the door before activating the soundproofing spell. They were going to need that. They did find some time to meditate and attempt to improve their power levels before morning, though. With the upgraded power matrix, energy flowed into Karl at a truly astounding rate, fast enough that even Opal was impressed with his ability to restore the mana that he had used up while rearranging the focal points. He didn't want to waste any time getting it perfect before the wedding, as he was reasonably sure that either someone was going to notice that they were back, or Matilda was going to come get them in the next day or two at the most. Once that happened, everything was going to get hectic right until the day of the wedding. But come to think of it, he didn't even know who was on the guest list, or where they were holding the wedding. Those sorts of minor details seemed like things that he should be aware of, but none of the beasts were concerned about it. Ray's attention hardly even flickered away from her design project when he mentioned it. She had finished the request for the vampire covens that she had met at the winter gala, and now she was on to making outfits for the wedding guests that she didn't trust to dress themselves. Which was basically everyone, as most of the ones she might trust to dress themselves were already planning to go in one of her outfits. The only one that was interested in their return was Remy, as she wanted to harvest some of the plants in the tiny world, and with Karl so far away, she had to wait. Her alchemists were doing wonderful things, though. With everyone doing their best in the new workspace, the Darklight host had actually nearly managed to restock their guild store during the week that Karl was away. There were still some things that were on backorder, but Sapphire had been spending every hour of the day either conducting experiments to improve the classes of the warriors or making products with runecrafting to fill the custom orders for totem rank items. She had yet to make a mythic rank item for anyone but herself, and she had no intentions of doing it. Having a trade skill was a wonderful thing, but she had no intentions of letting it interfere with her other studies. Despite Karl's intention to remain in bed with Dana all day, the return of Remy to the tiny world was a trigger to let everyone else know that they were back from their mission, and before noon Matilda was waiting for them downstairs with a whole list of wedding-related chores. Good. You got that settled well enough. The matter of the dragon hunters coming to this world, and how the Titans managed to sneak children from the immortal realm here, can be dealt with later. The continent will slowly begin to regain access to the system, and that is what matters. Now, I will know what to look for if they try to put a new mana suppression barrier up. Matilda informed Karl as he came down to get food. Karl sighed. There is a lot to unpack in that sentence. But you are right. We can deal with other continents' problems later. How are we going to arrange pickup for all the guests? Matilda smiled. I have arranged portals for the ones on the Dragon Isles. So, that just leaves the ones that are not on the Dragon Isles. That part will be just so much fun. It wouldn't be right for me to go get them. The old myth would get all cranky, and then I'd have to suffer his incessant complaining messages. Letting him have system access back was a mistake. For a follower of the god of death to be annoyed with you is the worst thing in the world. They're not even afraid of death, so you can't properly threaten them to shut up. Karl chuckled. Well, with each of you in charge of a continental region, I suppose it is necessary that you keep in touch. Plus, he's also properly aged. I believe that he will reach immortality soon. He was a myth at the end of the last resurgence. With the mana levels on the planet's surface recovering, it should be possible for him to ascend without leaving soon. Matilda agreed, which meant that they would have forever to annoy each other. So, I will be going to pick everyone up from the Golden Dragon Nation? How many are on the guest list? Karl asked. Not too many. The parents of the bride and groom, the king, Ahmad the Catman, Othello, Nacht, Misty, the Drake Rider Kenichi, Neil, and Ray's baby rogue Sybil. Then some teachers. Tank, Morgana, the Mackenzie siblings, Dave, Jill, Daniel, Alice, and Rita. Fortunately, most of them can be found in just a few locations. I think that we can have Dana go for both of your parents. That should panic people a little less. If we leave today, the Drake Rider will be in the capital holding a meeting about something, so we can grab him directly instead of going looking for him. Why they needed to invite a foreign overlord who Karl had met all of twice was a mystery. But if Matilda thought it was necessary, then there was surely some good reason behind it. One of the Dragonkin druids came out with a huge stack of berry pancakes, and a happy squealing let Karl know that they had visitors. Lotus and Button skipped into the room, with Kara right behind them and an angry old Orcish woman herding them. They're your problem now. I'm going to fix the lights again. She grumbled, and Karl tried not to laugh at the smug look on Kara's face. They had rearranged the lights in the underground complex last night, then did them again this morning, when the staff thought that they had them all fixed. Who did you want to go see first? I am thinking that going to see King Axel and Ahmad would be fastest, as they're in the same room. Then they can take you to Othello and Kenichi. Yes, that will work. If we do it right, some of the others will come straight to you. Matilda decided. And you'll send me to go get our parents? Dana asked. Yes, that is good. Actually, I don't need to send Karl to get Neil and Sybil. Ray can do that. I know she's been wanting to go see them again. The Chaos Dragon suggested. That should be entertaining. Is Sybil still at the academy? Karl asked. Yes, but Neil is out on a mission nearby. Whoever goes to invite them will have to find him, then message me to open a portal. Matilda explained. Ray appeared next to them with a huge smile on her face. That sounds like fun. I will go collect my baby rogue and hunt Neil through the wilderness. Maybe we can even hunt monsters together. That sounded like a nightmare for whoever was with Neil, but that wasn't really Karl's problem. Ray likely wouldn't eat them, and a little excitement would keep Neil on his toes. Karl nodded to the dragon. All right, you might as well start opening the portals, and we can get started on collecting the guests. The Chaos Dragon looked like he had just given her a present, and then Karl's vision blurred, and he found himself standing in the Archbishop's office in the Golden Dragon Nation capital, with two panicked faces staring back at him. Ah, perfect timing. Gentlemen, I believe that you received an invitation to my wedding. Supreme Lady Matilda has sent me to start picking up the guests from this continent for the festivities. Karl greeted King Axel and Ahmad. Then he frowned and looked around. Shouldn't the Archbishop be here? This is his office. We can grab him at the same time. Ahmad took one slow breath, then began to relax. Karl, he asked slowly. That's when it dawned on him. He had forgotten to transform back into his natural human appearance. Oh right, I got too used to being transformed. Yes, it's me. Karl returned to human form and changed into a casual suit of Ray's creation, with golden dragons embroidered down the left sleeve. You really have mastered the art of giving people heart attacks, haven't you? But I'm afraid that the position of Archbishop is open at the moment, as they are conducting discussions on which of the new totem-ranked members of the clergy are best suited for the position. Ahmad explained. Karl shrugged. Well, then that saves us finding one more dignitary. I do still need to find Othello, Nacht, and Misty, though? Oh, and I was told that the Drake Rider Kenichi should be around here somewhere. King Axel gave him a confused look. First, how did you know that? Second, how are you so powerful at totem rank? Matilda told me he would be here somewhere. But how do you know I'm powerful? I haven't done anything. Karl replied. You really can't tell? I can feel the oppression from your aura as you stand there. It's like standing next to a mana vein lodestone that has oppression cast on it. Just how much mana do you have? The king asked. Karl snapped his fingers. I get it now. I don't notice because I've been on the Dragon Isles, where it's more normal. What if I do this? He put up nullify as a thin barrier over himself, blocking his aura. That's just creepier. It's like you've vanished completely, even though I can see you. But it's a bit more friendly than the other way. Like you don't have system access at all. Karl shrugged. Well, I will have to work on suppressing my aura later. I just finished upgrading my mental strength, and that must have caused the effect to increase. Do you think that you could invite the others who are here in the capital to come meet with me? Or we can go find them around town. I am familiar with their scents and auras, so I should be able to find them on my own if needed. But tracking like that works better with the avatar skill activated. Avatar? What god gave you the blessing of being his avatar on this world? A sharp voice asked from the doorway. Drake Rider Kenichi. Perfect timing. I was just about to go looking for you. Karl greeted the new arrival, who he noticed had advanced from overlord to totem rank. So, the letter inviting me to your wedding wasn't a prank then? I must admit, I was shocked when it showed up in my bedroom. That was something that Karl had never thought to ask. Matilda said that she sent out the invitations after the list was finalized, but he never thought about how she was planning to get them to all the guests. With tiny portals, it would seem. What god's avatar did you become? One of the dragon gods, yes? Perhaps the laughing god? You do seem to have an affinity to chaos. The Drake Rider asked. Karl shook his head. No, the world dragon. I will have to show off the transformation later. It is quite impressive. All three men froze. Then Kenichi made a warding gesture across his chest. No way. The avatar of the world dragon has returned to the world? It can't be. The ancient legends say that is the final sign of the resurgence. Soon, the ley lines will reach their peak, and even the common workers will be system users. He murmured. That was already the case on the Dragon Isles. The residents of this continent were in for some real shocks when they met the members of the Dark Light host at the wedding. While Karl was discussing his advancements with the Golden Dragon Nation's leadership, Ray had, Night Haunter, active, and she was stalking her first wedding guest through the woods near the academy. There was a pair of mountain giant infiltrators only a few kilometers away in the woods, transformed to look like humans. They were Neil's target, but he hadn't found their traces yet. The wind had told Ray where they were, and she immediately went to investigate, thinking that the Inquisitor might be there. He wasn't. But with the mountain giants as bait, she knew where he was going to be. That made it much easier to find him. And now she was incorporeal and invisible, sneaking along behind him as she tested how close she could get before he noticed her. In order to keep the difficulty level up, she had hidden her aura as well. But she had faith in the rogue to find a way to locate her before she got close enough to touch him. Maybe she should lick him? Kara seemed to enjoy it. Ray's natural form didn't have taste buds, so she had never seen the appeal. But she could taste things in this form. Still, that was Kara's thing, and Kara already knew what totem-ranked rogue tasted like. Ray was 5 meters from Neil when he spun and struck out at the air in her direction, then paused as he activated a skill, looking for the threat he had sensed. She leapt up into a tree and let her stealth skills fade. Not bad, 5 meters away. Your depth perception is still a little off, but not bad. She informed him with a smile. Lady Ray, what brings you to the woods today? Neil asked cautiously. I came to get you for the Karl's wedding. Did you want to finish up here and go back to the academy? It's just those 2 transformed giants, right? She replied. Neil nodded. Did you find them on your way here? Ray smiled. Yes, but I left them for you. They weren't worth messing with. She motioned for silence and led the way through the woods, right to the edge of the little camp that the 2 spies had set. Neil vanished, then appeared behind the spies, ending them both with a single strike. That should do it. They have been seen stalking students from the academy lately. I don't sense any others around, and the reports were just about 2 spies. He explained. Ray shrugged. There were only ever 2 in this camp, but there might be more. The giants liked to infiltrate everything before we left. Now, did you want to go to the academy? I left my baby rogue there, and the Chaos Dragon says that we need to invite a bunch of teachers too. In that case, why don't we play tag? If we use Shadow Step, it shouldn't take more than an hour to get back. Neil suggested. Tag sounds fun. Nobody will be mad if we spend a little time to practice our skills before going back to the academy. Ray agreed, then poked the Inquisitor and flashed away. Game on. While Ray was having a grand time playing tag with Neil, Dana found herself standing outside a mansion that was somehow both shabby and new at the same time. How that had happened was a mystery. She had asked Matilda to look into it, and her family had been getting monthly transfers that should have made them wealthy, without any need to do their own chores. But the house was dirty from a recent dust storm. The yard hadn't been mowed, and the flowers were dying. She took a deep breath to steel herself for what she was likely to find, then double-checked her appearance so that she would look her best for her mother. A brisk rap at the door brought the sound of scurrying feet, and the sharp features of her mother, more lined with age and stress than she remembered, appeared in the doorway. "Dana, you're really here. It's you, isn't it?" her mother asked, pleading for it to be true. Dana wrapped her arms around the frail figure of her mother. Even with her strength restrained, it felt like she might accidentally break her. "Mom, it's good to see you again. I came to collect you for the wedding," Dana whispered. "Wedding?" her mother asked, confused. "Did you not get the invitation? I know that we delivered it," Dana asked, not understanding. Her mother shook her head. "Your father must have collected it. We're not on speaking terms lately. His last business venture was a disaster. The debt collectors take everything every month, the moment the government transfers it. He lost billions, and now he's missing. Likely off with his mistress." Dana sighed. "You know what? Come to the wedding with me, and I will get you settled at the guild house afterward. There is no need for you to stay here and suffer from his stupidity and gambling debts anymore. You will love Karl when you meet him, Mom." Dana paused as her mom broke down in tears, just holding her. "We should go. There is nothing in this house that I will miss. If they want it, they can take it," her mother insisted, her voice firm. "Perfect. I will open a portal, and we can go collect Karl's parents as well." Her mother nodded, and Dana opened a portal, then smiled as she saw a group of men who were very clearly debt collectors running down the street, calling her mother's name. Let her deadbeat father deal with his failed business debts. The collectors wouldn't follow them to the Dragon Isles. The Inquisitors arrived just as the portal closed behind them, leaving two confused members of the clergy facing a dozen irate debt collectors who had just watched their target leave. "Well, that was unexpected. Did the stranger harm the woman who lives here?" the Inquisitor asked. The debt collector shook his head. "No, she just showed up at the door, talked to her for a moment. Then they left before we could get here to ask for our overdue payment." The debt collector replied, frustrated by his inability to collect. "Thank you for your assistance. We must be on our way now," the Inquisitor replied, then stepped back through the portal to return to the cathedral. Someone would know where they went. Dana stood in front of a small house in the lithium mines housing complex, smiling at Karl's mother. "Well, who do we have here? Come in, I will put tea on. This must be your mother." "It's a pleasure to meet you, madam." Dana's mother smiled. "You can call me Wendy. We're to be family, it seems." Karl's mother smiled back at the haggard woman with her messy brown curls, so much like her daughter's. "The government assigned us new identities so that we weren't immediately linked to our son, who apparently has a knack for causing trouble. But you can call us Jake and Ella. Now, did you prefer tea or strong black coffee? There isn't often milk available at the company store, but we might be able to get some," she asked. "Black coffee is good. Thank you, Ella," Dana replied with a smile, while Wendy looked confused. "Does your son not send money back? It must be such a hardship living in a tiny mining town," she asked. Karl's mother snorted in amusement, while his father chuckled. "Oh, we stay at a place in the capital for a few months every year, during the down season, when it's too cold for the factories to properly process the lithium and the stockpile is full. But I'm the head of workers here. The town might not be glamorous, and the mines aren't a pleasant place, but it's been better now that they've got me to speak with the big boss for them. If I left, the job would go to some crony who doesn't give a damn and pockets any savings he can find. Probably plus all the bonuses and overtime pay, like the last one did." That explained a lot about why he was passionate about his work here at the mines. Things had always been, and most likely always would be, bad for the miners. But when you had managers above them who were skimming their benefits or outright embezzling from the company, things would be even worse. "I hope you booked some time off," Dana joked as the coffee brewed. Jake nodded. "Indeed. I booked it the day that I got the notice. It took a few tries to convince the boss that my Karl wasn't dead, but off on a secret government mission. But there is enough of that going on with the Inquisition and the more powerful elites that he didn't argue too hard. As if speaking about him had summoned him, There was a knock at the door, and an elderly man in a pinstriped suit stood with the mayor, a commander-rank warrior who was rapidly approaching his middle years. He had been one of the earliest successful test subjects for the elite program, and now that he was approaching 40, the years and experimental treatments were catching up with him. Overlord, welcome to Lithium Mines Village. Might we ask what brings you here today? Or is it just a social visit? The mayor began. Dana smiled and stood to shake their hands. Mayor, mine boss. It's a pleasure to formally meet you. I am actually just here to pick up my father-in-law for my wedding. You see, we're holding it in the Dragon Isles, so it simply wouldn't be feasible to invite our families to come without sending a mage to open a portal for them. Dana explained. The mine boss nodded, but the mayor froze in shock. Miss Dana? The fastest mage in history to reach commander rank? You are marrying Karl. Dana giggled. We get that response a lot. But yes, I am. 2 overlords in one family. Now that is enviable. Please accept my humble wishes for your future prosperity. The mayor replied. Actually, Karl is a totem already. That is part of the reason why I came instead of having him come collect his own parents. There are some restrictions on moving totems around the nation, you see. Dana explained. That was a fact that Karl was rapidly realizing as more people noticed the presence of another totem in the capital city. And it was about to be very hard to miss him. Totem Karl, if you would please transform and place your draconic paw on the mark at the side of the temple. That should certify your status and finish activating the features of the temple, an elderly high priest explained, his hands clutching at the gold trim of his white robes. He was one of the world dragon clerics in the capital and would have been one of the top contenders for leadership of the church if he had been more powerful. Lady Othello stood on Karl's left, waiting expectantly, with the sword he had made for her hanging from her hip, even in her ornate formal robes. She was a paladin, but politics had dragged her into the struggle for the leadership of the church, as she had also reached the totem rank. All right, I will see what I can do to bring all the functions back online. Don't worry, I have some experience with this. Karl agreed, then transformed, and let Behemoth expand his dragon form for a bit more visual shock factor. At this size, the mark on the temple roof nearly perfectly matched his foot, which Karl gently placed in the outline, then gave the temple a pulse of mana to see if it had dormant functions. It was the temple used for advancements, and it had been vital to the success of the church after he had left the continent. But when Karl started the process, runes lit up all over the surface, and the temple began to demand an enormous amount of mana. That was something that Karl could provide, even when it started to demand something more. The power of a fundamental rule. Karl's understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation wasn't complete. Far from it. But it was enough to satisfy the temple, which sent a burst of golden light high into the sky for a few seconds before the power faded. Karl nodded in satisfaction as he examined the changes. It wasn't anything new to the temple, but an improvement on what it could already do. The temple had been able to give advanced classes to those who qualified, but it should have been able to give rare classes and even reward supplicants with rare skills that had been saved in its magical memory. Now, it should be useful to everyone, right up to totem rank. But they had definitely attracted attention. A large portal opened in the courtyard, and Karl noticed that everyone was immediately on guard, including Kenichi. Through the portal, a dozen totem-ranked mages strolled, looking confident in their power and authority. Who is this? We sensed an exiled soul returning to the continent without permission. One of the mages demanded. Karl smiled down at him, fangs glistening. I am Karl, and your demand for exile no longer holds any power over me. I will go where I please. He explained in Draconic. The mages frowned, then read the nameplate over his head and looked confused. They had never seen a person with a marking on their name like that. That is not how it works. You are exiled for life from this continent. The mage insisted. Or, I could simply fly in and take one of your nations and call it my own. Then I would have the right to vote to nullify my own exile, would I not? I think that this arrangement where I simply come visit as I please will be much less work. Karl countered. Othello chuckled. Some things never changed. Whatever part of Karl's brain was responsible for telling him that he was in danger had never developed. Fear simply didn't compute for him. But Othello couldn't know that Karl really had nothing to fear from these mages. Even 10-on-1, they didn't stand a chance against him. The mages began to cast a spell, and Kara immediately nullified it, while Karl smirked at them. With the long tongue of a totem-ranked dragon, he licked a wet trail up the side of one of the mage's faces. As I said, I will do what I want. Even if you try to cast something to stop me, you can't. I suggest that you behave. I am just here to collect the guests for my wedding and to take care of some maintenance on the World Dragon's relics. Once I am done that, I will collect a few teachers from the academy and return home. Everyone will be returned in a few days, once the festivities are over. Karl explained. The mages tried individually to cast something, but Karl simply activated overwhelming presence and let the terror effect freeze their actions for a few seconds before he deactivated it. See, you're slowly learning. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Nothing. Even if I let you cast spells, you couldn't harm me, and your warriors do not have a weapon that could pierce my hide. Karl informed them smugly. The mages were definitely not happy about it, but they were realists. The man they exiled had gained an immense amount of power, and they could no longer do anything to stop him from doing what he wanted. If anyone might be able to, it would be the mythic Black Dragon, or possibly Nacht, who was one of the closest to advancement among the ancient dragons. But neither of them were strong allies of the humans, and with his form so convincingly changed, Karl might be on better terms with the dragons than they were. They were right. Drawn by the chaos and the aura of impending death, Nacht came out of seclusion within the capital temple to observe the chaos, and immediately recognized Karl. I should have known that you would have something to do with this sort of chaos. Welcome back to the Golden Dragon Nation, Nacht announced with a wry chuckle. It's a pleasure to see you again, old friend. Your niece has become a core member of my guild, and quite the indispensable part of the Overlord ranked raiding team. Karl replied. The Black Dragon smirked. To think, a Black Dragon is actually making friends. She sends me regular messages, you know. She's been working hard to surpass her namesake. Nacht wasn't wrong. Naksha had been working hard to surpass him. Not out of any sense of rivalry, though. Simply because she didn't want to be left behind if her friends advanced. She had worked hard to find them. Or, she had worked hard and suffered many disappointments until she met them, depending on how you looked at it. Because right now, she was napping and preparing to go into the dungeon as a healer and observer before Matilda sent her off to the wedding venue. Half the team had been part of Sapphire's experiments on upgrading classes, and she needed data on the improvements, while the team still needed healers. Karl turned to the group of totem-ranked foreign mages. Would you like to accompany us? I am sure we have the space to arrange for a few more guests. Weddings are a joyous occasion, and you can think of it as networking with all the totems and myths that will be there. Even the immortal regent and supreme lady Matilda will be in attendance. A real who's who of the world, really. The mages considered it for a moment, then shook their heads. No, we should return home. We will consider this a misunderstanding, and please accept our best wishes for your married life. Then, they turned and left through the portal they had entered from. King Axel cleared his throat. Have we caused enough panic and dismay in the city yet? You know that the residents can feel it when a new totem arrives, and when we all gather. So, half the lower-ranked elites are going to be in a panic by now, with all that power that was given off when you upgraded the temple. The man had a good point, but they were also going to panic when Karl took everyone away for the wedding. Maybe you should make an announcement? Something about leaving a subordinate in charge while you go to a foreign totem's wedding, Karl suggested. King Axel shook his head in dismay. Announcing that we really are leaving the capital and not just hiding our aura inside one of the instances would just encourage the giants to do something dumb and violent again. I am sure that we didn't get all the spies and traitors. Should I ask someone to come and keep a watch while we're gone? It wouldn't take much for me to hire a team of totem-ranked mercenaries to keep order in the city while we are gone. Karl offered. Kenichi chuckled at the thought. If the Dragon Isles had so many totems that there were mercenary teams for hire, perhaps being exiled there was not the punishment that they thought. It might be tough to get respect or to get settled in, but clearly Karl was living well there. Karl transformed back to human and adjusted the casual suit he had chosen for the day. Well, now that the annoyances are gone, should we head to the academy and gather more of the guests? I believe that Lady Ray and Miss Dana should both be headed there, unless they are going straight back to the Dragon Isles after they collect their first few guests. He suggested. Nacht smiled. A trip to the academy sounds fun. I haven't been there in ages. King Axel nodded. If your wedding is going to disrupt the class schedule, We should at least give the Academy the honor of a personal visit to explain why. Karl double-checked the people present. All right, we need the king, Ahmad, Othello, Nacht and Kenichi from the capital. Then I need to find Bishop Misty and the 4 Mackenzie siblings. The rest are at the Academy, or have someone already going to find them. How did you even get invitations to all these people if you don't know where they are? Ahmad asked. The Supreme Lady delivered them. It's not a big deal for someone who has surpassed immortality to deliver a few invitations around a planet she's guarded for millennia. The hard part was done by the ones who hand-wrote all the invitations. Karl explained. Nacht smiled. Then you're in luck. All 4 Mackenzie siblings are in the Academy right now. 2 as teachers, and 2 as student advisors. That really did make things easy, and Karl simply opened a portal to the front gates of the Academy, large enough for them to walk through. Wait for me, wait for me. A squeaky, youthful voice shouted as he was about to step through. Misty, it's good to see you again. Are you all ready? Or should I open a portal from the Academy back to your place? I know how it is when you get caught up with things. Karl asked. The time dragon's shimmering hair fluttered in the wind as she threw her head back and laughed. Technically, I'm not late. I got here just in time. But I've packed everything that I need. Lady Ray has new dresses for the ladies, so I won't need much. Karl nodded in understanding. Like Matilda, Misty could see both the future and the past. So, she would already know most of what was to come, and would have prepared accordingly. On the other side of the portal, a half-dozen curious teachers and staff were waiting to see who was coming through. So, when they saw that it was Karl with a strange white-haired girl who came through first, they were utterly baffled. The official story that the agency had told everyone was that he had suffered an accident and was no longer an active elite. Normally, that meant one of 3 things. Either he was dead, had joined the Inquisition, or he was out of the country on a secret mission. One of the 2 was a possibility, but seeing him come back as a totem, accompanied by so many of the nation's strongest, was enough to cause great concern. Totem, what brings you here today? The vice principal asked as Karl ushered the others through the portal. Good tidings, as it happens. You see, I have invited a number of my close friends to my wedding, which is being held overseas. So, I came to pick them up in person. I believe that one of my people is already here. You just may not have noticed her yet. Karl replied. Someone we haven't noticed? The vice principal asked. Lady Ray Bloodbath, my bonded spider. She is with Inquisitor Neil in the back training grounds. I can sense them from here, but I wouldn't expect you to. They're sneaky like that. Karl explained. The vice principal took a steadying breath. At least the Bloodbath spider was with an Inquisitor. Then, another portal opened only meters away, and Dana stepped through with Karl's parents and one other woman, who Karl assumed was her own mother. The fact that she had left her father behind wasn't missed by him, but Karl wisely chose not to say anything about it, or the fact that Dana's mother was wearing a dress that Ray had made for Dana. Oh, we're all here now. Mom, Dad, it's good to see you again. Karl moved to give his mom a hug, then pulled her to his chest as he shook his father's hand. The aging miner smiled proudly at his son and motioned at the fine suit. Well, aren't you all fancy now? Looking like the mine boss himself and standing at the top of the power structure. I'm proud of you, son. Karl smiled happily. Thanks, Dad. Those simple words meant a lot to him. His dad wasn't one who easily gave out praise to anyone. Ray appeared behind Dana, where she could assess the need to upgrade the clothing of Karl's parents, and Karl laughed at the confused rogue in her arms. Sybil, it's good to see you again. How are the new ears doing? Karl asked. Still far too sensitive. But when I am working, that's a good thing. I made commander on my 2nd year, just like I promised Mistress Ray. So, they let me go out on missions and do things. Even Inquisitor Neil has been really helpful, and I'm learning so many new things now. Sybil explained. Her accent was still a little off, possibly the result of having been deaf for most of her life before Kara and Lotus fixed her ears. But Ray's baby rogue was incredibly excited about her new job. From the background, Neil winked at Karl, letting him know that she was being vetted as an inquisitorial candidate. That would actually be the perfect job for an assassin sponsored by Ray and trained by Neil. Plus, it suited her personality. Sybil had never been shy about doing what she thought needed to be done to reach her goals. Ahmad whispered something to one of the teachers, who nodded, and then gave him a thumbs up. The teachers have organized themselves as a guild, now that the system functions are coming back online. So, We can just send guild messages when we need to talk to each other. She explained. Karl nodded. That is convenient. I've got most of the craftsmen and all of the senior crafters in the Darklight host with me. We've also got a guild house set up with a guild store, so we can easily transfer crafted items around and distribute wages. He could see the teachers making notes. That function might not be online here yet, but they also simply might not have noticed it yet. With the academy being their base of operations, it would be easy enough to set it as the guild house for the teachers' guild. Then, the supply room could become the guild store. It would be a huge improvement in inventory management, as the system logged everything that was sold or stocked. But that was not Karl's problem. Ray had vanished again, and he wasn't sure where she had gone. Then, she reappeared with an arm wrapped around Morgana and an excited smile on her face. You will love this look. It's perfect for you, and I've been waiting for just the right time to be able to deliver it. Don't worry, I have more dresses for the actual wedding trip. Try it on. Ray informed the witch doctor. The outfit was a long silk corseted gown with spiderweb pattern embroidery, a gossamer caplet that had runes glowing around the edges. Not actual runecrafting runes, but additional effects added through Ray's master tailoring abilities using glowing threads. Then Ray added a thin veil and headscarf, and Morgana giggled. I feel like a princess. She laughed. Ray nodded, and Karl shrugged. You look like a princess. A goth spider princess, but still a princess. It's a good match. Bob McKenzie shook his head in dismay as he walked up to the scene. Who would have thought? After all this time, the monster man is back, and he's taught a bloodbath spider how to make clothing. Ray winked at him. Would you like me to cocoon you as well? I can make something wonderfully fashionable. The warrior shook his head. Perhaps a suit for the wedding, but I'm good for now. Slowly, the other guests made their way across the grounds. Everyone had been in the middle of teaching a class, other than Doug McKenzie, who was working in the infirmary and had to finish healing a broken leg before he came over. Kara came out of her space to greet all the new people, and then settled on climbing up Doug, who was happy to carry her, so she didn't have to look up to see what was going on. Karl made a round of greetings before everyone went over to congratulate Dana on the wedding. I can't believe that it's actually happening. Did you know that when you were still here at the academy, there was a betting pool on whether you two would end up together by the time that you graduated? I suppose that you would have graduated by now, so the pool would be decided. But still, we need to get a bard here to write out your story. Jill, Dana's former personal tutor from the Bureau of Elite Development, joked. Dana smiled back at her. I would say that it's a big win. Look how far we've come. Who would have thought that in just these few years since we joined the academy, we would be an overlord and a totem, running a guild branch on the Dragon Isles with over 100 craftsmen working under us. The teachers all looked suitably impressed by his accomplishments, but Daniel and Alice, the pair who had been assigned by the Bureau to guide Karl, began to laugh. Did you know that we actually followed through with the Lightning Sero farm in your name? They have a herd of over 100 now, and the techniques that you left behind have allowed an entire force of beast rangers to rise among the senior rangers. Alice explained. Thor would be overjoyed to hear that. I wasn't sure what would happen to that investment after I disappeared from the country, but to think that they not only followed through, but named it after me. That's impressive. Karl replied. They did more than that. The housing development you funded was built near the farm, and it's become a training retreat for green dragon clerics, nature lovers, and rangers. Nearly 2,000 people live there now. Colonel Valerie oversees it, for obvious reasons, but I think that she actually enjoys living there with so much nature around her. Alice added. Karl shrugged. I can't blame her. Living among nature is always pleasant. I spend most of my time inside the city now, and it's a relaxing outing to go into the wilderness for reasons that don't involve combat. That made the teachers laugh. There was nothing in the wilderness that didn't involve at least the risk of combat. But when you were both at the totem rank in Karl, you could probably go out and pet a wild monster for fun. The green dragon clerics would be jealous. Hopefully, he never taught that trick to them. They would be unstoppable menaces to society. Little did they know, it was already too late. Lotus knew. If not friend, why friend-shaped? With that skill on her side, nearly everything became pettable. Should we prepare lunch? Or are you all leaving right away? The vice principal asked. We're actually heading out right away. It wouldn't do to keep the Supreme Lady waiting. Plus, I've got dozens of guild messages that I've been ignoring from the crafting team and about custom orders from the guild's alliance members for their raiding teams. Karl sighed. A guild alliance? Raiding teams? Bob McKenzie asked eagerly. Oh, I have so much to tell you. The dungeons around Drod, my new hometown, are royal and monarch ranked, so I'm sure that we can arrange for some of the guests to go through them later. But in Xylas, entire teams of 40 overlords or totems will join together to clear more powerful dungeons. It's quite the sight, and the need for gear is never-ending. Karl explained. Bob smiled. Well, perhaps we don't have to rush back right after the wedding. The vice principal looked pained. He didn't object to letting the teachers take some vacation time to attend a wedding, but how was he going to get them back afterward if Karl was going to offer them unlimited access to a dungeon on their level? Even though Karl had graduated, he was still giving them headaches. We are going to need our teachers and leaders back, Totem. I understand that everyone is excited about getting to see new places, but there is a power balance to maintain. Please understand. The vice principal pleaded. It was a sad sight to have such an elderly mage pleading to have his employees returned, and it softened even Karl's heart a little to see it. You know, now that the balance between the continents is starting to restore itself, to some minor degree, I could probably arrange for a regular portal route between Drod and the Academy. It would allow the strongest teachers to continue to advance, and it would give a reason for royal and monarch-ranked elites to return to the Academy, where you could try to shame them into helping out. Karl offered. The vice principal looked immediately relieved. Most of the teachers have reached royal rank already. The power advancements have made huge gains for the Academy, but we also send them to the commander rank dungeon as often as we are able so that they don't fall behind in their growth. He agreed. Royal rank was considered below average in strength for the Dragon Isles, but there were dungeons suitable for them near Drod. The best one was for the monarchs, but that was fine too. Then, once they got more teachers and elites to overlord rank, they could start spreading them out. Why don't you just make them a trial? You can just set it to adjust to the power level of the person who enters. Kara suggested. She was very fond of her new skill, and if Karl carved it into a large stone, they could make a super fancy gift for the Academy. Kara has a good idea. If we delay returning for a bit, I can make you a trial ground for the Academy. I know that you had an awakened dungeon nearby now, but I can make one that will be good all the way up to Overlord rank, though it might not be as good without the dungeon's rewards. Karl added. That got the attention of everyone. You can make a trial ground? Like a repeatable test? Ahmad asked. Karl nodded. Yes, and I am quite sure that I can tailor it to adjust to the power level of the ones who enter, so that it's always a challenge, until they get too powerful for my abilities. The Catman mage nearly purred in satisfaction when he heard that. If the standard was that the team entering had to be weaker than Karl, wouldn't that be nearly everyone in the entire nation? If he went in alone, he wasn't sure that he could beat Karl. So, if Karl could make a whole dungeon on his level, even the leaders of the Golden Dragon Nation would be able to refine their skills in his trial ground. Just how powerful would these monsters be? Ahmad asked, just to confirm. Karl winked at him. Not more powerful than my current golems. But I do have the Greater Golem and Epic Golem spells. Oh, I suppose I could put an undead army in there as well. Those things are great opponents because they come in larger numbers. The mage gave him an envious look, and Karl chuckled. I will see about getting you a copy of the skill books later. I'm sure that the Blue Dragons would go crazy over it. I'm surprised that they don't have you locked up until you make them more books. Rita joked from the back of the crowd. Rita, come up here. I have a present for you. The warrior came forward cautiously, and Karl spent a half-second deciding what path was best for her. She was an agility-type warrior now, so nothing too brute force. That sort of new class wouldn't suit her. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, hematoxic strikes, will be transferred to the loyal soldier Rita. Hematoxic strikes, wounds from physical strikes inflicted by the user will not heal naturally. Rita smiled, and her eyes went vacant as she entered the class selection menu. Tank watched the process with a frown on his face. You just taught her a new skill, didn't you? I can sense the bias toward pretty ladies from here. Karl laughed. Come over here, and I will give you something good, too. It's not a pretty lady exclusive skill. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, Elemental's Wrath, will be transferred to the pork rind enthusiast tank. Elemental's Wrath, EU Epic Grade Transformation Skill. Grants limited invulnerability, adds 250% fire damage to all attacks, causes Berserk, increasing strength by 100%. That was not a descriptor that Karl had ever expected to see. How much did you have to like a snack before the system would name it as part of your personality? Even Lotus didn't get a snack or sweet-related nickname. Tank roared in victory and transformed into a 3-meter-tall flaming elemental made of black volcanic stone. Then, he grew again, to 4 meters tall as he activated the rest of his enraged-type skills. Bob McKenzie sighed. He will be insufferable now. You know that, right? With the ability to set himself on fire, he will never lose another grappling match. Karl frowned at his old friend. Has he ever lost a grappling match in the first place? Ahmad cleared his throat and Karl shrugged. Sorry, I'll have to get to you later. I've hit my 2 use a day limit for the skill, but I will get you more golems soon. Now, where should I put up a trial ground here? Do we have an unused building site? Maybe somewhere that's undergoing renovations. If he just kept handing out skills, they would never leave. But Dana could also help him with the skill books later if he was going to keep up the act. They had built a huge number of new buildings at the academy in the last few years, so there really should be somewhere that he could add just one more. The old mage training grounds are unused right now. You know, the ones where you used to go with Hawk to harass water mages. Rita suggested. Hawk laughed from his nest. Picking on water mages was fun. Karl stopped at the training grounds and wrapped his arm around his mother. Would you like to see something incredible? I know that most of this is overwhelming, but I swear that it's actually pretty cool once you're used to it. He whispered. His mother shook her head in dismay. You left me as a skinny teenage boy starting puberty, and now look at you. Taller than your father, all muscles, and such a strong elite that even the headmaster of the school is polite to you. The other elites began to chuckle, and Rita leaned over to whisper in her ear. You probably can't tell with their auras restrained, but Karl is most likely the most powerful person standing here. And not just in raw strength, he's got incredible wealth and valuable skills as well. The place he went to after he left the Golden Dragon Nation has magic beyond anything that we have ever seen here. She explained quietly. Karl's mother looked to him for confirmation, and Karl shrugged, then picked up Kara to pet the badger's back. Kara here could likely beat up half the academy on her own. But power isn't everything. I would like to think that I've built up a reputation that would make you proud as well. Karl insisted. Dana snickered at the idea. Yes, Karl had a reputation all right. Whether it was a good one or not depended on who you asked. But there was no denying that he was highly valued for his skills and power. Karl gathered mana to cast Earth Manipulation, but Tion and Opal were getting excited about helping, so Karl didn't cast the spell himself. Instead, he channeled the mana to the pair of reclusive beasts who had a grand vision of what a trial tower should look like. Opal had seen the Gothic cathedrals of the capital today, and while they weren't the most popular of architecture, this was called the Golden Dragon Nation, and nothing else looked like it should have a dragon perched on the roof. They were simply the most suitable style of architecture for the location, according to Opal. So, they built a 5-story cathedral with a large belfry that would be the main trial tower structure. Illusionary Domain was limited in how much she could expand a space, so the tower portion would be mostly stationary trials. But in the cathedral area, she could create something more like a dungeon or large combat field. All right, we have a list of things we need added to stones. Opal informed Karl before presenting a list in her space for him to make. Some of the spells needed elemental affinity to the material for stability, so Karl took out stones from storage and began carving them as everyone watched, then placing them back in Opal's space. The parts that only needed enough power for the desired ability, he just created with earth manipulation and runecrafting directly in Tion's space, so the fox could drop them in the spots he wanted them as they constructed the ornate cathedral-themed structure. The belfry tower actually had a dragon made of stone wrapped around it, extending over the top, where victorious challengers would be able to exit the trials. Ooh, we should have lights or something, so people can watch and see how many trials the current challenger has finished. We already wanted to make them harder with every victory, so there should be a ranking. Tion suggested. Light up dragon scales. That's almost as good as glowing feathers. Hawk suggested. Good idea. That's an easy spell with holy light. I can add that to the building as I finish it. Tion cheered. Kara returned to her space to assist with setting up the challenges, and because her assistance would be needed to properly randomize the trials and rewards. Karl knew the randomize spell, and that could be added to a runic item designed to make gifts, But with chaotic zone, it would be so much better. Karl's parents watched in awe as he created an entire cathedral in front of them in the course of 10 minutes. That sort of power was unlike anything that they had ever considered possible. They had heard that elites could destroy massive areas with their attacks, but nobody had ever mentioned that they could simply construct massive works of architectural mastery with pure willpower and magic. Plus, when had Karl learned about architecture? It surely hadn't been long enough for him to get an engineering degree. If either of them were well versed in architectural engineering, they would have known that he clearly didn't have one. The building existed despite the laws of nature, and the strength of regular stone should not have supported this design. But the true wonders were hidden inside and waiting for Karl to finish the spells. Karl wove illusionary domain and chaotic zone together into one spell effect, imbued into the inner walls of the building. The level of mana use had alerted totems all over the continent that something big was happening at the academy, but after the first group of mages had visited, they had passed the message that an exile had returned to collect guests for his wedding. So, while they were desperately curious as to what was going on, none immediately made a move to visit the academy. Not even the Emperor of Newbon, though he knew exactly which of the exiles had returned for a visit, and he sensed a strangely familiar presence with him. He was going to have to talk to his bonded weapon. She had definitely been up to no good at some point, because not just anybody could obtain a haint claw. If it was all grown up and at totem rank, it was likely to be nearly uncontrollable, so he wasn't too worried yet. But he was certain that Karl was in for a tough time when that sapling of a living weapon gained sentience. A haint claw sapling that was currently napping in his mental space, because construction projects didn't interest her nearly as much as destruction projects and challenges did. Sitting in a room down the hall, Leafa giggled at his silly notions. It wasn't that sentient weapons couldn't be controlled. It was just that her wielder was a boring jerk, and she didn't want to see his face. The totems watched in silence as Karl finished the trial tower. Or perhaps this one should be called a trial cathedral, given the shape. Either way, it was definitely shaping up to be a proper trial, and when Karl began to finalize the spells, he found that he was missing a vital aspect for the effect. "Mom, I'll need to step away for just one moment. I need to use a transformation skill to finish the work," he explained. While she didn't understand what he meant, she still let Karl leave her with Dana as he moved to a large open area. Then, the shocking part began. The sun that she had raised since childhood vanished, replaced by a gigantic golden dragon. The power around him surged, and Karl finalized the spells over the building using the additional blessings granted by the avatar form, then transformed back and nodded in satisfaction. The combination of spells had worked perfectly, and there was a proper trial ground here. Not a dungeon, but a trial. Anyone who entered had 8 hours to complete as much of the trial as they could, and if they were severely injured, they would be ejected. If they were starting out at Overlord rank or lower, that should be more than enough because the top power setting was in the higher end of the totem rank. For those stronger, it would be more of a prolonged sparring session after they reached the power cap. But that was a good trial as well, because it would still help them gain skill points and master their abilities, both mental and physical. Wonderful. That is one trial ground completed. If you would like to send someone in, you can make sure that it is working properly. Maybe not one of the people who are coming to the wedding, though. The trial can last up to 8 hours, and that sort of delay would be a bit inconvenient today. Karl explained. That made the others laugh. Yes, it would be inconvenient for them all to wait for someone who is inside a trial for 8 hours. We have plenty of options. Is it an individual or group trial? The vice principal asked. Individual. Though, if you're in a group using the system function, it should let you all enter at once. The vice principal nodded, then motioned for one of the teachers watching in the background to come forward. Overlord Joram, please give the new trial a test. Keep us updated as much as possible while you're inside, so we know what to expect. He instructed. The Ranger class teacher came forward, but Karl halted him for a second. The trial will not be identical for everyone. I set it to randomize the trials, but they're set by difficulty. At first, they will be fairly easy, but with every victory, you will receive more difficult opponents. There are 2 entrances to the trial ground, but they both lead to the same trial. Once you're inside, you will understand. Karl explained. Got it. Joram called out his bonded partner, and Karl chuckled when he saw that it was a wind speed hawk. One of the stronger partners that a regular ranger class could get, but still common rank. The ranger vanished into the trial, and Karl realized that he could still sense him. The spell was complete and self-sustaining, with the building as one giant magical artifact, but he was still linked to it as its creator, and he could sense what was going on inside. If he could grant that sort of access to another person, it would really help the teachers. But Karl hadn't added any such function, and it was too late now. Well, he could have Opal replay the events inside. But that wasn't the same, and the great advantage to a private trial was that you could go all out without worrying that others would see your hidden tricks and true power. When Joram entered, he was in a virtual waiting area, where he could choose to enter the combat grounds or the ranked trial tower. The first option sounded more like a group event to him, so Joram chose the ranked trial tower, and Kara began to celebrate. This was her favorite part, and it gave them a chance to make sure that the reward function was working. If it worked properly, every time you set a new personal record, you would get an item suitable to your accomplishments. None of them were set to be excessively powerful, but with randomize used on the reward function, there was a measure of divine intervention involved. So, if an awakened contestant managed to fight at the middle of ascended rank, or a similarly improbable feat, the reward might be much more than a simple ascended rank item suitable to their class or progression. They had put as many things in there as possible, and then set the trial to randomize and duplicate them as rewards. So, it could be jewelry, armor, clothing, weapons, resources, or even an advancement potion. Chaotic Zone was perfect for this sort of application, and when Karl paired it with randomize, even the Chaos Badger got excited. Joram finished the first 2 fights quickly, as they were at the high end of Monarch rank, and he was already an overlord. But after only 30 minutes, with 8 scales on the dragon that encircled the tower lit up, he was beginning to struggle. The trial had given him an overlord-ranked lightning Sero as an opponent, and he was struggling to break its defenses without getting gored or run over. It looks like the trials really do get more difficult. It has been some time since a new scale lit up. Tank noted. Nak smiled. He's fighting for his life in there. I can sense enough fluctuation from the trial to know that what he is facing now is high overlord ranked. The teachers all turned to the black dragon, who sighed, and began to explain how to sense the fluctuations of a magical item in use. It wasn't a hard thing for a black dragon, but not everyone had that level of magical affinity. The mages got it quickly enough, though. Once the Sero fell, and Joram had taken a rest to get back his mana and heal, the trial gave him a peak overlord-ranked Crocolisk. And that was the end of his run. Joram was battered as he exited the trial, where the clerics immediately healed him. That trial is cruel. At first, I thought it was going to be all right. But at the end, it was just picking on me. However, I did get a reward. He informed them with an exhausted smile on his face. A reward? So, we should send priority members first, before the rewards are gone. The vice principal asked. Karl shook his head. No, I set a bunch of reward templates in the trial. It is actually making random rewards on its own, based on performance and the will of the gods. That is truly impressive. Is that something that you have learned in the Dragon Isles? Perhaps you were exiled to a true paradise. Nacht asked. Karl shook his head. I actually learned it on the Nia continent, when Supreme Lady Matilda sent me to look into the restrictions on system activation that are still present there. Never mind. Just having to deal with that woman gives me a headache. Karl chuckled at the dragon's immediate change of heart. But soon, he would realize that she was their wedding planner, and everyone was going to be under her supervision, since she was the only one who knew all of the plans. Everyone else knew a part that was relevant to them, but she was the one with the master plan and the future sight to keep things from going wrong. Should we call for pickup? Dana asked. It would be getting late in the Dragon Isles, and they'd managed to collect everyone that they came looking for in just one day. That was much better than expected, and it would give them at least a few days to prepare for the ceremony itself once they were in place. Matilda had been collecting all the guests from the Dragon Isles, and with her efficiency, they should be the last to arrive. Mostly because she was unlikely to listen to complaints that they were busy with something else when she came looking for them. Matilda's original idea had been simply to perform a summoning ritual, which would pull every guest on the continent to her at the same time. But after a common-sense intervention by Tessa, who had reminded her that someone might be in the privy or naked in bed when she performed the ritual, she had vowed to give them all warning. Matilda, could you open a portal? We've got all the guests from the Golden Dragon Nation collected, Karl messaged. Of course. I'm just cleaning up a minor issue here first. Karl frowned. Has someone been causing trouble? The Blue Dragon has an issue with my schedule, and she decided to fight me when I took her notepad away. The Chaos Dragon replied. That had to mean Sapphire, but Karl could see any of the Blue Dragon priestesses starting a fight if someone interrupted their study time. Tell her that she can work on the guests that we're bringing from the Golden Dragon Nation. Some of them have advanced already, but we've still got some who have not. Karl replied. Yes, that calmed her for a moment. I will open the portal now. The portal she opened led to what looked like something between a fantasy wonderland and a fever dream, just a touch wrong, in a way that Karl couldn't quite place. It was most likely in the Chaos Plane, but he had to admit that it was beautiful, well suited to hosting weddings. Welcome guests. My name is Matilda, and I will be your host for the duration of your stay. Please, follow me this way to the lodging, she declared, while the guests stared at Karl with a look that conveyed their absolute reluctance to go along with the strange dragon. She looked friendly enough, but her smile was a bit too much like the smile that a fat man gives a whole cake. Predatory joy. Everyone stared at the surreal scenes all around them, and then hundreds of small flying creatures, possibly fairies and pixies, but not like any picture of them that Karl had ever seen before, appeared to guide guests to their rooms. Lady Ray has prepared evening wear for you all, and I have planned a lovely evening at the hot springs and spas for everyone. You can trust that your assigned guides will take wonderful care of you. Do not worry about their size. Their magic is enough to solve any sort of issue you might have. Matilda instructed. Karl extended soul sight and found that there were already dozens of people on the other side of what must be their hotel. They were lounging in natural springs, and Karl wondered how he could have forgotten to add those to his tiny space. He had a wonderful lake and a flowing river, but both were cool and refreshing. The polar opposite of the sort of relaxation you got from a hot spring. Perhaps he should add one on the back side of the house, up in the hills and out of sight of the majority of the space. Ray handed Karl a bathrobe, which he swapped into as they entered the building, headed for the showers, so they were clean before they entered the hot springs. Men to the right, ladies to the left. No mixed bathing today. The tiny flying creature following Karl around insisted. Karl winked at the little creature. So, there might be mixed bathing later? Its laughter was like the tinkling ring of wind chimes, but with an otherworldly echo that seemed to shake the soul. There is a private hot spring in the honeymoon suite, sir. The little creature winked at him, then giggled and began to fly circles around his head. Matilda had done a wonderful job planning this outing, but Karl still had one important question. Where exactly are we? He asked. This is the Fey realm. Lady Matilda wanted to hold it at her own estate, but not all of the guests would be comfortable in the Chaos realm, especially with so many chromatic dragons present. So, the decision was made to hold it on this plane instead. Karl nodded in understanding, then remembered that he actually had a skill suited to traveling to places like this. Planeswalker, World Dragon Patron Exclusive Skill. 100 points. Allows portals to open between adjacent realms the user is familiar with. It hadn't mattered before because he hadn't been anywhere but the Chaos realm, and he was able to leave there easily enough, thanks to his affinity for the fundamental rule of chaos. But being here was more like being on a whole other world, not nearly as easy to simply come and go from. The men's side of the hot springs were already rowdy when Karl arrived because someone had made a joke about the dwarves accidentally drowning in the bath if they sat down, and that turned into an argument about proportionate anatomy. Karl's dad walked in behind him and chuckled at the sight. You know, for all that has changed, it's good to see that you didn't forget your own people. Even though they're so much more powerful than any of the miners, it's still the same rowdy lot as you grew up with. He whispered. From the edge of the springs, Slate Petros laughed. Come and sit, Senior Karl. Let me tell you about the dwarven mines. Karl's dad removed his robe, then got a shocked look on his face when it actually vanished. Oh, that is new. The little Fey's voice rang in Karl's mind. Indeed, it was. His father had just gained a system interface when he tried to remove an equipable item in the Fey realm. And he was a warrior. Of course, he was. Interesting. The system can still activate here, as long as it's a system-linked item. I didn't even know that was possible. Matilda cheered from right behind Karl, making most of the others jump. The dragon was in the form of a mature and extremely busty elven woman today, wearing a towel around her body, as was the custom for ladies outside the actual bath. The men were much less modest, and Karl's dad was shocked at the intrusion. "Madam, I believe that this is the men's bath." He stammered. "It's fine. I just came over to see how you had activated a system interface when we're not on the right planet. Sit, relax. This will only take me a few minutes," she declared, then tossed her towel to one of the small flying fae and pulled him down into the springs. Jake looked scandalized as he turned to his son, but Karl just shrugged. "Neither dragons nor elves are usually body shy, but you will enjoy learning about the dwarven minds. They're absolutely incredible, and they have some excellent worker practices that might work well at home." Jake sighed, then did his best to ignore the naked woman who was intently staring at him. Thor waved as he came into the springs, and a surprising number of the guests greeted him in return. Thor was still the king of making new friends, and they had arrived a full day earlier than Karl had, giving him plenty of time to get to know everyone before the bride and groom got to the venue. "Karl, welcome back. You're going to love this place. There are so many fun new people, and they even have a training ground," Thor announced. "Oh, somewhere with smashing poles." Thor chuckled and nodded. "Indeed. I was sparring with a group of young Fey warriors earlier in my natural form. They are quite skilled." Lord Drod chuckled. "Mostly, they're good at not getting stepped on. The Fey are notoriously agile, beyond what should be physically possible. Just trying to catch them to hit them is hard enough. Thor has an advantage in that his attacks all hit a large area, so the Fey have to dodge more than just his foot. But even then, they put him through his paces. I've never seen a behemoth move like that before." Thor thumped his chest proudly. "I practiced all my life to smash targets, but the Fey are the trickiest ones I've found yet." His praise made all their hosts glimmer with sparkling lights, similar to the effect that opal gave off in the sunlight. It gave the baths an extra layer of relaxing effects, and Karl heard Lotus complaining on the other side of the dividing wall that the boys were getting all the good stuff. In her mind, that was completely unacceptable, and Karl suspected that the Green Dragon Priestess would be pushing for mixed bathing tomorrow, just so that she didn't miss out on sparkly Fae. Her complaints did earn the other side of the bath a short light show, as the Fae's amusement at her antics spread through the bathing area. The men's side of the bath chuckled as Lotus' complaints turned to cheering, and Karl's father turned to ask him about the commotion. "Is that the child of one of your friends? Or is it just a particularly excitable sort of lady?" "The latter. She is a green dragon cleric, and her love of all things fluffy, sparkly, and even remotely huggable has been cranked up to an extreme degree. She's an incredible healer, though. There are very few things that she can't cure in a few seconds, and she can even heal a whole section of a battlefield or an entire neighborhood at the same time," Karl explained. Jake chuckled. "We met one of them in town last year. Quite the character. The first thing that she asked us was if we had seen a dire bear nearby. She had never seen one in person and wanted to see if they were actually as aggressive as she had been told." Neil sighed and shook his head. "I remember that one. We had to send a team to rescue her when she actually found the dire bear, and it chased her all the way to a farming village trying to recover its cub." The dragons present all snickered at the man's exasperated tone. That sort of behavior was 100% on par for a green dragon cleric, especially if she had heard that there was a way for certain classes to bond magical beasts. After an hour of socializing in the hot springs, the host informed them that it was time for the midday meal. Karl hadn't considered the time difference when they had arrived, but it was at least manageable. Everyone simply changed into comfortable loose robes provided by the hotel, and Karl waited by the changing room for Dana to come out. But she did not come out alone. Button and Lyric were with her, brought from the tiny world by Kara, along with an older supervisor that Karl didn't recognize, but that Dana apparently did. The little dragon and Lotus were animatedly discussing the various ways that you could use plant growth spells, while Button held hands with Dana, so she didn't get lost. Ophelia smirked when she saw that Karl had noticed them, and took Lotus' hand with a sly wink, then walked beside Dana, so the short people could continue to talk. It looked a bit odd to see them both talking and gesturing with just one hand, because someone was holding their other, but the guests found it absolutely adorable. "Are you adopting a baby dragon after I told you that you couldn't have a dragon egg?" Knack joked when he saw the scene. "She lives in a tiny world that I created. She's become attached to Dana, and to anyone else who will spend time with her while everyone else is busy," Karl whispered back. Then he realized something. I've actually obtained a number of dragon eggs lately. There was a group of dragon hunters from another world who were capturing dragons and breeding them for combat, similar to the Drake Riders, but I didn't see any signs that they were riding them, just causing them to go berserk and accompany their forces to attack. The Black Dragon frowned. I have heard of them. There were some in Nubon not long ago, but the Emperor and General teamed up to eliminate them. It was quite the pain, as they brought a number of berserk dragons with them. What did you do with the dragons that they had trained? Karl shrugged. I just broke the spells on them and let them free on the Nia continent. They'll have to figure things out from there on their own. But there were a number of leftover eggs whose mothers were not present or not willing to claim them. So, I brought them into the tiny world and placed them in an appropriate environment for their development. I have a group of druids and nature priestesses, the group that Button belongs to, caring for them until they hatch. Nak nodded slowly. And then what? And then I have 200 baby dragons. Karl asked hopefully. Nak rolled his eyes in dismay. I will arrange for someone to come collect them after they hatch. We can take them to the church, or specifically a red dragon orphanage for raising. The first few years can be a bit chaotic, but plenty of dragons are raised in them, so we have the experience. Karl smiled. Why didn't I think of that? I can just recruit more red dragon clerics for the job. I've already got some in the workspace in Drod. I volunteered them some extra space in exchange for having the older orphans work the market while they look for full-time work. Naksha crept up beside them and bumped shoulders with her uncle. He's slowly collecting them all. All we need now are gold, bronze, and white. We've even got a silver dragon living at the Drod Guild house because he wanted to study the experiment that the blue dragons are doing. She greeted them. Karl smiled at her, then realized that the dragons smelled different than he remembered. You're about to reach totem rank. He realized. Naksha nodded. Indeed. Being with the Darklight host has been good for me. I'm years ahead of schedule. By the time that the wedding is over, I should be there. And I've got a solid start on my power matrix, so I shouldn't slow down too much after I advance. Nak smiled at his niece. It's good to see you again. At least the Karl has someone reasonably responsible looking out for him. She giggled and winked at him. I'm not the responsible one. That would be either Tessa or Librarian Sapphire. That dragon is absolutely driven to organize things. You should see how tidy the library in the guild house is now. She thoroughly organized the tomes after she arrived. Originally, we just had them separated by themes onto shelves. Now they're in the proper dragon library organizational order by title and age. Nak poked her in the side. By Librarian Sapphire, do you mean? Yep, that one. The myth who refused to pick a trade skill. She's actually got one now, though. Karl granted her runecrafting, and she's been doing wonderful things with it. But mostly, she's been making skill books to help with her mission to eliminate the base warrior class from Overlord and higher ranks. Naksha laughed. That made the old dragon laugh. I should have known that the day she finally left the library to accomplish something other than training generations of blue dragons to organize books, she would pick something so absolutely insane. Naksha shook her head. Oh, I wouldn't call it insane. It's actually working. They've converted hundreds of them so far, mostly into paladins and crusaders. But they've also created some blood knights, advanced berserker classes, and one mystic blade master. That one shocked everyone. But a warrior managed to learn a monk's fighting style on his own and asked to try to learn lightning bolt. Somehow, it actually worked, and he got a new class. We suspect it's because he's a lightning affinity dragonkin, but they are waiting until they can replicate the phenomenon to prove the theory. Nak frowned at Karl. You really are a bad influence, you know that, right? Even after they sent you to the Dragon Isles, you're still causing chaos. Kara preened with pride, and Karl smirked at the black dragon. Did I ever tell you the story of how I managed to defeat a mythic-ranked warrior in a one-on-one guild duel? Sitting at dinner, the conversation was lively, and Opal had colluded with Matilda to have multiple illusionary screens playing back dozens of interesting scenes from Karl and Dana's lives. The crowd was enthralled by the spectacle, as most of them had been present for at least one of the events shown, and Opal had tactfully skipped over the private moments when she created the montage. Well, most of them. Karl could see that there were a few touching scenes included, including one from just the other day, when they were sitting on the mountaintop and meditating while Button slept on Karl's lap. Who are the cat and the fox? I don't see them here. Karl's father asked quietly. That's me and Dana. It's a transformation skill, and the furred form really is more comfortable to relax in. The temperature control is spectacular, like being in the upper levels of the mine, where it's not too hot, but never gets cold. Karl explained. Jake's eyes lit up in joy as he realized that all those scenes were actually his son, and not something that he was present for or had helped orchestrate. Some of them he couldn't understand, either because the sight was too bizarre or because the superhuman physical abilities made it impossible for his eyes to keep up. But now that he knew who all the people were in the scenes, it made much more sense. The servers at dinner were all elves, and they giggled as they saw Lyric sitting next to Dana with a cloth napkin tucked in her collar. It was the only way to convince Button not to continually remove her own. But though the elf appeared to be barely a teenager, she was closer to 40 years old in human years. Far too old to not know how to eat without making a mess. Button was intent on disassembling her dinner so that she could identify every single ingredient. Most of them didn't grow anywhere that she had ever been, but the food was wonderful and she needed answers. Why don't we ask if you and Lotus can talk to the cook after dinner? They will be able to tell you all the right ratios to recreate the meal, Karl suggested. Button paused her disassembly and smiled. I get to bring Sister Lotus? Karl nodded. She has a skill known as mystic cooking, and I believe that it might be necessary to create these dishes. The flying fae overhead giggled. Oh, he got it right the first time. He's good. It wasn't just the foreign ingredients. Part of the taste was also the magic that went into the creation. One of the flying fae landed on top of Karl's wine glass and waved to get his attention. Do you really have people who can use mystic cooking? She asked. Karl nodded. Out of the ones here, I think there are just 2 of them, but yes. I must tell the cook. They love to discuss food with people who actually understand. Then the fae was gone, just a streak of shimmering light as she raced off toward the kitchen. You just make friends everywhere that you go. Dana laughed as the fae flying overhead all began to chatter about the prospect of new foods from the kitchen after the cook met Lotus. The meal wasn't all vegetarian, which was surprising to Karl, but on closer inspection, not all of the fae were vegetarian. The elves had either mushroom or tofu dishes in place of the meat dishes, but some of the fae servants could be seen snacking on what looked like chicken wings as they waited for their skills to be needed again. Plates were cleared, and a round of coffees were brought out by the staff for those who wanted them. Nobody was in a hurry to go anywhere. They were all well relaxed from the hot springs, and the staff had promised them that there were more fun activities later. Fun being a relative term. They had obstacle courses, training grounds, hiking trails, an aerial exploration route, a full-service spa, luxury shopping, and even an amusement park. Ophelia said that she will take me, Lotus, and Button for a nature hike, so we can see all the new plants. Lyric announced as Karl tried to decide how to spend his day. Dana smiled. I will take our mothers for a spa day. It shouldn't take more than 6 or 8 hours. Unless we fall asleep in the spa. Karl saw that his dad was deep in discussion with the dwarves about the merits of various mining techniques, so he chose to leave them to it for now. I think that I will head for the training grounds with some of the others, and then bring Father and the dwarves to the tavern. Fae liquor promises to be a new experience. He agreed. A few of the Fae laughed. The dwarves had a grudge against the elven wine that was the most popular alcoholic beverage in the Fae realms. But there were other options, and none of them would ever be considered the equal to dwarven ale. At least not by the dwarves. Fortunately, there were dwarves in the Fae realm, so they did have it available. But if Karl was looking for a new experience, he was unlikely to find one with that particular group. Even his father smelled like he was a good part dwarf to the Fae. But before they could say anything, Karl was already off to the training grounds, where the majority of the demons and dragons had gone to compete with each other. Even Sapphire was there. Whether that was for the eye candy, or because she wanted technical data for an experiment was unclear. However, she was in attendance, and sitting in the bleachers. Karl, are you going to join us? We're having a wrestling match. No skills, no flying, no striking. Lord Drod asked. Karl smiled. Sounds fun to me. Just let me standardize my size a little. Being short and strong is an unfair advantage in a grappling match. While Karl transformed and prepared for a bit of sport, Dana led a group of women into the spa area. Ladies, prepare to be pampered. Matilda has promised me that this is one of the greatest resources of the entire facility, and her skills in party planning are legendary. Dana announced. An aged elven woman smiled at them as they entered. Ah, the wedding party, including the mothers. The Supreme Lady informed us that you would be along soon. Now, would you like to start light, or would you like the full experience? Dana shrugged. We might as well go all out. How often will we even have the opportunity to come back here, right? That made the old elf laugh. Well, if you live as long as I have, there will surely be more chances. But I hear that your groom is an avatar of the world dragon. It shouldn't be hard for him to return here in the future. Now, would you like to start from the hair down, or the feet up? Karl's mom shrugged. Feet up sounds good. I spend far too much time on my feet, and they can always use a bit of loving. My husband, bless his heart, is still terrible at giving a foot massage, even after 2 decades of practice. He still tried. Every time they had a day off, he would attempt to pamper her. But years in the mines had numbed his hands, and he had no concept of what was too hard or too soft. She didn't criticize him openly, but it would be wonderful to have a proper masseuse. They were all led to comfortable chairs, and their feet placed in tubs of what looked like milk. It's a rejuvenating potion, with fake coconuts as the base. Don't worry, we checked everyone for allergies when you first arrived. The attendant explained. 3 younger elves came out to attend to Dana, Wendy, and Ella. But Naksha, who was a few chairs down from them, got very different treatment. Her attendant was a 2-meter-tall, shirtless dryad man. The black dragon winked at the 2 older women, who looked faintly scandalized. Then Naksha sighed as he began to massage her legs, letting her feet soak in the rejuvenating potion. The elves laughed quietly when the dragon moaned as the masseuse began to work the stiffness out of her legs, but Naksha didn't even notice. His hands were magic, in the most literal sense. All of the masseuse staff were healers, and they worked healing magic into the body along with the tonics as they performed the massage. For the black dragon, who served the god of death, the reaction to that steady influx of life force was rather different from the others. The euphoric feeling of a foot massage by a healer had Dana in a blissful fog for most of the next hour, until it was time to move to the massage tables for the rest of the relaxation therapy. Naksha was taken to a separate room, and both mothers had to do their very best not to giggle at the situation. I can't believe that they actually offer such services, Karl's mother whispered. The elf massaging her back winked at her. We offer all sorts of services here, but it's probably not as unwholesome as you are thinking. Well, maybe. They seem to have pretty good chemistry. Surprising for a black dragon. Ella looked shocked. She's a dragon? Right. I forgot that they can just transform. I haven't had a chance to meet most of these people before, you see. The elf nodded. When you are stuck at the common rank, it's not safe to be hanging around in areas where everyone is at totem rank or higher. There are regions of the Fey realm where even I don't go, just so that I don't get overwhelmed by the auras of all the immortals. They don't mean any harm, but when they get excited or angry, they release quite a potent aura. She was at the monarch rank, strong by Golden Dragon Nation standards, but compared to most of the guests, or even the average of the Dragon Isles, it was hardly impressive. Wendy, Dana's mother, sighed. It's a shame that I was born before the elites started to awaken across our nation. It might have been cool to be able to go on adventures instead of just reading about them. Dana smirked. You know, if I spend a bit of time making a book, we might be able to help both of you awaken. Especially here, where there is so much magic. Both mothers froze to stare at her. You can just awaken people's system access like that? Ella asked. Yes, and it doesn't seem to matter that we're on another world. Jake already did, and entirely accidentally. He's become a warrior. That's where Matilda vanished to earlier. She wanted to examine the changes in someone who awakened that late. Dana explained. Ella paused. Were they not all still in the bath when she left? Dana laughed. They were, and I can only imagine what the look on his face was when she showed up in the men's bath. But she's hundreds of thousands of years old. Nobody tells her where she can and can't go. That made sense to Ella, in a way. After so long, it would be like seeing your grandchildren nude. Hardly interesting at all. Or so she assumed. I think that it would be harder to make him stop talking to those miners he found than anything else. If there is one thing that Jake can talk about for hours, it's stone and the mines. She sighed. Given his nature, she wasn't worried about the dragon woman stealing her husband. Dana chuckled. You know, we realized when we got to the Dragon Isles that Karl is at least part dwarf. If he is, then so is his father. So, it's only natural that he would inherit their racial instincts. I wonder if they're still talking about stone and digging, or if they're on to a new topic yet. Not only were they on to another topic, The Fae had taken great interest in Jake now that he had gained a system class. The system wasn't active in the Fae realms. Or, it normally wasn't. So, this was a whole new experience for them. When you lived for thousands of years, new things were one of the greatest experiences of your year, even when they were seemingly mundane to others. So, Matilda and Jake had gained a large crowd of onlookers who were enthralled with his attempts to master the activation of his new skills. Slate had given him a war pick as a celebratory gift, as it was the tool that he would be most familiar with. The pick on one side, just like he had swung all his life, and the hammer on the other side, the same as was used to pound metal rods into the stone to create holes for blasting charges. Now, they had drills for that, but when he was young, they were all pounded with hammers and a metal rod. He only had a few system-linked skills, the base ones of the warriors, cleave and guard. But that was enough to get him started on his training, and Remy was working on a whole new set of potions to help late bloomers catch up to everyone else. The Karl's father had a natural affinity for the war pick, and while he hadn't ever trained as a warrior, he was already very strong. A few more transferred skills and a few potions should make it easy for him to at least reach high awaken rank, maybe ascended before the end of the wedding. That would make it funny when he went home. Remy had never been to the Karl's hometown, but from what she remembered, there weren't any strong people there at all, or any strong monsters to defend against. So, if she got his father properly set up, he might be able to take over and become the big boss. That would be a good wedding gift. Sister Ray had won the wedding preparation contest, since she made everyone new outfits. But Remy was pretty sure that she could make a strong showing if she helped advance the father of the groom. She didn't have a potion strong enough for most of the others, though. She needed better stuff. But not now. These elves knew just how to massage her scales, and she was nearly turned into a puddle at this point, just stretched out on the massage bench as she extended her senses into her space to see what the Karl was up to. Remy was quite satisfied with this level of treatment. She even got a second elf because her body was so long. They had buffed, oiled, polished, and massaged every centimeter of her body, and even massaged her scalp until her eyes rolled back. Who knew that elves could do that? Could the ones in the tiny world do it? Or did you have to train them? There weren't many children here at the moment, unless you counted Button and Lyric. So, there wasn't anyone at Jake's skill level with their abilities. But there were plenty of patient skills instructors, and Jake was quickly getting the hang of keeping his guard up while he attacked. Karl had refrained from joining the sparring so that he could encourage his dad, but he could tell that it was somewhat embarrassing for him to let his son instruct him in the basics. So, Karl was just watching, while Raj and Lord Drod sparred. Both were on the stronger side of mythic rank, but the Drod Lord had the clear advantage. His skills were faster and more refined, a testament to his ability to hold Drod against outside threats for centuries. While Karl watched, he got an interesting idea. He could recreate that desk he saw in the tower, the bookstore they had visited during the winter festival. That would create all the basic supplies he needed to make skill books. But for now, he could just transfer his father a few more skills directly after he mastered the basics. Ray was already making him armor. Karl, why don't we show him what he's working toward? Do you have an axe and shield, or a pick? Slate asked. Karl nodded. I've got both. Which do you prefer? Or I can call a golem to spar with, so you can show off how to deal with wild magical beasts. The dwarf smiled in satisfaction. That's an even better idea. What can you call as a golem? Karl shrugged. Most types of standard beasts as my regular golems. I usually use a dire bear, but that might be a bit extreme for my old man. Jake chuckled. Nobody went one-on-one with a dire bear at the same rank. That was just common sense, according to the movies. Karl called a pair of stone-skin boars, and had one come sit at his feet, while the other went to the sparring ring to meet with Petros. The dwarf had a battle hammer in his hand, and a large rectangular shield, a favorite of the dwarfs. As soon as Petros was set, the boar charged, and Karl let it just go by instinct, with instructions not to leave the sparring ring. They were both at the totem rank, so the combat was much faster than anything that Jake could hope to accomplish on his own. But the way that the seemingly slow and stout dwarven shaman blocked, turned and attacked as the boar charged was enlightening. Slate wasn't using any skills other than lightning hammer, an enhancement on his weapon that activated on contact. That was a better approximation of how a warrior fought than his usual shamanistic skills. But it also gave him more time to spar with the boar. The extra exercise was good for him. He spent too much time dealing with city council issues lately, and not nearly enough time on physical pursuits. If he didn't find more time to keep up his training, he was worried that he would get slow and rusty. Perhaps he could ask the Karl to make something for Bara like he made for the Golden Dragon Nation. A training ground where they could go at any rank and build their combat skills. After all, not everyone was an overlord, but that was the only dungeon they had. There really is a lot of nuance to combat, even when it looks like you're just hitting things with a hammer. Jake noted as he watched Slate Petros tilt his shield to allow the boar to overrun him and get the shield underneath its belly, where he could toss it off its feet, where he could attack the more vulnerable underside. The two combatants separated with the boar limping, and Karl dismissed it. Slate chuckled. And that's about how you deal with boars, you see? Same sort of shield you're using, just adapt the attack to the weapon you've got available. Jake nodded. I think that I get it now. You don't overpower the beast. You use its momentum against it so that you can strike at the flanks. The dwarf nodded. Exactly. If you're fighting wild beasts, you're unlikely to be the larger combatant, so you need to use the advantages that you have. Now, I'm a shaman, so I don't normally fight them up close like that. But warriors don't have as many options. I'm sure that Karl can help you gain a few new skills. But the ones that warriors can use aren't as widely varied as other classes. If you're good with a bow, you could fight at a distance, but other than that, it's almost all up close and personal. That's better anyhow. Some things need to be hit at a distance, but smashing it with a hammer is just so much more satisfying. Jake agreed. The spectators chuckled. He was definitely part dwarf. You said that Karl could teach me new skills, but I heard that he's not a warrior-type class. He added. Karl nodded. I'm not. My specialty is beasts, but I also have a number of skills related to making magical items and training skills. It's sort of a comprehensive assistant skill set. Here, this is one of my favorites, and the first skill I ever had. Rend is compatible with warriors and has a bit of range to it, so you can strike from a few dozen meters away and pull a wild monster to you. Champion Karl offers knowledge skill, Rend, will be transferred to the stalwart defender Jake. Jake frowned, then nodded, and turned back to the training dummy. A downward swing of the hammer sent a vertical arc of Rend at the dummy, and he smiled, then nodded in satisfaction. That's much better than cleave. Similar in usage, but just generally better. I see here in the system interface thing that I have a lot of skills available for points, but I don't have any points to buy them with. That's not really surprising, as I'm new to this. But with time I should be able to become a proper warrior-type elite. Karl nodded. It usually takes years of practice and missions before new elites are ready to go out and face the world alone. You've got a fully active system interface, which is an advantage. But going from workers' advocate to warrior is going to be a bit of a change. The others laughed at Karl's comment. Usually, it was the other way around. You started out fighting your way up through the ranks, and only when you had reached the peak of your ambition or abilities did you transition to an office job. But the Golden Dragon Nation was not like the Dragon Isles, and they had so many common rank humans that they needed them to help run things. That was rapidly changing, and given 2 generations, it would no longer be the case. But for now, it was the status quo. The staff brought out snacks, and the men took a break, while wondering what the ladies were up to right now. The answer was that they were on to the facial rejuvenation phase of the spa treatment, where the Fae used potions and magical massage techniques to reduce or eliminate the signs of aging. While elves lived for over 1,000 years, they would still age or gain weathered features from years in the elements. So they had perfected this process ages ago. They had never actually used it on a human before, but it should work well enough. Both their immortal bosses and the Chaos Dragon had confirmed that nothing during this visit would harm the guests. Having someone who could see the future was purely cheating. Though, it was also a bit of a headache, as Matilda and Misty were making vague jokes about things that hadn't happened yet, while Kara kept rolling around and gesturing to respond to them. Can someone find the badger a transformation amulet? Hand gestures to answer are not massage-friendly. The masseuse finally complained. Kara giggled, a sound reminiscent of a happy chainsaw, and then transformed into her humanoid form, a teen beastkin girl with badger ears and a white stripe down the middle of her black hair. Thank you. That's much better. The masseuse sighed in relief. Yes, speaking directly is an improvement, even if I'm only part badger. But the revival of the Bunga Forest, right? The other 2 seers nodded happily, and the elf shook her head in dismay. Everything was some sort of inside joke or vague reference with them because they were all talking about things that they had seen in visions or at a different point in time. Possibly, even a different timeline. Misty frowned at Kara. Are you sure that you don't want me to help you change those future events? It wouldn't be hard. Matilda shrugged. Some things are inevitable. Besides, what sort of chaos badger would she be if she turned down the chance to test the gods? Kara nodded in agreement, and the elf massaging her scalp looked horrified. She wouldn't, would she? That was insanity. Practically begging for divine retribution. But Dana knew. If there was a chance to find out what a god tasted like, Kara would 100% do it, just to say that she knew the answer. Once the men were all worn out from training and sparring, they migrated to the pub to test out the local beverages. The bartender didn't wait for them to ask questions and poured everyone their first drink as soon as they sat down. He already had a good idea of what everyone liked, based on their orders since they had arrived. The resort was fully booked for the wedding and all-inclusive, so there was no good reason not to give them whatever liquors they were after, or to wait for them to order. Some of the answers were obvious. Spiced rum for the wrath demons, ale for the dwarves. But some were less obvious. The bartender had no idea what humans drank other than wine, but the human smelled part dwarf, so maybe he liked ale? That was what the bartender went with. Even only part dwarf, he should still appreciate fey dwarven ale. Now, the miners at the lithium mine were not unfamiliar with strong drink. They regularly made honey mead, and every spring brought a new batch of maple sap rum. But what they were unfamiliar with was a drink as refined as dwarven ale. The taste, the lingering magic, the overall effect. Nothing that he had ever tasted before could compare to that first sip. This is absolutely wonderful. I don't even know what it is made of, but we might have to plant some of it near the mines. Jake sighed. The dwarves laughed at his reaction, then nodded in agreement. You would need someone with a bit more training. The dwarven ale is a magical brew in the most literal sense. You can't just brew it with conventional equipment. But with the power level of your continent coming up, you might actually be able to find a few that were willing to move in order to establish a new brewery. The ingredients aren't uncommon. They just need the skill to brew it perfectly. The Fey host smiled as they poured everyone's second round of drinks. Yes, even here in the Fey realm, which has entire nations of dwarves, it is hard to find a true brewmaster. Though, as I recall, that was once a class option for your planet. The advantages that the system give to your people are absolutely unfair. One of my cousins went there when she failed out of school, hoping to get enough of a benefit that she could catch up to her peers. One of the dryads serving food agreed. How long ago was that? Karl asked. We were kids, and the timeline between the two worlds doesn't really match. The Fey realm fluctuates differently, but I would guess that it's about 15,000 years ago in your world. He replied. Jake coughed as he choked on his ale. You are 15,000 years old. The dryad shook his head. A little over 9,000. But as I said, the timelines don't match up. In the Fey realm, dryads don't die for as long as their spirit tree survives. As long as they picked a good one, and it doesn't suffer from the bad luck of a fatal lightning strike or other tragedy. The spirit trees usually live for around 10,000 years. One of the smaller flying Fey explained. The server nodded. I am in my last 1,000 now, most likely. My spirit tree is enormous, and has an entire city grown around it. But after so long, the magic begins to fade and change. But I can't complain. I have had a wonderful run of it, and I have completed every task that I wished to try in my life. Jake hummed in confusion. You see, in my home, servers are a lower social status job. So, I would have expected that someone working as one during their later years would have many regrets. The Fey all laughed. None of us are here for the money. They pay us well, but that's not why we are here. Everyone who works here was either born here at the resort, or they came here to fulfill a desire to mingle with new types of people. That's what our dryad friend came here for, nearly 100 years ago. The little Fey explained. Karl set out a bowl of the honey-infused coconut milk that had been served for the guests who didn't drink, and Tion appeared on the table for a snack. Is that a Stonefur divine fox? They're not extinct, the Fey server asked, shocked by the small white ball of fluff. Indeed he is, but they're far from extinct. I have heard of at least a dozen others still living in the Dragon Isles. His den was raided, and the rest of his kin were lost, but there are others left on our world. Karl explained. The small fae were entranced with Tian and continually filled the bowl with honey milk until the little fox burped, then sighed and rolled over on his side, milk drunk and sleepy. That was their cue to get out the brushes and start grooming the fluffy little fox. "You're after the loose fur, aren't you?" Karl asked as he watched the gentle grooming process. The little fairies nodded. "It makes wonderful accessories, and divine fox fur will hold nearly any sort of fae or holy magic. Plus, the brushing is like a gentle massage." Tian nodded in agreement. The grooming was really comfortable. Plus, they had given him a cute braided mohawk. Karl shrugged. "Well, no harm, no foul. It feels like Tian's magic responds well to this place as well. I will have to see if he wants to stay outside so he can absorb Fey realm magic and perhaps understand a bit more of the world. He is still very young, after all." That comment made Thor chuckle. The others in the group had all matured at a vastly accelerated rate, but according to his studies with Tessa, the stone fur fox normally took a century to reach adulthood. So, even if Tian was growing much faster than usual, it would likely take him years before he was even an adolescent. At least in body. His power was growing very well. Watching the Fae work was great entertainment as they drank. But the little creatures didn't stop with just Tian. Once the fox was massaged to sleep and groomed to their standard, they started in on the hair and beards of the dwarves, grooming them to perfection. With Fae magic and tiny hands, there were no stray hairs, which would save much time when it was time to prepare everyone for the wedding ceremony. It was set for the next afternoon, as most of the guests could only stay a few days, and the dwarves' beards would hold a braid at least that long without any issues. Who knew that dwarves could be so stylish? Lord Drod asked as the Fae worked to beautify the guests, who were happy to let them do as they pleased as long as this top-quality ale kept coming. Azoth, the immortal regent, laughed. "You have no idea. Once upon a time, the hill dwarves had entire clans of raiders who put an immense amount of work into looking impressive. The mountain dwarves were always less concerned with it, and preferred golden accessories to flashy tattoos and war paint. But it is certainly part of dwarven culture." A few of the gathered dwarves chuckled. There were still hill dwarves who wore the old fashions, but the days of hill dwarven raiders were in the distant past. Once the magic had faded from the surface, even the hill dwarves had retreated underground for most of their lives to preserve as much of their magic as they could. That had thoroughly changed their culture. Perhaps we should bring back some of the old traditions. I think that being a bit more fashionable might give people a better impression of the dwarves. Slate joked. The Fae giggled. "We have dwarven tattoo artists here, if you want some proper dwarven tattoos." Karl turned to face their conversation. "You know, one of the ladies is a witch doctor, and she's got a skill for magical tattoos that grant permanent buffs. You should see if she wants to visit your tattoo artist before she has to return home. I bet that she would love to know the skill." One of the dryads pulsed with magic, and then a second later, he smiled. "The ladies have 2 volunteers who would like to know how to magical tattoos. The witch doctor called Morgana, and the blood destruction demonic spider called Ray Bloodbath." Karl rolled his eyes, while Tian sleepily giggled. Of course, Ray would be interested in an art that involved stabbing people hundreds of times per second. Even Kara was interested in the art form. Not so much because it involved stabbing, though that was fun, but because it was graffiti on living creatures. Kara had zero thoughts of taking paying customers for magical tattoos, but many thoughts of tattooing sedated or paralyzed people with her desired designs. The only thing that was likely to stop her was that it was impossible for her to properly hold a tattoo gun in her natural form, and she still didn't really like being a humanoid. Her current form was cute, but it felt like a disguise, not just an alternate version of herself the way that the others viewed it. Thor particularly loved his human appearance, while Ray viewed hers as more of an indoor stealth form, or a non-combat mode. It was less combat-capable than her natural form, but better able to navigate smaller spaces, like the interior of a house. "A toast to the groom," Azoth declared, raising his tankard high. "To the groom. May you be the next mythic champion of the Dragon Isles." The men replied, while Karl raised his mug and bowed politely before downing the ale. The men's celebration was much different from the ladies'. While the men got progressively more drunk and told battle stories, the ladies became progressively more pampered and lazy. Dana was quite certain that she didn't have a muscle in her body that held any lingering tension at this point, and her skin was glowing with internal energy in a way that she hadn't even known was possible for a human. Truthfully, it was not. But Dana didn't consider that her advancement had a much more profound effect on her than simply giving her some new skills and changing her beast form. The magic of the divine fox was part of every cell of her body now, intrinsic to her existence. So, while she considered herself 100% human, from the viewpoint of the Fae, who were much more sensitive to such changes, that was not even close to correct. And as they were working Fae magic into her body to relax and refresh her, she was beginning to exhibit more and more of the magic of the divine foxes that had been locked away by her human bloodline and a lack of training on how to properly utilize it. Her world had forgotten much during the years since the last resurgence. But the Fae realm didn't suffer from any such phenomenon, and even among the staff, there were many old enough to have been alive during the last resurgence. They knew more about how to express a mixed bloodline properly than humanity had forgotten. For the Chaos Dragon, who had been a friend to the Fae since time immemorial, they would do their very best to make sure that this wedding was a success, and that every single guest gained something from their stay. Whether it was something big or something small did not matter. What mattered was that they brought a touch of the Fae realm back to their own world. It would slowly establish the link between the two again, not through the actual Fae mana, but through the minds of the people. The more welcoming the people were to the Fae, the more easily the barrier between the two worlds could be breached. That was the exponential protection function that had been built into the defenses of the Fae realm. Some worlds would never accept them and would never be able to cross the barrier. Others could be stepped through with little more than a thought. The drinking and celebrations ran late into the evening, but Karl wasn't too worried. The ceremony didn't begin until mid-afternoon, and the men had a much easier time getting ready than the ladies would. They already had their outfits for the wedding, courtesy of Ray. They had their Fae staff members assigned to get them ready for the wedding, and even breakfast was scheduled. So, he didn't feel the least bit guilty about coming into the room well after dark, or about waking Dana up early the next morning to enjoy the private hot spring in their room. A brisk rap at the door was followed by the appearance of 3 small girls in the room. Lotus had brought Button and Misty to help get Dana up and ready. Or perhaps Misty had brought the other 2, given that they didn't use the door but teleported into the suite. Time to get up and get moving. Oh good, you don't have clothes on, so you don't have to get undressed. We brought special bubbles for the bubble bath, but we have been informed that we are not allowed to use them in the hot springs. Lotus announced. Karl laughed as he got up and equipped a pair of shorts. I guess it's that time. I will go meet with the gentlemen and begin to prepare. Let me know if you need me to send anyone in to assist. Lotus waved her hand. Everyone will be here soon enough. It's good that the suite is so big, or we would need to move after the bath. Karl just shook his head in dismay as Dana threw a spare towel at the nature cleric and then walked to the bath. Good luck, ladies. Then Karl was off to find breakfast, leaving them to the utter chaos that was wedding day bridal preparations. They were ostensibly finished planning every detail, but now that Ray had seen the staff who worked at the resort, she wanted to change all their uniforms for the wedding. She had been informed twice this morning that it wasn't possible, mostly because the fairies would have panic attacks if you wrapped them in demonic spider silk, but she was determined to find a way around the problem. Unlike the chaos of Dana's preparations, the men's side was nearly military efficiency. When Karl arrived to check the venue, the men had checklists in one hand, breakfast burritos in the other, and they were checking every detail against the plans that Matilda had left for them, or bringing in the final few items that hadn't been part of the resort's inventory. Gentlemen, is there anything I can help with? Karl asked. For now, nothing. Just grab something to eat, and then prepare for the barber and the stylist. Lord Drott explained. Dave, Raj, and Hugo were all at the table when Karl arrived, wearing casual outfits for the morning. The Chaos Dragon booked the spa for us at noon so that we will all be ready for the event. Why we need to look good, I am not sure. But we will. Dave explained. Karl chuckled. Are the wife and kids here? Or was it just you on this trip? Kara tried to argue in favor of my wife coming along with the kids, but I made plans for them to go visit her mother instead. Letting the Badgers plot against you never ends well, so when they get too excited about something, you need to make alternate plans for them to get excited about. Steve explained. Hugo chuckled, and Karl noticed that Annabelle, the mythic mage that Ray had given an idol dress, was sitting with Raj. They weren't in the same guild, so that must be his date for the event. Raj winked at Karl when he noticed his look. The invitations included a +1. Hugo has a +1 around here somewhere as well, but I think she's still sleeping. The restaurant where they had chosen to have breakfast was rapidly filling with guests for the wedding, most of whom were either wearing the resort's robes or swim shorts in preparation for a morning at the hot springs before getting ready for the wedding. A quick inspection found that Davis, Ashbringer, and Wendy, the Oni apprentice runecrafter, were all sitting at a table in the corner engrossed in conversation, while Mick was up at the buffet, looking torn between fey wine or juice for breakfast. Karl had just finished double-checking that the name plates for the family members were right when a small group of immortal-ranked men arrived. "Totem Karl, congratulations on your wedding. The Supreme Lady invited us," one of the men explained. "Ah, welcome. Old friends of the Supreme Lady," Karl asked. The immortal chuckled. "You could call us something like that. We are all guild masters of the Darklight, host on different worlds." That got the attention of everybody. What sort of guild had locations on multiple planets? And for that matter, how did that even work? Was the system not exclusive to their planet? I see that we have caused many more questions than we have answered. Well, I can solve most of those, as it appears that your world has forgotten. The immortal continued. Thank you. Our world just went through a 10,000-year period where the ley lines were too far beneath the surface for most of the world to access the system. So, you could say that it was a rough time for anyone not an immortal. Karl explained. That does sound troublesome. My world has the same issue, but it fluctuates between immortality and mortality. So, during certain periods, it is nearly impossible to become immortal. The others here mostly live on worlds that the world dragon scattered into the immortal realm. Well, except Dave. Dave moved his whole planet into the immortal realm in a separate space because he got sick of transferring the mana. The immortal that he called Dave chuckled, and Karl checked his nameplate with the system interface. Dave O'Carricant. Yeah, he was Dave. That looked much too hard to pronounce in common. It wasn't bad in Draconic, though, and the man was a dragon of some sort. Not a chromatic dragon, though. His magic didn't feel right. The presence of so many immortals was shocking at first, but now that Karl could see that they were all Darklight Host Guild Masters, it made much more sense. Technically, the system didn't call Matilda the Guild Master of the Darklight Host, only a branch manager. But she was a supreme-ranked existence, so that might just be by choice. The first immortal to speak gestured at the group. These are Dave, Gregor, and Nox. I am Axiom. It's a pleasure to meet you all, especially the fellow Darklight host members. I do have to ask, though, how did you get a blue dragon? Trying to pry them out of the library long enough to do anything is troublesome. Trying to get them to commit to anything that is not learning or teaching is near impossible. Karl chuckled and waved at Sapphire, who had just walked past, headed for his suite. My home world has an abundance of base-class warriors at the moment. I developed a skill that helps them advance to new and improved warrior-type classes. I believe that she hopes giving them new skills and advancing their class will make them less warrior and more suitable to intellectual endeavors. Karl joked. Axiom laughed. It doesn't work. They are still warriors, just with more skills. We tried. Well, they tried. My world uses a slightly different system known as the Wandering Cultivator system, and it doesn't have classes. Every world that the World Dragon influenced with his magic is different, but some are completely unrecognizable in their magic. They still smell like the World Dragon's magic, but he simply didn't imbue it with any sort of system that we can identify. Annabelle frowned. How do you know the World Dragon is a he? It's been a running debate between me and Hugo for years. Axiom laughed. I met him and his wife. It's one of the advantages of being old. Sometimes you get to meet the gods in person if you are powerful enough. The World Dragon is definitely male. Hugo just shrugged. It was hard to argue with that. No deep and philosophical text, no ancient records. Just, I met him one time. Nox, the immortal guild leader with long black hair and a narrow face, chuckled. My mother is a demigod-ranked priestess following the goddess of life and fertility. The bunny god. She often has visions of the gods, and I agree with his assessment. The World Dragon is not just a masculine influence. That one was definitely a man before he was a divinity. Annabelle made a note, and then nodded. Is your father a cleric as well? Nox shook his head. My father failed his tribulation and never made it to immortality. He passed on to his next lives a little over 1,000,000 years ago, by Fey realm reckoning. The mythic ranked mage looked shocked. So, there is someone older than the Supreme Lady? And in the same guild, no less. Nox frowned. I'm not that old. Or perhaps she counts her years differently. By the Fey realm's timeline, she is definitely older than I am. She was a guild master when I joined, and I was mortal then. Then he turned to look to the side. She's upset that I called her old. I am going to have to make her an apology gift later. He sighed. Distract her with the Chaos Badger. She won't stay upset for long. Karl whispered. The guests laughed quietly at the suggestion. Putting Matilda and Kara together was bound to be entertaining, even when they thought that they were behaving. I don't suppose that you can spare a few minutes for practical questions before the wedding, can you? My world is rather short on immortals to ask questions. Karl asked. Of course. We have all the time in the world. You only have about 2 hours, but we have got plenty of time. Axiom joked. This will naturally be about gaining immortality. It always is. Dave agreed. Karl nodded. Really, it's mostly about the power matrix. I get the concept of needing to master a fundamental rule to advance, and that I need to improve the matrix to channel the energy needed. But do I have to alter it in more than just the quantity of points and design when I get to mythic rank? The mythic ranked guests waited intently for some sort of answer as the immortals inspected Karl's aura and probed his soul for the current state of his progress. Your soul strength and mental forging are both progressing well. I see a 72-point chaos element focus, but you appear to be mastering the mana manipulation fundamental rule. If you don't improve your chaos rule affinity as well, you're going to run into problems when you get close to tribulation. Probably. Or maybe not. Chaos is fickle like that. Sometimes it causes things to go smoothly for no apparent reason at all. Like when the Supreme Lady reached the Supreme rank. She announced that she needed to understand something, then went to an incubus brothel for the night, and came back at the Supreme rank. Guildmaster Dave noted. The other immortals simply stared at him. That couldn't be true. But it wasn't impossible. Nox nodded as he finished his inspection. I think that the major limiting factor will be your understanding. If you can master a fundamental rule, you shouldn't have any real issues with the tribulation. Your mental strength and power matrix are both up to the bare minimum standard to survive. Axiom nodded. My world is different. But I would say that you should be able to reach the tribulation with appropriate resources using your current cultivation method. Or in your current class, as it were. If you don't advance your class far enough to be compatible with an immortal rank skill, you will get stuck along the way. I don't know if you have one that will advance that far, but if you're bonded to that divine fluffball, you should be fine. His healing and earth manipulation skills can both reach the immortal rank. That was excellent news, Tion decided. Someone had confirmed that he really could be an immortal. He just needed some time and the right opportunities. And one of those pixies to come back and scratch that itch on his left ear. Almost as if they could actually hear him. One of the pixies did come back to stroke his head and smooth the fur on Tion's ear while the immortals watched with bemused smiles. This stonefur divine fox was clearly an orphan, they decided. The species was a proud one, and the mere notion of allowing the Fae to braid their fur, much less to pet their head, would have sent most divine foxes into a rage. But Tion, he liked his new row of braids, and he was thoroughly enjoying the scalp massage. Getting nervous yet? Lord Drod asked Karl, who was sipping coffee and watching the chaos around the room. Nope. Excited, but not nervous yet. I've been looking forward to this for some time now, and it's going to be quite a relief to have the bond solidified and confirmed by all these guests. Karl replied. Behind him, Thor chuckled. Exactly. You can't be letting the Dana mage escape now. That shouldn't be a concern for much longer. With all of us here today, who would dare to say that they didn't know that was Karl's wife? Anyone who tried to steal your Dana mage away probably wouldn't live to regret it. Unless the first one to catch them was the badger. Lord Drod agreed. The immortals and demons laughed, but a few of the others, including Karl's father, looked confused. Is the badger actually the merciful one? He asked. Oh, not at all. But while Ray or most of the men here would simply kill them and put them out of their misery, Kara would make sure that they lived in the most horrific way possible. Though, letting Remy catch them might have the same effect. She's constantly looking for test subjects for experimental alchemy concoctions, and some of those are bound to have less than desirable outcomes. Karl explained. Jake frowned for a second, trying to remember which one was Remy. Oh, the Naga. She seems to be popular, but I don't speak Naga. He realized. Well, you might be able to understand her now that you've awakened a class. The system usually translates for us. Karl explained. Lord Drod nodded. If you can understand me, then you can probably understand her as well. It's the same system function. Jake nodded. I can. It's a strange thing, knowing that your words are being translated, but I certainly understand that language. That will be very helpful to you in the future, as there are a number of monster species that have spoken languages, and if you're defending your hometown after you gain some power, you will be able to hear them strategizing. One of the immortals agreed. Karl chuckled. And most of them are too stupid to realize that you can hear them, so they go ahead with the plan as soon as they're finished making it. Does your world have an antagonistic relationship with the Titan clans as well? Axiom asked. Karl nodded. With all species of giants, really. They're just not easy to get along with. My home nation, where my father still lives, just finished a war against the giant clans, and the Titan clan is causing trouble on another continent, trying to suppress the system. They're just generally a nuisance to every other species. Axiom sighed. All these years, and they're still holding a grudge. I suspect that it is personal between their gods and ours, and that is why they simply can't let it go and get along with any other species. I can see that your world gets along better with the demons than most other worlds, but that could be the human influence. Humans love to pick sides in the demons versus seraphim wars. They're almost like the orcs that way, itching for a good fight. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. The humans did love a good fight. Not as much as the orcs, but they were getting there. And they did get along surprisingly well with the demons. We also have a lot of beastkin among our population, and they form a sort of buffer between the dragons, the humans, and the demons. On my home world, it's not uncommon for species to mix. Take D, for example. He's got a bit of owl beastkin in his lineage, and his wife is a badger-type beastkin. Lyric, the little one chasing the green dragon priestess and the forest dragon around, is half-elven. Karl explained with a smile. Axiom winked at Gregor, the quietest of the Darklight Host Guild leaders, and then began to laugh. That's a human trait everywhere. Gregor has a theory that half the species only exist because humanity can't keep it in their pants. Take Lamia, for example. What sort of genetic evolution would have naturally led to that form? A fully human upper body with a snake lower body? That's unlikely to be natural. More likely, one parent was either a serpentine demon or a magical beast who got involved with humans. It would also explain why all Lamia are female. The genetics only matched up on the X chromosome, so males were impossible. Or, some human magic user with a fetish ensured that all offspring of his pairing would be female. Lord Drod snorted in amusement. I wouldn't put either one past them. My thoughts were always that the Lamia and some others might have been a result of the Chaos Dragons getting bored. But them being created by horny humans left unattended makes sense. Lyric stepped into the room and giggled. So, this is what men talk about when they're alone with each other. Were there any more of the raspberry pancakes left? We've only got blueberry left in the kitchen. Karl nodded and pointed to the side of the room, where the buffet was still fully stocked. Breakfast is still being served out here. But if she's driving everyone insane, bring Button out here, and we will keep her entertained. Karl suggested. It won't interrupt men's time? Lyric asked. Not at all. Besides, there are plenty of women here as well. Not everyone is part of the bridal party, and they wouldn't all fit in the suite anyhow. And that was how lunch arrived, and Button had to be removed from Lord Drod, who had been letting the forest dragon ride on his shoulders so that she could see more of what was going on around the room. Button needed to be cleaned and dressed before the wedding, as she had been nominated by Matilda to help scatter flower petals down the aisle before the bride entered. That was the perfect job for a bored forest dragon, who could create even more flowers on her own if she happened to run out. She had to be physically restrained from going into practice, just so that the floor didn't have half a meter of flower petals on the floor when Dana had to walk down the aisle. It took a bit of explanation from the staff, but eventually Button understood that only the bride was supposed to step on the petals, so she had to wait until everyone else was seated. Karl retreated to a dressing room to change and get ready for the ceremony, and found that there was an entire group of professionals waiting there for him. Well, professionals and one spectral knight, who was holding up the white tuxedo with a black shirt that Ray had chosen for Karl to wear to his wedding. Once the suit was handed over, the spectral knight vanished, and the others got to work. Karl was lotioned, trimmed, brushed, and oiled to perfection over the next hour, and then he got dressed in the fancy suit, and the staff nodded in satisfaction. "Sir, you are ready. There are 15 minutes left before you are needed on the stage. Supreme Lady Matilda will guide you through the process, but you only actually need to say 2 words, and then she will perform the binding ceremony." The Dryad man in charge of Karl's preparation explained. "Perfect timing then. Let's go." Now, he was beginning to feel the nerves, and to wonder why Matilda hadn't seen fit to tell him anything at all about the details of his own wedding. It was exquisite, and she hadn't missed any detail that he might have thought of, but it was a bit odd to have someone just look at the future to see your reactions instead of asking you. Karl followed the staff through the resort to the chosen location for the ceremony, and then realized that the whole wall of the room actually folded down to form an extended platform out over the cliffs, giving them a waterfall background, with massive fay trees and hot springs. Karl realized that everyone in the room was primarily in black, but with differing accent colors that were actually color-coded to how they were related to Karl and Dana. Guildmates and alliance members were in black and white. Family were in black and green, matching Dana's eyes. Friends and other guests were in black and red, matching the flowers that had been placed all over the room. Karl greeted everyone again as they entered the room and found their seats, then went to the stage to wait with Thor and his father, who would be serving as his groomsmen for the ceremony. Tion was sitting on Thor's shoulder, and Hawk was perched in the trees outside. Even Opal had come out, and the butterfly was sitting in the rafters of the room, committing everything to memory using a dozen illusionary clones of herself. The Fae thought that it was hilarious, as they were already recording the event. But when Opal showed them her version, which used solid illusions and not just a projected image of the scene, they were deeply impressed with her sense of showmanship. Matilda and Ray were the last to enter, with Matilda taking a spot behind the Master of Ceremonies, along with the other immortals, while Ray joined Remy and Kara, who was in humanoid form for a change, in the bridesmaids' positions. A gentle tune, reminiscent of birdsong and chirping foxes in a windy forest, began to play. That was the signal for Button to enter, happily scattering flowers by the handful from a basket that never seemed to get empty. When she reached the front, she hopped in the lap of Dana's mother, ignoring the empty seat that was reserved for her. Karl smiled at the interaction and wondered if they were going to end up adopting a forest dragon to live in the guild house, or if they were going to send Dana's mother to live with the druids in the tiny world. It wouldn't be a bad option for her. But then the music changed, and everyone turned expectantly to see the bride's grand entrance. Elven trumpets sounded, and curtains parted, revealing Dana in all her bridal glory. Her flowing red gown was covered in golden embroidery, and her hair was covered in delicate ornaments, with a translucent red veil over her face as she carefully paced down the aisle. Each step was deliberate and measured, but with the long gown and her movement skills, it looked more like she was floating down the aisle over a lake of flower petals. Once she reached the end of the aisle, Dana circled the front of the stage to take her spot facing Karl, and the room broke into raucous cheering. After a moment, it quieted, and the Master of Ceremonies began to speak. "Welcome, guests of the myriad mortal worlds. We have gathered here today to join this couple in most holy matrimony, under the sight of the combined pantheons. With their blessing, we shall proceed." He began. Then the sky shone bright with golden holy light, and Karl realized why they had held the ceremony with the sky visible. Which god or goddess had decided to shine their light on the wedding, Karl couldn't tell. He simply lacked the ability to discern the personal differences in holy power. But he could feel it deep in his bones. Dana sighed as the holy energy soaked into her body, and the Master of Ceremonies smiled in satisfaction. "The gods have confirmed the integrity of this bond. Now, we shall begin," he announced. The Master of Ceremonies cleared his throat, and a polished wooden staff appeared in his hand, made of some sort of silver wood, and carved to resemble a lounging dragon who held a large blue orb in its jaws. Karl could see that the orb was actually a globe, though not of their world, and when he inspected it more closely, he realized that there was an actual planet-sized, tiny world inside the orb, and set to be visible from the outside. The ancient elf released the staff, and it remained upright on its own, glowing with power. "The gods honor the petition of this man Karl, and this woman Dana," to be joined for eternity. Do you, Karl, offer yourself to this union freely and wholeheartedly, with true love and devotion? I do. Do you, Dana, offer yourself to this union freely and wholeheartedly, with true love and devotion? I do. Then the master of ceremonies began to chant in a language that Karl didn't recognize. It had a haunting familiarity, like he should know it. But the words were pure power as the old elf wove a spell. Then the magic of his words merged with the magic of the staff, covering the bride and groom in a gentle halo of golden light. What is this? I don't recall this in the briefing Matilda gave me. Dana's thoughts entered Karl's mind. Score. We have a Dana mage. Kara mentally cheered, which made Dana turn to look at her. She was beginning to panic, but Karl took her hands to focus her attention. It's a mental link. Relax, this is normal. He gently explained. Normal for you. I can hear everything. She replied as the power of the magic surged. Power began to flow between the two of them, sending a pleasant tingle through Karl's muscles. But to Dana, it was like her whole world was being forcefully realigned, and her soul was tossed through a sea of holy magic and chaos with only Karl's touch as an anchor. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the process was over, and Dana felt her mana begin to change. It took on a bit of the chaotic essence of Karl's power, and the power level began to grow rapidly until it hit a bottleneck and pressure built for a few seconds. Then, the pressure popped, and Dana felt herself pulled into the totem rank and forcefully propelled toward the peak, getting closer to Karl's power level by the second. The soul bonding is complete. This man Karl and this woman Dana have been forever merged by the will of the gods. From this day forward, their souls will be bound as one, together for eternity. The master of ceremonies announced, You may now kiss the bride. The feel of Karl's lips sent desire surging through Dana's body. But it was not all her own. She could feel his thoughts and emotions, including his amusement at her panic, like he wasn't also experiencing this ceremony for the first and only time. For a moment, her mind went blank, devoid of anything but Karl and the feel of his body against hers. Then she was abruptly pulled back to reality by the realization that they were practically making out in public while the crowd cheered. A gentle thump at Karl's chest made him break the kiss, and he turned to the crowd, raising their joined hands in victory. Button began throwing flower petals in the air in celebration, and the immortals moved to stand behind them. Matilda motioned to the crowd for silence, and after a moment, it was quiet enough that she could speak. The ceremonies of the old gods are simple, but powerful. We thank the representative of the ancients for agreeing to host the bonding ceremony today. But the Darklight host has one more tradition. As a group blessing, we ask that everyone in the resort focus a stream of mana on the master of ceremonies staff. Matilda explained. Then she stepped back and led by example, putting a massive amount of mana into the artifact. Then the other immortals joined in, as did the guests. The amount of flowing power was even more incredible than what had happened during the bonding ceremony. So when Axiom stepped forward to shape the effect, Karl did wonder if he would actually be capable. His world didn't have the same sort of system that the others did, with a class that smoothly progressed, or levels that could be easily measured. Instead, it had a form of cultivation with milestones and tribulations that you had to surpass. In a way, that was similar to how the mages of Karl's world organized themselves before the system resurgence, but all thought of power rankings vanished the moment that Axiom actually began to shape the effect. Two glowing golden images appeared, identical to Karl and Dana, right down to their current pose. Then, when they were so clearly defined that they looked like solid gold and not pure energy, they floated forward and merged with the bride and groom. Axiom hummed happily as searing pain shot through Karl's body, and all his beasts froze in shock. That spell was changing the Karl on the most fundamental of levels, remaking his body in preparation for something. Dana's thoughts said that she was confused by Karl's response, but Axiom's smirk told her what she needed to know. The effect was on both of them, but the pain of the transformation had been completely channeled to Karl so that she didn't have to undergo it. Place your hands on the staff and complete the circuit. Let the power flow through you, and you will complete the golden core divine refinement. Axiom declared. A grand name, to be sure, but a fundamental stage of the path to immortality under his world's system, and one that made it immeasurably easier to survive the divine tribulation. Karl and Dana placed their free hands on the staff, letting the power flow through them, and the excess cycled back to the orb. That eased the pain of the overflow, and Karl smiled as he began to feel bonds breaking on his power. He was very, very close to the mythic bottleneck, and now that he was bonded with Dana, so was she. The golden core divine refinement was not a fast process. It continued for nearly 5 minutes as the guests and Fey staff of the resort continued to add mana to the staff. Then, the mythic bottleneck completely vanished, and Karl felt himself advancing as if it had never existed. The quality of his physique had been refined to such a degree that even advancing to the mythic rank no longer held any restrictions for him. The change was as easy as breathing. It felt like the world had suddenly become lighter, or his strength had increased to an incredible degree, so that all considerations of physical limits no longer mattered. It was a heady feeling, and Karl saw the smile on Dana's fingers as she advanced, and the effect of the refinement faded. Congratulations, Karl and Dana. You have completed the Golden Core Divine Refinement, a secret technique of the Darklight Host Guild. Now, eternity really is within your reach. Axiom announced. The crowd was in awe. What sort of insane guild wedding gift was that? A gift of smooth progression to immortality? The wedding had brought Dana from the Overlord to the mythic rank in a matter of minutes, which was insane enough on its own. But the foreign guild master had suggested that was not the extent of their gift and blessing. It had sounded more like a side effect of the gift. Dana's makeup was smudged by tears of joy, and Kara mentally sighed. See, this is why I wanted to do it in fox form. The happy tears just ruined makeup, she complained. That made Dana smile and pat the transformed badger on the head. It is going to take some time to get used to having all these extra thoughts in my head, she whispered. I will teach you how to ignore them if you want, but it's more fun to listen in on their squabbles and daily life. Karl agreed. Matilda pulled them both into a hug and then whispered in Karl's ear. What do you think of my present? It wouldn't have worked right if we weren't in the Fey realm, where it's possible to achieve divinity directly from mortality. Now, you're bound to your bride just as surely as your beasts. Karl smiled at the Chaos Dragon. But we still don't have a Dana space. That made both Dana and Matilda chuckle. Just give it time. One more separate space spell, and you can make one dedicated just to your Dana. Karl shook his head. Instead, I will help her gain immortality and teach her tiny world, so that not only can I give her forever, I can give her the world as well. Kara giggled and mentally congratulated him. 10 out of 10, best sappy line so far. Dana didn't have time to reprimand the errant badger, as there were guests coming up to give their congratulations and hand over gifts. That gave Kara time to escape, but Karl knew that she would be back, as she had her own present ready to give to Dana. All of the beasts had prepared something. Ray made the wedding dress, which was impressive on its own, and that had started a competition among the beasts. Opal was preparing a replay montage of all the touching moments of their relationship, but Tessa had stopped her when the butterfly wanted to give a demonstration this morning. The parts that Opal found most interesting were not suitable to be displayed to the public. So, she was making a recording of everything instead. One that Dana could replay at will and watch from any angle, including from her own point of view. That should be a good present, Opal decided. Thor had consulted with Tessa, and they had decided to go for a much more practical route. They had chosen to go out and get the couple a rare tome on cultivating mental power, which was rumored to have come from a different world. Both the bride and the groom could use it if it were real. So, by Tessa's determination, it was a solid wedding gift. This wedding in particular was a tricky one, as the usual gifts of jewelry for the bride would never do. Karl could make better than what they could offer, and it was simply tactless to gift a craftsman the things that he made for himself. So, instead the gifts were mostly in the form of rare items. Rare materials and rare books especially. Karl wasn't sure who was going to be more pleased with this wedding, Dana or Sapphire. They certainly had a lot of magical tomes. As the gift-giving wound down, Hawk returned to perch on the edge of the platform with a smug sense of superiority in his mind. He had found the perfect gift. While they were in Xylas, he had flown out over the lake and found the most wonderful mythic-ranked fish. It had taken some work to defeat the accursed thing, but he had, and now it was a special dinner for the Dana Mage's induction ceremony. Hawk wasn't exactly clear on what the purpose of a wedding was, but as far as he could discern, it was like the party that they threw for a new member of the Beasts, except that she didn't get a dedicated Dana space. That was a shame. He really liked his space. The food was brought out, while the band started to set up for the party afterward. They were going to need as much energy as they could get for the festivities, as everyone intended to make the very most of their vacation and dance until the sun came up, then return to the spa for a rest day. Not all of them could stay for an extended vacation. So many of them were headed home after only a single day of fun. That was somewhat expected, but now that they were at the resort, it seemed like a real shame. Karl enjoyed the soft sound of fey harps as they finished their dinner, sitting at a table with Dana and the Immortals, or you could look at it as the leaders of the Darklight host. Which brought up a good question. Matilda, why don't you have the guild master title? You're listed as the Saiho Seisa branch leader, but you're clearly the most powerful member of the Darklight host on the planet. Karl asked. The Chaos Dragon smirked. When there is a proper guild master, the Darklight host gains a guild skill based on the leader's abilities. Every member of the guild gains that one skill at their own rank as a benefit of being in a divine guild. Can you imagine what would happen if I was actually named as the guild master? If anything, we should probably name Orthos as the guild master, just so that we get something resembling a normal guild skill. Even if we made you guild master, we would probably get something weird. Make her do it. I need to know the answer. Kara mentally demanded. Matilda smirked in her direction, and Karl knew that the dragon had heard the Chaos Badger's thoughts. Dana chuckled. I think that it could be funny to name Karl. Is it automatic, or does he get to pick one of his skills? Because with his abilities, he could likely create a good one for the guild. The Immortals smirked. It's automatic, chosen by the World Dragon. But it's always one of your more uncommon skills. If anything, it might be one of his defensive abilities, and that would be quite the guild buff. But if it was something like his ability to advance skills, or to allow divine beasts to pick a bonded partner, can you imagine the reaction of the public if all of our guild members could do that? Nox stroked his beard and nodded sagely. You would have to pry the green dragon clerics off with a troll. That was an odd phrasing, and the Immortal noticed Karl's confused look. Kilo for kilo, trolls are one of the strongest monsters in the world. So, many in my world use them as a standard. If you're stronger than a troll at your own rank, you're gifted. But we only have mountain trolls on my world. There aren't any of the other ones, like the cute forest trolls or the bridge trolls. He explained. Gregor nodded. Trolls are helpful. I hire a bunch of them to guard doors and bridges. They're excellent at it. The Fey host chuckled. Trolls love to guard things, to the point that one of the species had been named bridge trolls because of their intensely protective instincts. They didn't just live under the bridge, they collected tolls, did maintenance, and prevented anyone from damaging the structure. Whether they actually turned the tolls over to anyone was questionable at best, but nobody would ever accuse a bridge troll's bridge of being unsafe to cross. If you ignored the danger from the troll, the music of the harps changed, and a staff member stepped to the microphone. Would the bride and groom please come to the dance floor for the first dance? This should be interesting, Karl thought. Neither of them was a skilled dancer, though they were both agile. But when they stepped on the floor, the Fae cast a spell on them, and a set of dance moves smoothly entered their memory. A very provocative dance. The music changed to an upbeat rhythm, and Karl swung Dana into the dance as she giggled and kept pace as he spun, twirled, and rubbed against her. The tango was the traditional Fae mating ball dance, so that was the one that they assumed would be right for the first dance of the married couple, and Karl couldn't say that they were wrong. Unlike the slow and formal sort of dancing, this was actually a fun one, and no less intimate, though in a different way than staring soulfully into your partner's eyes as you slowly danced. The first dance ended, and the dance floor filled with guests, while Karl's father came to take Dana's hand, and Dana's mother joined Karl for a dance. When he was a surprisingly good dancer, Karl realized. There was no worry of stepping on toes, though the dance was much more subdued than the last one. Partially because if he twirled her around like he did Dana, he was likely to dislocate her shoulder or twist her ankle. Some moves were simply not intended for the average human to perform without training. The next dance went to Ray, who managed to sneak ahead of everyone else who was waiting for the song to end. I want the fun dance, she demanded. Got it. Karl nodded to the band members, who smirked and then picked up the tempo of the music so that Karl could spin and twirl with Ray through the song. Or, most of the song because Lotus couldn't wait until it ended before she wanted someone to spin her. So, Karl traded partners, and Ray claimed Button to spin the little dragon, who didn't actually have any idea how to dance with a partner. Karl took a quick break for drinks in between dances and watched the chaos as the guests mingled. Being from not just different regions and continents, but also from different planets, all of their wedding customs were different, so everyone just went with whatever the idea was. And Kara was busy making up new wedding traditions on the fly, just to get people to do fun stuff. There was a conga line attempting to salsa dance on one side of the room, while someone had started a drinking competition between demons and dwarves on the other. But there was no fighting, which was a good start. Slowly, everyone was beginning to get tired, and Karl noticed that a few of the guests had vanished with the Fae staff members. Though, he suspected that Lotus did not have lewd intentions. She was probably in the kitchen. Dana rubbed her temples as she walked out of the shower late that night, wearing nothing but a towel and dripping water on the floor. "Toss me a healing spell, would you? I drank way too much," she complained. 12 straight hours of shots after a double advancement wasn't a good idea? Karl joked as he watched Tion's healing magic flow over her. "Ah, thank you. We should have given up hours ago." Dana sighed. Karl nodded. "That is true. It's after midnight already, and one of us should probably be up to say goodbye to the guests who are leaving after lunch tomorrow." Karl picked Dana up in one arm and peeled the towel off her with a smirk. "I think we can spare at least a few more minutes, though." Karl woke up the next morning to fox ears flicking at his face as Dana dreamed about something entertaining. He didn't bother to move, though he could see that it was late in the morning by the sun through the curtains. They weren't actually in any sort of rush, at least not until it was time that guests were getting ready to head home. That was a moment that came far too soon, and Dana had to hurry to shower so that they could get dressed and say farewell to the guests. Karl was not being helpful. While he was supposedly in the shower to help get them both clean faster, that was not at all what his actions suggested. And by the time that they finally made it to the lobby, Matilda was almost ready to open the portals and start letting everyone head home. "Sorry for the delay. We were a bit slow getting going this morning." "Is everyone headed out early?" Karl asked. Matilda nodded. "Other than the ones who are going to the tiny world, who are already there." Karl quickly checked the separate space and found that the rest of his guild members, plus Dana's mother, were all in the tiny world. He had been so busy lately that he had hardly had time to even speak to them at his own wedding. But they didn't seem like they had a bad time. Everyone was excitedly discussing the amenities of the Fae Resort and making plans to find a way to come back here again in the future. It would be an expensive vacation, but they all got paid well. Karl hugged his mother as Matilda opened the portal back to the Golden Dragon Nation. He could see the academy through the portal, and from there, it would be easy enough to get his parents back to their house. The academy had plenty of mages, but Karl suspected that there would be government leaders who wanted to ask questions before his parents went home. After all, a destination wedding that took them out of the world entirely was certainly something that the government would want some answers about. "I don't know how long it will be before I see you again, but I will try to make it sometime soon," Karl whispered, then activated, "Follow me, little one." Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to the wallflower Mary Eleanor. Her eyes went wide, and Karl winked at her, then let his father usher her through the portal. He would find out in about 5 seconds that she had just activated the system interface, but he was going to be immediately questioned about the same thing, so there was no harm in keeping them together for this part of their return trip. "You let Kara influence you too much," Dana whispered. "I think it's funny too," Ray whispered in Dana's ear. "Damn it, you always manage to sneak up on me. Even now that I've actually got the advantage in power level, you still do it," Dana grumbled. Ray smiled back at her. "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." Dana rolled her eyes. Of course, Ray would take that as a compliment. She had no awareness that people might not want to be startled, and she had very little sense of personal space. "Shall we all prepare to head back to the guild house? With this advancement, I'm sure that the Guild Alliance will be eager to find out how our skills stack up at mythic rank," Karl asked. Dana smiled. "That's a good point. But with none of the beasts at mythic rank, you'll be at a disadvantage for some time." Karl chuckled, and Dana shrugged. "Well, a disadvantage compared to your usual combat strength, anyhow. With your abilities, I suppose that it wouldn't really be a disadvantage versus the average raiding team member." Do you think that Remy will be able to do what she did for totem rank and find a potion to help everyone break through? She amended. Karl shook his head. I think that we simply don't have the proper materials for it. She's been trying because it would not only make her super famous, but it would also make a large portion of the world want her potions. I don't think that it will take them long to reach mythic rank, though. Now that my energy is at mythic rank, and the improved power matrix has improved the refinement speed of my energy, they'll be bathing in much higher energy density spaces before long, and that is bound to force at least 1 or 2 advancements. Ray already has what she needs for her advancement bath as well. Not perfect, as ideally, she would want a bit of immortal essence to reach the mythic rank, but it's fully possible with just mythic ranked ingredients. Dana smiled at the thought of Ray getting upset that her bath wasn't up to her standards, when it was full of mythic ranked blood. Of all the things that someone could be accused of, Ray would never be accused of not being discerning enough about her skincare routine, or about her fashion sense. Ironic, really. The bloodbath spider becoming a haute couture fashionista was not on anyone's checklist when she first arrived at the academy as a dinner plate-sized baby spider. Their first stop was the Alliance house in Xylaz so that they didn't have to immediately deal with the panic it would cause the people of Drod when they reappeared at mythic rank. Here, the rank was incredibly common. But there, it was just the Lord who held the rank. They were not going to escape the celebrations, though. Common enough that most guilds had a few didn't mean that it wasn't a huge accomplishment or an elite powerhouse. The house had already been decorated, and all of the mythic members of the Alliance had gathered to congratulate them, along with some of the totems who knew Karl or his team. So, how long until we can expect a mythic-ranked beast rating team? Nilla asked as he raised a glass of blood wine in greeting. Not long now. I know that some of the team members are going to struggle to make the advancement, but we will find a way to work with that. Worst case scenario, I might have to find a new friend for the team so that our totem rank capped members can retire from the rating team. Karl replied, Is that even an option? I know that they can stay outside when you are away, but can they actually retire? Nilla asked, confused. Karl shrugged. There aren't any restrictions on what they do on their own time. They'll still be linked to their space, so they will be getting stronger when they're near me. But there is no need for them to be on every trip to the dungeon. In fact, they can actually go along with different teams. Often in the past, Thor would go along with Tessa and the others so that he could work as their tank. The vampire smiled. Well, that's certainly an option. If any of them have golem summoning abilities, other than Lady Ray, they would almost be a raiding team on their own. Karl shrugged. Well, Remy has her bodyguards, but other than that, none of them have been compatible with the skill. We were hoping that Kara might be, but no such luck. The Chaos Badger did learn to make illusionary copies of herself, though. The vampire stared at him in horror. More of them. One Chaos Badger was already more than one city needed. Hawk was staring suspiciously at Kara as she napped in her space. He remembered this setup and the absolutely unfair level of F-carry that was her advancement to totem rank. He wouldn't put it past her to do it again, just because Karl was going on an adventure without her. Not that she actually needed the advancement. She didn't care about the damage she did most of the time, only that it was entertaining. The staff brought out drinks, and Karl let everyone out of the tiny world to come and relax in the house. The druids had been working hard to maintain the ecosystem, and they deserved to be part of the party. As the ladies filtered out of the portal to join the celebration, Karl noticed one out-of-place soul within his tiny world. Nacht, what are you doing here? The black dragon grumbled as he stepped out of the portal. Did we not specifically ask you to leave the baby dragons alone? Karl patted Button's head. But baby dragons like me. The black dragon pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes to focus his thoughts. I will help you find someone to look after the eggs. He relented. Already on it. I asked Tessa to send a message to the red dragon clerics, so we can get some caretakers in the tiny world. The ladies are doing a wonderful job incubating them, but they're not trained to raise baby dragons. Karl explained. And where will you even put them? Right where they are? It's a perfect living condition for them, so there's really no need to move them until they're grown up enough to start going out on their own. Karl offered. I thought that you might say that. Nak complained. Raj laughed at the interaction. I don't think that I've ever actually seen a black dragon frustrated before. I wonder what the Karl is going to do with a baby dragon that is giving even him headaches. Naksha giggled and leaned over to whisper the answer. He found 100 and some dragon eggs when he was out on a mission and plans to have his friends raise them. The warrior looked bemused. Baby dragons raised by Lotus and a chaos badger? Oh, I'm in for this. Nacht glared at him. Don't give them ideas. I will ensure that there is a responsible and trained caretaker sent to look after the hatchlings. Button ran over to give the black dragon a hug. You're going to bring us more friends? I knew that you were secretly not so scary. Lyric bopped the dragon on her head. He means he wants to send over a teacher who will keep you from playing all day and make you actually do your school lessons. Button gave Nacht a suspicious look. He wouldn't dare. Nacht gave her an unimpressed look, and the forest dragon frowned. He's looking at me like he would. But surely dragons aren't that evil. I collect the chicken eggs on time every day. What more do they want of me? Button whined. Can you read? Nacht asked. A little bit. But I have a plan for that. The Karl can teach skills, so he can teach me to read with a head pad, and then I don't need school. Button replied proudly. The room burst into laughter at the little dragon's logic. Baby dragons were baby dragons, even when they were forest dragons, it seemed. Then Button turned to Lotus for reinforcements, and everyone knew that she was fighting for a lost cause. If her best hope for escaping responsibility was the green dragon cleric, then Nacht would already have someone available who knew how to keep her in line. The church had centuries of practice with Lotus and her kin. After all, Lotus offered Button a sippy cup of juice and a cupcake, and the little dragon vanished into the kitchen to eat, leaving the mythic rank visitors chuckling. Maybe they didn't need a new person at all. Lotus had Button figured out. The mana here is nice. Did you cast some sort of protective spell on the house? Lyric asked as she watched Lotus and Button vanish into the kitchen. More than one. But part of the mana here is that it's next to the lake, which puts off a huge amount of elemental mana that mingles with the leaking mana from the dungeons. Karl explained. Lyric nodded. I have no idea what that means, but I like it. Explaining to the elf that the area around a dungeon always had higher concentrations of mana, and that with so many mythic-ranked dungeons in the area, Xylaz was a virtual heaven for mana users. Could be done later. For now, don't worry about it. Let's party and celebrate a pair of mythic advancements. I'm sure that the rest of the Alliance will be glad to hear it, even if just because Dana has 3 different types of golems. Karl joked. Raj snapped his fingers. That's right. I heard that you knew a new golem spell. Do the blue dragons know yet? Dana laughed and pointed at Sapphire, who was smirking at them. The librarian had already pleaded for Dana to make skill books for all the special skills and class skills that she knew so that they could advance more mages into battle mage-related tracks. Dana might focus more on her golems and ranged combat, but her class was actually exceptionally melee-capable. You could call it a side effect of being surrounded by good friends that she never needed to go forward to hold the line, and that nothing ever got through to attack the healers in the back with her. But the end result was the same. The golems used her blade skills more than she did. You have a point. Not only did they make mythic, but they're newlyweds. Did you have plans for a honeymoon vacation? Hugo asked. Karl shrugged at the big mage. Well, we tried a vacation while we were on a mission for Matilda, but that turned out to be more work than vacation. So, perhaps we will lounge around the house for a bit. Perhaps spend time in the tiny world, so there are fewer distractions. Now that I'm at the mythic rank, I can likely expand that tiny world even more again, giving us more room to roam. But I'm not in a hurry to do that yet. A whole week without getting out of bed except to eat sounds good to me. Hugo nodded. And then when you get out, you'll have a whole load of equipment requests to catch up on, and demands that you make another trial tower. Word of the one that you made for the Golden Dragon Nation is spreading fast, and everyone wants one. Karl frowned. How would they even learn about it here? None of the people from the Dragon Isles had been present when he made the tower. Did you think that the church was isolated? Dragons love nothing more than gossip. Every cleric from the Dragon Church knew that you were getting married. They all know that you're mythic now, and that you made a sort of repeatable trial tower for the Golden Dragon Nation with golems and illusions to fight. Hugo explained, and all the clerics put on their best innocent faces. Even Sapphire shrugged, as if to say that it wasn't her fault, just something inevitable. Karl sighed. Then I suppose I should think of a place to put a new one. Sapphire waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Let them argue, and someone will come tell you the decision eventually. The dragon gods and beast gods adherents are having a discussion about it now. The dragons already have one, but it's at totem rank. So, the beast gods want one as well. The answer will most likely be that they want it in Gthuzan or Nerid. Gthuzan is divine beast territory, and Nerid is mostly under the spider goddess, but the other beast gods are also worshipped there. Karl nodded. Well, I don't really see an issue with it. I'm sure that they can find some appropriate method of payment. Nacht snorted as he stifled laughter, and Karl shared a smile with him. It wasn't hard to guess what the old dragon was thinking. Now that Karl had a whole space full of baby dragons, he didn't need to go looking for them anymore. But the most likely price for a priceless treasure was to offer him a cub from one of the divine beast royal lineages. Unlike the dragons, who were guided by their patron and would eventually grow up well on their own, the divine beasts usually needed guidance to stay on track and reach their potential. Karl was an excellent choice for that mission, as he already had so many other wildly successful beasts in his care. Just based on his track record, they would treat him well. Drinks were brought out by the house staff, and someone called in the bards to play for the evening. A regular band was an option, but the actual bards could use their magic to refresh and revitalize the party-goers, keeping the event going longer and keeping anyone from getting excessively drunk and causing a scene. Well, too big of a scene because there was bound to be one with so many big egos in one room, even when they were all friends. The drunker they got, the more that they needed a reason to compete over something, and more than one challenge had to be moved to the roof of the compound, which had been reinforced with protective barriers for just this sort of thing. But that gave Karl a great idea to meditate on when he took Dana to bed. Instead of a full-fledged trial tower, Xylaz would likely do better with an arena, where you could enter to fight a challenge against either a real person or an artificial challenger, with spectators and betting. Because Xylaz. Karl woke up the next morning and gave Dana a hug, then realized that while she was fluffy, she was oddly lumpy. Is it morning? A groggy Tion asked. Why are you sleeping on Dana's chest? It's soft and warm, like being back in the burrow with Mother. I'm going back to sleep. Karl chuckled and left the little fox to his nap. Dana was worn out this morning, but he didn't need to actually get out of bed. He was just mentally formulating the method to make a training arena without physically building the arena. He had discovered last night that portability would be the key. Not all duels wanted to go to a formal training area, and there were already buildings for that. But if he could make a form of illusionary domain, with solid obstacles inside that could be hit by the contestants, it would be perfect. Just activate it, let the contestants step inside, and fight it out wherever they happen to be. Karl was fairly sure that he knew how to coat the inside of the illusionary domain with solid surfaces if he activated it with an object created through runecrafting. But it would not be a small object, no matter how tiny his writing was. The idea of the mountain, with its layered slices, was actually a practical one. But Karl was thinking of an obelisk, made with layers of stones, each enchanted, then attached by a base. If he did it that way, he could make the object under 2 meters tall, and still have the needed spells. The domain, the solid interior from earth manipulation, the protective spells for the spectators, and the arena itself, the opponents, and a referee. Having an illusion with some basic sentience would let the artifact adjust its own barrier levels and create requested opponents from the available golems. He didn't have an unlimited variety, but his golem spell created beasts of most sorts, and he could create dungeon bosses that he knew. That should be a popular feature for the raiding teams. Being able to bring a team into practice, or try out new strategies in a setting where the monster would stop before actually killing you, was a huge thing. But that also meant he needed to build a healing spell and recovery area. If only there was a template for this. He should have asked the other Darklight host guild masters. One of them was almost guaranteed to know a suitable sort of skill. Unfortunately, the idea had occurred to him too late, and now that they were on different planets again, he was unable to directly message them, though the additional branches still showed as active, but out of range in his system interface. With them so far away, he had no way to contact them, and he didn't have the skills to open an interplanetary portal between guild houses, even though the system would let him target the ones that were within range from Xylaz. He had never been to the Sihosesa guild house, but in theory, he could open a portal to the location that Matilda had designated within the property. After much consideration, the plinth model really did seem like the best option to create the arena. It was easy to layer, could be placed anywhere, and he could make it to be distinctively representative of the Darklight host. Half black and half white wouldn't hurt anything when he enchanted it, and it wasn't supposed to be a decorative piece, as most of the runes were hidden any way that you arranged it. Karl mentally designed the entire plinth, all 50 layers of it, and then began to work on altering it so that it would be more practical and easier to keep charged when the combatants damaged the protective spells on the arena. The last thing that anyone needed was for the whole spell to collapse in the middle of a battle and dump the spectators on the ground. Being an illusionary domain, it was larger inside than outside, so depending where the arena was set up, some of the guests might not land anywhere safe. Kara saw many fun ways that could be abused, but Karl wasn't going to let her deliberately use the collapse of the arena to dump guests into secure areas that might get them arrested. It could be funny, but more than a little troublesome. Bored, Kara came out to join them all in bed, snuggling up to the other side of Dana, then carefully sniffing her to see if she smelled pregnant. There were wagers on when they would get baby Dana mages, and she intended to win. There was a chance that Thor might have this one. He had pretty good instincts, but with a bit of advanced knowledge, Kara was sure that she could influence the odds in her favor. You know that I can hear your thoughts, right? And Remy, no making potions to induce labor just so that you can get the exact time and date that you have bet on. Karl warned. He's getting too good at this. I didn't even let myself think of it while he was awake, and he still guessed. Remy commended Karl's ingenuity. Dana opened one eye. Is it normal for them to be plotting against us like that? Completely shameless. Karl laughed. They forgot that you can hear them now, so they thought that you would be caught unawares when they started making plans to get you to have baby Dana mages on their selected dates. If I'm not wrong, they've already started to arrange date nights for us so that they can maximize the odds that conception occurs within the correct window for their wagers. Dana sighed. At least one of them isn't completely shameless. Ray snorted in amusement. Opal isn't innocent. She just wants to make a film about it. It doesn't matter to her what dates the filming runs. The spider had a point. That was not an improvement. Dana sighed and stroked Tion's head. The little fox might be plotting to help her love life, but it did come from a pure mindset. He just wanted more baby foxes to play with, and he was pretty sure that Dana would be having at least partially fox offspring. Baby Stonefur divine foxes would be best, but baby fox girls would be alright too. Brothers were competition, but little sisters were just there to be adored and pampered. Kara told him so, and it must be true. Dana was highly dubious about that logic, but Karl wasn't concerned by the plotting. All the outcomes were good ones for him, since he wasn't the one who would have to carry the pups, kittens, or children to term, depending on what exactly they ended up with. Dana was doing her best not to think about that part, and instead focused on the plans that Karl was making for a new arena construct. She had learned the art from him, but this sort of rune crafting was completely out of her element. Just understanding how the runes would work was not enough for a project like this one. You would also need to know all of the relevant spells, understand the concepts behind them, and how to merge them into one effect to stabilize them. In short, she had no intentions of trying. However, his process did give her some ideas on how to create new effects of her own that might enhance the armor and accessories that she was planning to make later. Now that she understood how to put the golem effect on an item, she was beginning to understand how to alter the runic sequence to specifically target bonuses to improve the golem spell. Adding specifically construct damage to an item would give a much larger bonus than a general damage bonus that applied to everything that a mage would cast. Sure, it would hamper their overall abilities, but if you were primarily relying on golems and summoned creatures to do your damage, you could easily double their abilities instead of giving everything that you did a 30 to 40% bonus. The generic bonuses were what Karl usually gave items, so they would be useful in any situation. But mages usually relied on only a few core abilities, and the rest were support skills. Lacking a bonus didn't stop you from using them, but if she created items that only improved fire skills or added burning damage, someone like Hawk would gain massive bonuses. Hawk was a big fan of that plan. No need to work out other runic combinations, just add burning damage to everything and it would be fine. What skills did a mage actually need other than fireball? I think that there is something wrong with that logic, my friend. Thor reminded the bird. Hawk frowned. You might have a point. Fireball is good. But then there are flame tornadoes, there is flaming rain, there are flaming meteors. Limiting the bonus to just fireball is too extreme. Thor shrugged. But when I stomp on things, I don't want them to catch fire, it would burn my feet. Dana shook her head and decided that it was better just to ignore the banter of the beast for the good of her mental health. Karl laughed as Dana tried to adapt to all the extra voices in her head, including Kara's whispered messages, which the Chaos Badger intended to be like intrusive thoughts, encouraging Dana to do fun things. It wasn't working very well, but given time, she thought that she might be able to break the Dana Mage's defenses down. The only issue was that Dana could also hear her plans to wear down her resistance. Karl was much better about ignoring that part, but Dana was mentally calling her out all the time. Kara decided that she needed to up her game. She had gotten sloppy. While the plotting continued all morning, Karl and Dana saw no good reason that they should actually get out of bed until they were hungry. So, at noon, Dana finally lifted Tian off her chest and placed the fox down on the bed beside her. That was his signal to return to his space so that he could play and work on his holy magic. Playing with other people wasn't bad, but it wasn't as fun as napping on Dana when she was in foxskin form. "Did you have a good morning?" Ophelia joked when the couple finally came downstairs. "Not bad. Sleeping in is a nice change now and then." "Where is your little troublemaker?" Karl replied. "In the tiny world with Button and the others. You left the portal open in the main room, so there are others visiting as well," she explained. Karl smirked, and the berserker laughed. "What can I say? The ladies might not want to have men living with them, but they certainly don't mind taking them home for an evening. Let them have their fun. There will be plenty of hangovers to go around today, and all the healers will be busy if we drag the Guild Alliance members back now. All right, I will keep the portal open, but I'm moving it to the basement so that it's next to the portal to the Drod Guild house, where the gargoyles can keep an eye on who is coming in and out. If I have to take off for some reason, the other guild masters won't be happy if I take a few of their raiding team members with me by accident." Karl joked. "I don't think that you will get far. They are all eager to see how you and Dana do in the mythic rank dungeons, and they don't care if they've got to wait all day to talk to you." Dana sighed. "So much for lazy days. But a trip through the mythic dungeons should be both fun and profitable for us. At least the dungeons are exclusive enough that we won't be going with a full group of newbies." Karl and Dana didn't have to wait long for the guild leaders to realize that they were up. Hugo was still at the house, discussing magic with Wendy, who was grilling him on all sorts of esoteric magical theories that Karl couldn't even begin to comprehend. So, as soon as he realized that the voices in the main room were Karl and Dana, he alerted the others and had them make plans to organize a run through a 5-person dungeon with one of their strongest damage dealers. Karl and Dana should be capable enough, but they were both freshly advanced, and even the best of gear couldn't always make up for the difference in power levels between the peak of Mythic and the start. The question was just how close to the minimum would they be? Both of them had rare skills that added a lot of damage to their abilities, and they both had multiple golems, which would multiply their damage output. Karl had the beasts, but it might not be safe to bring them along on this trip, as they hadn't advanced yet, and even if they were to come along, they would only do 10% of their usual damage. That just wasn't efficient. The real question was, what sort of role would Karl pick if he wasn't backing up his beasts? Dragon form and melee positioning? Or would he go for something ranged, even though there wasn't as much crowding at the front? No, that wasn't right. The front line would still be crowded with golems when both Karl and Dana were in a group. That bonding spell that linked both of their souls so that they would advance at the same rate was really something. Karl was advancing at an insane rate, and he would now have a perfectly matched mage with him who was never behind him in progression. Most people wanted a pocket healer so that they would get into more groups and not have to worry about an uncaring cleric letting them suffer for their mistakes. He had the opposite. Incredible self-healing and damage reduction, and a bonus damage dealer. That would work well in most groups, though. While he wasn't the tank, he wouldn't make life hard on the healers, which would allow them to keep the group up through any mistakes or particularly difficult points. Keeping one person alive was no problem for a cleric. Keeping 5 of them alive was not always a simple proposition, especially if the damage dealers were too focused on killing and not on the damage that they were taking in return. For example, one of the bosses had a Thorns effect, where you took return damage when you injured it. So, the highest damage dealers took the most damage from the boss, and it was a nightmare for the healers when the warriors weren't paying attention to their own injuries. As they recalled, Karl had limited invulnerability active all the time, and not just for a limited period. For Thorns, That was the best possible skill to have, as the damage was not large at any time. It just added up quickly with countless small injuries. Karl, welcome back to the land of the living. Do you have time to talk? Steve asked as he led the other guild masters into the dark light, host's common room. Always. I can already guess what you have in mind, and I think that we can work something out. I hope you weren't in a hurry, though. We've just gotten married, and I have no intentions of working hard for the next few weeks. Karl replied. Steve chuckled. Well, I can't blame you for that. For the entire month after I got married, I didn't do anything productive. Fortunately for me, I was still a totem at the time, and there were other tanks to take up my role for the monthly runs. The more power you get, the more work that they have for you. It's a bit ironic, really. All the hard parts are the ones that can't be delegated to anyone else. Karl joked. Steve sighed. Welcome to life as a mythic. Nobody ever asks us for things that someone else could do. They call it being respectful and reverent of our position, but really, it just means that we can't slack off nearly as much as we used to. A real buzzkill if you ask me. But with the two of you in the alliance, we've actually got a few extra damage dealers, and we can rotate out a little more often. Karl smirked at the druid. No rest for the wicked, though. There are never enough tanks and healers to go around. Steve shrugged. We're working on it. Now that we've got 2 more members, we can start working on a whole backup team. It's not easy to recruit mythic members, but we're building a pretty good reputation. Dana frowned. Don't get too excited. We've got far too much to do to be going multiple times a week into the dungeon. Keeping it as an extra rotation in the main group for now is probably better. The guild masters sighed in unison, which made the others in the room chuckle. They were all super excited to get more people in their raiding rotation, but the Darklight host was primarily a crafting guild, and now that they had a pair of mythic-ranked craftsmen among their numbers, they were sure to be flooded with extremely profitable requests. Far more than anyone could expect to be making from even a mythic dungeon for the day. The imbalance in the Xylaz region was really unfair that way. But on the other hand, Sapphire flat-out refused to make mythic-ranked items, even if you had the materials. Unlike the stubborn Blue Dragon, there was a chance that they could get at least 1 item each at the mythic rank out of Karl. Possibly from Dana as well, once they figured out what crafting skill she had. She must have taken one by now. It simply didn't make sense that she wouldn't have. Karl thought about the offer for a moment, then smiled. Why don't we go along on the trip this time? It will give the damage dealers a day off. We can get to learn the dungeon, and then we can put off the complaints until next week. Once a week shouldn't be too hard on the schedule, even with all the backlog of orders that we've built up over the last few weeks. Steve smiled as they relented. That would be perfect. Each of the 3 teams goes on a different day every week. But if you are available once a week, that would give us a chance to give all the damage dealers some extra time off when they need it. I know that there are a few teams who wouldn't mind an extended vacation. Raj laughed. I know, my team is getting lazy, but we still need to keep the bills paid. The man had a point. The mythic dungeons were the primary source of funding for the head tax that the region charged people to live in the city and access the open dungeons. Steve smiled. Why don't they come with me this time? I can get a healer and 1 more ready in a few minutes. And it's halfway between our rotations, so nobody will miss out. My guys have been grinding hard lately to make money for new gear, so they won't turn down an extra run. Karl chuckled. You are making me feel bad, like I'm taking advantage of them. Steve shrugged. Totem-ranked gear is stupidly expensive, no matter how you look at it, and the dungeon that we won doesn't have the greatest loot. It's also a really short one. We will be done in under an hour after we arrive. Hugo nodded. The mythic dungeons have fierce competition. Plus, a lot of them are kind of sad. There is one that is just 3 pulls of guards and a single boss, but with a week-long timer. One year, there wasn't even a challenge for it. The guild who held it the year before won it by default because nobody else showed up to claim it. It's cheap to enter if you want. They ask for 1 overlord ranked or higher trash item as an entry fee. Karl chuckled. That was truly an inexpensive dungeon to visit. But with only 1 boss, it might actually be a good training spot. Epic golems. Dana thought, and Karl's amused chuckle turned to a smile. She was right. The more bosses that they saw, the more that they could summon as defenders in combat. Well, we can talk about doing some of the short and easy dungeons later, just to build experience. Who knows, one of them might help a beast advance. Karl agreed with fake reluctance that didn't fool anyone. The other guild leaders might not have known him long, But they knew Karl well enough to know that he was always up for a challenge, and even if he wasn't, the beasts certainly were. Having them in his head would influence Karl to be more amenable to challenges, even if he was otherwise considered extremely busy for a mythic guild leader. And that reminded Dave of another point. You should have space for 200 guild members in your branch now, not just 100, right? Were you planning to recruit more craftsmen? I can see that the ones in Drod have been busy, even with the number who came to the wedding. Karl nodded. We brought a lot of workers to Drod. Some of them will be promoted to full guild members soon, and I might look for a few more to round out our ranks. But no rush. Did you want to eat and then head for the dungeon? Dave asked hopefully. Karl turned to Dana, who shrugged. I don't see why not. Call your people over, and we can plan the dungeon run. The dungeon was actually a simple one. It was a small jungle section with demonic apes in it, and just 2 bosses. All you had to do was follow the path and eliminate the groups. Simple. As long as you didn't get encircled by the apes and their earth elemental attacks, or knocked down by earthquake. All right, I will call over a cleric and a warrior. Not that I think we will need more bodies in melee, but it will help guide the golems. Once they know what to do, we can likely send you 2 with any sort of group and expect it to be fine. Though, Karl laughed as Dave paused. We are likely to be the only thing resembling a mage in most of the groups if we go, because there are so many warriors. The druid shrugged. Your words, not mine. We did curate the groups for a better mix of mythic team members. But most are still 3 warrior types, a mage and a healer. There was simply no getting around it. There weren't enough of the other classes to have it any other way. Even having Dave as a druid tank was more diversity than most groups claimed. All right, you call the members, we will grab something to eat, and then calm the ladies. I'm sure that they're not going to be happy about being left behind when there are new things to fight. Karl joked. Dave rolled his eyes. The badger will be easy to distract, but I don't know what you're going to tell Ray. Telling her that with the damage reduction, her stabbing will be ineffective might just get you stabbed instead. In her space, Ray smirked. The badger lover was a smart man, but she was already preparing her advancement bath and consolidating energy from her space into her body to force herself to the bottleneck so she could be mythic as soon as possible. If everything went to plan, not only would she be the first one to advance, she would be ready for the next week's dungeon run, and she could stab all new things to her heart's content. For this week, she would have to bother Nilla's group to take her on a run. When the tank said to take her, the rest of the group wouldn't argue with him. The other 2 team members from Dave's group were over within minutes, as Karl and Dana had gotten out of bed so late in the day. But that also gave them an excuse to stay for lunch and sample some of the mystic cooking skills of the Darklight host's head chef, and Lotus, who had created a super fluffy specialty quiche. Picking both the actual chef and Lotus to have the new mystic cooking skill had actually been a brilliant idea, because they both had different ideas of what should be prioritized to be improved, and they were willing to exchange recipes. So, Lotus added new sweets and breakfasts, while the rest of the kitchen staff focused on properly nutritious meals. Dave cleared his throat. There really isn't much to tell you about the dungeon. It's demonic apes. We go to the groups, kill them, move on. They all use earth magic, so watch out for flying stones and earthquakes. The bosses are the same, but on a larger scale. Karl and Dana nodded. All right, that's manageable. But we have an idea. Remember how Dana and Ophelia accidentally triggered a new difficulty level in the Overlord-ranked dungeon by tanking with limited invulnerability and golems? I suggest that we try the same thing in this dungeon too, if possible. I know that Dave has the limited invulnerability, skill, and solid damage reduction, so we don't need to change the tactics. Just keep the others from getting hit hard enough to break the barrier I will put on them. That should be enough to ensure 0 actual damage is taken. So, if there is a hard mode, we should find out, and then the Alliance might be able to get a loot improvement. Dave frowned. The loot from the Mythic dungeons was universally terrible. If it dropped mostly Mythic rank trash, it would already be worth more than it currently was. If it dropped Mythic items at rare or epic grade on every boss, it would be huge for the Alliance. Alright, but if this works, I will ask that you teach that barrier skill to someone so that they can let the other groups survive the harder difficulty. Dave agreed. No problem. Eternal Lightning should be usable by blue and white dragons. Some of their clerics as well. The base form, Refreshing Lightning Barrier, was only usable by the blue dragons, and they already have that skill book. Karl agreed. The hard part would be getting the blue dragons into a dungeon. Getting them into the alliance was easy. Dave could just unleash their curiosity on Karl. But getting them to put their lives in danger for money? The blue dragons had close to zero interest in such things. The white dragons were easier to work with. They would come along just to heal for the sake of healing. And they already had one in the group. Can you teach Lars? Dave asked. The white-robed healer turned to watch them when he heard his name. Instead of laughing at Lotus dancing as she cooked, which was actually more entertaining than discussing a dungeon he had been to 100 times. Teach me what? How to create an epic grade barrier skill. Karl explained. The healer nodded and made a go-ahead gesture. Champion Karl offers knowledge, epic skill, eternal lightning, will be transferred to the devoted medic Larsherman. The cleric's eyes glowed with white light, and Karl saw scales shimmer on his skin as he got excited and almost transformed back into his natural draconic form to test the skill. Dave patted the healer on the shoulder. I haven't seen you so excited in a long time, old friend. Lars winked at him and nodded. I have a new class option waiting for me now that I have an epic great skill. This will be a good day. The druid shook his head in dismay. Go ahead and check it out. Most people enter the class change immediately. We have plenty of time to wait for you if you have a few options to look through. Only a white dragon would put off their advancement just so they wouldn't delay a dungeon run. It only took a moment before the dragon's attention was back with them, and his pleased smile was somewhat smug. The new class is Archpriest. Fear not. Nothing has changed in my role, but I now have a few more options for protective barriers and healing spells that are more mana efficient. Lars declared. Then let's get going. Everyone is done eating, right? Dave asked. Their warrior, Abel, picked up one more croissant and nodded. Good to go, boss. The dungeon was very close to their alliance house, a deliberate measure so that they could respond to issues quickly. It was the first one that the alliance had gained, before they even had control of a totem-ranked dungeon. The guards on duty waved at Dave as he walked up, and Karl saw that there was a group of ragged-looking adventurers standing inside the cordoned area, making plans for the run. They obviously didn't know each other. But if what Dave said was to be believed, this was a good dungeon for that sort of pickup group. Let's enter. There'll be a few more minutes planning, Dave announced, then led the way directly inside. Karl followed him in, so he could prepare the golems. Tion saw an opportunity and came out to sit on the shoulder of their healer. Fighting enemies with 90% damage reduction didn't mean anything when you weren't planning to do any damage in the first place. He could just keep area buffs like consecrated ground up on the golems, and use his area healing ability if they were actually taking damage. Lars stroked the little fox's head, wondering how he had become suddenly popular. He didn't realize that he was simply standing in the appropriate spot for a healer, so Tion was using him as a location reference for where he should be when they came back here. Once all his sisters were at the mythic rank, they could come here with just the Karl. Wait, did the Dana mage count as one of his sisters? That shouldn't be right. There was another word for her. Whatever, he would figure it out later. Tion thought about calling her Auntie Dana, but that made her sound old. Definitely not good. But sisters shouldn't do those sorts of things with the Karl. Kara nodded in agreement. Mating with Karl would be weird, and she was adopted, not born in his space. Remy considered the situation. Logically, Dana should be something like their adoptive mother, perhaps their stepmother. But that didn't fit. She had read many books, and stepmothers were supposed to be evil and biased. Maybe she could be a cousin? Or they could just call her big sister, since she had been adopted into the family like they had. Her position might be a bit different, but it was still a good name. Can you not discuss my love life when we're about to start a dungeon? Dana pleaded. Oh yeah? The Dana mage hasn't figured out how to mute everyone yet. All right, we will discuss your title later. But how do we know when the baby Dana mages are due? Tion asked. Really? Now is not the time for that conversation, either. Multitasking. It's easy to chat and heal at the same time. Tion complained. Karl gave Dana's mind a slight mental nudge, showing her how to move the thoughts of the others to the back of her mind, turning it into subconscious chatter unless it was something urgent and aimed at her. Thank you, she replied, then began to summon her golems to get the fight started. With her 4 humanoid golems and the pair of dragon hounds, they were already doing very well. Then, she added the pair of epic golems, in the form of earth elemental lords, and Dave shook his head in dismay. How was he supposed to lead a raid when there were 4 boss monsters in his front lines? What was he even supposed to be doing up there? Dave focused himself and gave his usual first instructions as he led the group forward. Follow me into the group. I will pull them with a ranged spell. Golems spread to my flanks and stop them from encircling the group. Damage dealers, you know the routine. 5 seconds for me to get all their attention, then join the fight. Karl did exactly that, and 5 seconds into the first fight, he sent in his golems, in the form of a pair each of Myceloid Kings, Lightning Sarrow, and Dire Bears, backed up by a squad of Spectral Knights. Between his team and Dana's, the outcome was inevitable, especially after the Myceloid Kings pinned 2 of the demon apes with their arms behind them for the others to massacre. It feels like we're bullying them at this point, the healer noted as the demon apes howled in pain. Karl nodded. You're right. We should probably use some area attacks, so it doesn't feel as much like a mugging. The white dragon simply stared at him for a moment, then shook his head in dismay. How would that help? By reducing visibility so they didn't have to see the mugging? The first group fell, and Dave turned back to them to pass a message in bear form. Change of plans. Just have that pair of thugs grab the apes. They grapple better than I do. Karl smiled and sent his golems forward, then bombarded the area around the apes with Apocalypse, in case they had missed something. No more apes came out of the forest, but Dave waited for a few more seconds before he joined the fight. There was no need for him to get beat up when those things were present. Dana used a movement skill to step up into the air over Karl's head and began an elegant sword dance that threw multiple attacks at the apes every second, a fitting counterpart to Karl's area of effect fire damage. Don't let Annabelle know about that skill. She will never let your Dana sleep until she learns it. Giving her an idle dress was a mistake. The healer, Lars, quietly joked. You know, we can teach her the skill. It might even advance her class, since it's an exclusive ability of the class that Dana has. Mystic Blade Master, it is called. It has a bunch of bonuses to golem damage and blade use. She's actually a brilliant melee combatant, Karl explained to the dragon. And she is back here, in the air. Why? Karl shrugged. Because she can? Her skills have more than enough range for her to fight from that distance, and her primary melee bonuses are her incredible agility and auto parry. But what is going to attack her with all those golems around? Lars chuckled. He wouldn't complain that nobody was getting hurt. Whatever ability Karl was using on the golems had them either taking no damage or healing as fast as they were being injured. So, he was just chatting with Karl as the Beast Master channeled a rain of fire and meteors onto the battle. You know, I just realized that you're not going to be eligible to challenge for a totem rank dungeon this time around. It looks like our alliance might be out in the cold again. Lars realized. Karl shrugged. Well, we've got a chance if one of the other ladies hits totem rank in time, or if one of the beasts doesn't advance. I would wager that Thor could likely hold his own in a totem rank challenge. Not Ray, Lars asked. Karl shook his head. Ray certainly won't wait that long. She's already preparing for her own advancement. But Thor is quite attached to Tessa, and I suspect that his bloodline is going to give him some trouble. Normally, an impenetrable bulwark behemoth cannot advance past Overlord, but he already did. We might be able to help him advance again, or evolve into a form that is more compatible with higher ranks. But both will likely take some time. Lars sighed. Well, you'll be able to challenge for a mythic dungeon anyhow. We can always use another, if you're a good enough combatant in the duel format at mythic rank. Karl winked at the dragon. Oh, I can most definitely duel better than I could at totem rank. I don't think that I will have too many issues, even if they ban summons from the format. Plus, I have a secret weapon if things get messy, and I don't think that any of the others will be able to stand against it alone. The item only increased one skill by 1 rank. But if he made Avatar, turn him into an immortal ranked world dragon, the fight would just be completely lopsided. The damage reduction alone would make it nearly impossible to hurt him, and the extra strength would turn it into a slugfest that nobody else could win in an enclosed area. Lars realized the same thing after a few seconds. Dragons had an immeasurable advantage in an arena setting, in that nobody could run away from them. Even if you weren't a warrior class, you were still a dragon. Just bite them and bathe them with your breath weapon. In that order. The golems didn't slow down as they reached the boss, because Karl was distracted talking to Lars, so the boss fight started immediately, with Karl just adjusting the target of his attacks when the golems moved. Spam Fire Void Blast at the center of the chest. Kara instructed, causing Karl to change tactics and cast more than one type of spell. The rapid fire black bursts exploded over the boss ape, who staggered back before flailing at the myceloid kings as the earth elementals circled behind it with massive broadswords made of stone. It was so screwed. System announcement, new kill time record achieved. Enhanced difficulty level. Y/N. Dave paused as he saw the message. Damn it, they really found a way to do it. He muttered, while Kara mentally cheered. Beating up stupid apes who only attacked the closest thing was no fun. Dave steeled his will, then thumped his paw on the ground. Yes, he announced. Select difficulty level. 1 to 5. Before he could answer, Kara appeared in front of him and threw her paws up in the air, like she could grab the system message and keep it for herself. Yes, all the difficulty level. Difficulty level 6, chosen, good luck. Dave roared. You damnable badger. You're not even part of this fight. Why are you here causing me headaches? Kara laughed as she danced out of the way of his paw, but then there were apes coming from every direction, while the next group along the path doubled in size and began to glow with increasingly potent red light. Enrage effect. It gets stronger by the second, but we've got to fight through these new monsters to get there. If this affects the other group's attempts to clear the dungeon, I am going to strangle that badger to death. Dave informed them. Kara laughed as she flapped up into the sky and began to hurl void blasts at the new apes. They were mostly totem-ranked and would be relying on numbers to delay the dungeon group and not massive amounts of damage. However, every fifth one was a mythic demonic ape, effectively tripling the number of real enemies that they had to fight, while the regular groups were all on an enraged timer. And the gods only knew what they would face when they reached the next boss. Karl chuckled and transformed into the avatar of the world dragon, then took his golems to charge the enraged group. Dave, you strategize. Dana, work with him to clear the way. Kara, you had better pull your weight if you're going to cause trouble. Karl insisted. Seeing that there were totem-ranked apes now, Ray came out to play, bringing 4 spider golems with her. Then her whole group of spectral knights. She didn't have any mythic ape blood in her bath, and it didn't smell too bad. Kind of leafy and meaty at the same time. Well, at least she called for reinforcements. Lars chuckled as he watched the group's lone warrior trying to fight off a wave of totem-ranked apes to get to the main fight, where Karl and his golems were just reaching the enraged demonic apes. Karl felt a surge of power from the Blade of Champions as he attacked, and the weapon got its first taste of mythic life energy in a long time. This was what it needed. New infusions of higher quality energy. Brutal Pugilist applied its bonus damage on top of Shatter, Sharpness, Brutality, Rampage, and Predation. The final effect was dragon claws that cut through tough ape hide like warm butter, and blood everywhere. Ray made a mental note to go there and clean up in a moment. Once Karl was finished with the enraged ones, she could go get all the good blood for her bath. It might not be what she was after for her advancement, but the earthy notes made a good base, with strong vitality and regenerative energy. She would just need to target the other components toward the changes she wanted to make. Karl caught a massive fist in his own, then bit down on an ape's head. He shuddered at the feeling of crunching bone, and decided that using skills was probably better than brute force. He didn't share Ray's opinion about the flavor of demonic apes. Gravity Slam sent a shock wave out in front of him, knocking the apes off balance, and giving the greater golems in the form of Lightning Sero a chance to knock them to the ground, where they could be mercilessly tormented as they tried to get back up. Then, Dave was with them, and the rest of the group began to push forward, keeping the fight clear of the extra monsters. The enrage effect is getting strong. We need to keep pushing forward. Once these are dead, push forward and engage the next group. Dave instructed as he went to join Dana's golems. Got it. They're almost down. Surprisingly durable things. Karl agreed. With bestial regeneration and their earth magic, the demonic apes were becoming hard to kill, even when outnumbered 4-1 by golems and constructs. Karl quickly finished the apes, then gathered the next enraged group with Flaming Vortex, before hitting them with Dispel. For a half second, the enrage effect vanished, and Karl thought that this might not be bad. Then, it was back, and stronger than before it was dispelled. Ooh, That made them mad. Super spicy apes. Kara giggled. They weren't even affected by the spicy tornado anymore, Hawk realized. It was still damaging them, but they were immune to the pulling effect and not at all disoriented. They must be super spicy. Karl bombarded them with Void Blast as he approached, then increased the mana that he was putting into Apocalypse, hoping to wear them down enough that their regeneration would be fully occupied with the area damage. If the background damage was that high, it would be much easier to take them out. Fundamental rule comprehension increased, fire 5%. Karl put a bit more mana into the barriers around his golems, keeping Eternal Lightning active so that the debuff that the apes were causing didn't linger. It was only around for half a second when the barrier was active, but Eternal Lightning continually cleansed. For added bonus, he cast Consecrated Ground and found that it had a huge bonus against the demonic apes, nearly as much as against undead. Now he could really get to work. He just had to change tactics. Instead of Void Blast, he switched to Holy Blast and found that coating his claws in holy energy made his attacks cause increased bleeding from Lacerate and Hemotoxic strikes. Karl tore the throat out of one of the demonic apes, and the greater golems teamed up to stomp on its head as it fell. With the added holy damage, this was going much faster than the last one, and he might actually have them down before the rest of the group had finished their work. A sudden impact on the hind legs of his draconic form reminded Karl that he had to pay attention to more apes than just the ones that he was fighting. But before he could react, a dire bear golem had launched itself over his back and knocked the errant demonic ape to the ground, locked in a death grip. With the ape immobile, locked in combat with the dire bear, the spectral knights moved in to stab it to death from every angle at once. Brutal, but effective. The apes fell, and Ray immediately pulled the corpses into her space to drain them of blood. It wasn't any better than the first ones had been, but it was still mythic blood, and every bit would count, as she didn't have any immortal blood available. You totally jinxed it, Hawk informed her. Are we that lucky? Kara asked. Maybe. This is a pretty fun fight. All boom, pow, smash dashed. Tion agreed from his perch on Lars' shoulder. Can you all stop trying to influence the dungeon into making the last boss immortal? Dana pleaded. Sorry, but I know. Ray informed her in a smug tone. Dave caught up to Karl just as the last of the demonic apes fell, and glared at Kara, who was flying overhead. Have I mentioned yet that I really hate you? He asked the badger, who nodded happily in agreement, then tossed him a large meat bun. The druid caught it in his mouth and swallowed in one bite, without stopping his running commentary on how badgers were invented to make his life difficult. But the extra monsters had stopped coming, and the only thing left in front of them was one massive demonic ape, glowing with bright red energy and slathering with rage. We will have to do this faster next time, Kara noted as she watched the insane ape stomp around the clearing. The enraged timer looked like it was much too fast for a casual fight. Golems forward. Engage the boss and let's see what it's got. Dave sighed. The moment that the golems entered the area, spikes of earth erupted from the ground, forcing them all to dodge, and bright golden armor surrounded the final boss, before it doubled in size from its already impressive 4-meter stature. Goddess, that thing is massive. What in the world are we supposed to do with that? Sick a dragon on it? Karl, you're up. Lars joked. Dana laughed, and sent her golems to join the fight while flying overhead. But being off the ground didn't save her from the area spell. The spikes launched themselves into the air as the next wave passed under her, but from her vantage, she could see how the spell worked. It's a ring of earth spikes that comes out from him. There are gaps in it, but the spell rotates, so you will have to adjust to where they are. She shouted down to the team members on the ground. That was all well and good, Dave decided. But how were they supposed to damage that thing? The golems were already in combat with it, and its health was only slightly ticking down, then mostly healing. But with every bit of damage it took, the enrage effect increased. Tion nimbly hopped to the side as Lars was forced to roll to avoid being impaled from beneath by the wave of spikes, and momentarily wished that he had time to inspect those spikes. There had to be secrets to new earth magic in that spell. He's getting ready for something big, Dana warned as the red light on the boss surged. Then, the light turned completely black before vanishing into the boss. Its armor went from gold to black, its eyes glowed with red malevolence, and Dave cursed as he saw the decoration around its name change. Immortal rank demonic ape blood. Ray sighed happily. Kara, I'm going to trim your claws and lock you in a plain white room. Dana grumbled. This is not my fault. I just wanted to make it more interesting. Kara complained. How could their beloved Dana mage threaten her with something that vile? What would she do in a boring white room if she couldn't even claw it apart? Well, now we know what level 6 difficulty looks like. Karl sighed. Then recast Avatar, using the Amulet of Destruction. Amulet of Destruction, Immortal rank. Epic grade. Increases the effect of one spell per minute by 1 rank in the mortal ranks, or 1 sub-rank for immortals. Now, he was an immortal ranked avatar, and his attacks would do full damage to the boss. Not his skills, but his actual physical attacks should. But there was one thing that he hadn't thought about when he cast the spell. With Behemoth and Brutality active, his size was more than tripled, and an immortal ranked dragon was already 100 meters long without buffs. He took up half the clearing on his own, and nobody could fight with him in the way. Karl reversed the effect using Unobtrusive Behemoth, and shrunk himself to a svelte 60 meters long, which was still massive, but somewhat more manageable than the 300 meters long that he had been. Then, he slammed into the demonic ape and pulled its attention away from the group. The waves of earth spikes started 10 meters from the boss, which would be tight for Dave alone. But with the golems, the druid had chosen to drop his bare form for this fight and embrace his ranged abilities. The few that he had. It was a whole new experience for him, dancing around the spikes coming from the boss and not standing so close that the effects targeted at the ranged attackers didn't matter to him. However, it was nice that he wasn't going to finish a dungeon with sore muscles. Healing and regeneration were great for fixing the body, but somehow, they never quite took out that lingering ache from being repeatedly injured. With Kara using Nullify to disrupt the boss, it wasn't doing much damage, but the area attack wouldn't collapse to her efforts, and the demonic ape was hardly taking any damage from them. It was taking damage, though. Karl roared as a blow hit him on the sensitive spot at his elbow, then doused the ape in ghost fire in retaliation. That only made the beast more insensibly angry, but the enrage effect was already gone, after peaking when the boss reached immortal rank. Trying to keep the boss in one spot simply wasn't happening, Karl realized. It was intent on not letting him trap its arms or get a good grip, so it was darting in and out with its strikes. That made it difficult for even the epic golems to efficiently target their attacks. But given the circumstances and the constant barrage of earth spikes, nobody was going to be simply going all out on attack anyhow. Karl watched with trepidation as the boss health reached halfway on the meter below its name, then sighed in relief when nothing happened. They might be at one level above peak difficulty, thanks to Kara, but the boss was still manageable with the 5 of them, and a lot of bleeding damage. An absolutely insane amount of bleeding damage, really. Especially after you added all the ongoing damage from the Myceloid King epic golems. Their spore attacks were continually damaging the ape, who either didn't understand how to stop the damage or lacked the ability. So, with every passing minute, its health was falling faster, and the fact that their skills were reduced by 90% was slowly beginning to not matter. After all, even if you needed 10 times as many attacks to kill the boss, 200 stacks of continual damage added up. As they continued to attack, Dave quickly adapted and began adding poison damage to his attacks. It wasn't an often used skill because the damage normally wasn't worth the energy. But when the boss was taking 15 minutes of constant combat to die, it would probably be his highest total damage skill for the fight. At 10% health, the boss began to pulse with red energy, restarting its enraged timer. But by then, it was losing a percent every few seconds, and there wasn't much that it could do but try to get past Karl to fight the weaker members. Dungeon complete. Calculating rewards. Rewards granted. Dave smiled as he saw an item appear in his inventory. Maul of Brutality, rare grade, immortal rank. Deals 385% base weapon damage as physical damage on impact. Improves user strength by 80% of base. Now, normally a rare grade drop wasn't much of anything, but when it was immortal rank, the base weapon damage was more than the combined damage of the totem-ranked epic grade weapon that he was using right now. And every strike did 4 times that much. Since all his melee skills were based on adjusted weapon damage, he had effectively quadrupled his damage output with a single drop. Absolutely broken. However, the badger looked much too smug. She had definitely gotten something good, and she still owed him for this latest chaos. Dana winked at Karl as she checked her inventory, then took out a new sword, glimmering white and scattering snowflakes as she held it. Blade of Icy Touch, Epic Grade, Immortal Rank. Deals 300% base weapon damage as added ice damage on attack. Icy Touch, effect slows targeted enemies by 50% on failed resistance check, stacking up to 3 times. Karl whistled in appreciation as he read the description. Even if the enemy had reductions to movement impairing skills, that thing was likely to still freeze them. But why an evil weapon? It's because the apes are demonic, isn't it? Hawk complained. Teach her Frozen Apocalypse. Remy agreed. Karl chuckled and activated. Follow me, little one. Champion Karl offers knowledge. Skill, Frozen Apocalypse, will be transferred to his lovely Dana mage. Hawk squawked in annoyance. His sister was turning the Dana mage against fire. Fortunately, the Dana mage already knew the real and proper version of Apocalypse. Kara returned to her space before Deve could yell at her, and Lars laughed at the expression on the druid's face. You have a fated relationship with the badger species, my friend. They exist simply to troll you for their own amusement. The white dragon joked. Karl checked his inventory and found that the dungeon had given him a skill book and a pile of immortal rank elemental gems. Book of Mana Pylon, Epic Grade Skill Book. Creates a mana pylon that refreshes 5% of the user's mana per second for all group members within user rank x 10 meters. What did you get? Deve asked Karl when the Beast Master returned to his usual demon cat form. I got a skill book. The blue dragons are going to lose their minds over this one. Karl joked. Deve nodded. That they are. Nothing says happy blue dragons like a new skill book for them to copy and teach others. Is it a combat skill? Karl shook his head. Not exactly. It's this. Karl used the book and then activated Mana Pylon, which immediately flooded the area with energy. That is just excessive. How much mana does that thing give? Lars gasped as the first pulse hit him, and his mana level jumped, then jumped again a second later to nearly full. 5% of my mana per second for all group members. And I have a lot of mana. The white dragon did a quick mental calculation. Karl had to have at least 5 times as much mana as he did, if that pulse was 5% of his total. How was that even fair? He wasn't even a spellcaster. All right, we should likely warn the others that this dungeon has seen a small change. I don't know if it's going to be stuck at level 6 difficulty for everyone, just us, or if that's a one-time bonus. If we unlocked a difficulty setting for the dungeon, that would be perfect. But if we just increased the difficulty level to an insane level, there might not be enough immortals on the continent to make a proper raiding team for it. Deve noted. Kara was laughing hysterically as she lay on her back atop her mountain of loot. She had a badger plushie in her hands that Karl didn't recognize. Then, he noticed that it was a magical item. An immortal rank, indestructible plushie shaped like Kara. That might not have been what Karl expected to be on the rewards list, but it was the perfect reward for causing chaos in the dungeon. An indestructible toy to cuddle with while she napped and prepared for the next time she caused chaos. Lars held up an immortal rank, rare grade amulet, his reward for the dungeon, and Abel shrugged before taking out an epic grade leather bodysuit that Karl would have paid good money to see him wear in public. Kara roared with laughter. It was cut like a women's swimsuit. If he did try to wear it, he would be dangling out both sides of the crotch. I think it gave me someone else's reward. Or perhaps it's calling me broke. Because this will make some real money when I put it up for sale. The other group members chuckled. The items that the dungeons gave were always a bit random, but usually, they were somewhat related to your class. In a way, getting a gender-specific item you couldn't use was like getting an item not for your class. Only more annoying because you could use the bonuses if you could wear it properly. Karl took a handful of immortal rank elemental gems out of his inventory and one totem ranked, epic grade sword, which was better than what Abel was using. Want to trade? I will buy it from you. He offered. Abel did quick mental math, then handed over the skimpy leather armor piece. You have a deal. Karl traded him, then handed the item to Dana, who handed it to Ray. The spider cheered as she examined the piece and began mentally calculating what she would need to do to make an item with similar bonuses using her crafting skills. The warrior shook his head in dismay as the immortal ranked armor piece was passed from hand to hand like it was a second-string trash drop nobody really wanted. That wasn't actually the case, but it did look like it from his point of view. However, he got paid and got an upgrade. Not as large as some of the others, but still an upgrade. Dave led the group out of the dungeon, where the Alliance's guards were eagerly waiting for them to come out and add their loot record to the notes. Karl checked the trash loot that he had gotten, which was all common and uncommon grade totem rank, and added the amount to the list. The others did the same, and the guards nodded happily, then paused when they saw the 5 out-of-place items on the list. Immortal ranked items? The monarch-ranked warrior guarding the record book asked. It's a long story. The Chaos Badger managed to change the dungeon difficulty. Steve informed him. Kara giggled. She might have been the one to pick, but it was definitely not her fault that the hard mode was triggered. That was all on Karl and Dana. Word of the enhanced dungeon had spread quickly, and there was considerable debate between Raj and Hugo whether it was something to do with Dana's class that was triggering the anomalies. This was the second time that it had happened while she was in a dungeon, and she was the only member that had been present both times that it had happened. So, there was a logical chance that it was her presence that was causing the anomalies related to dungeon difficulty. And if they could prove it, they might be able to make a fortune increasing the difficulty level of other easy mythic dungeons with lousy loot. The amount that other alliances would pay for the chance to make some of the worst mythic dungeons actually pay out reliably in mythic items would be immense. But if they could increase the difficulty as high as this one, those who could survive would soon become leaders of the Xylaz region. And that was the moment when Dave truly understood what the Immortal Regent had meant about the Darklight host being a disruptive force on the level that they would change the entire financial dynamic of the continent if they were left unsupervised. Perhaps it was best that they didn't mention this good fortune to anyone outside the Guild Alliance. Dave led everyone back to the Alliance house, and then to his guild house, where the other guild leaders were waiting to greet them. And so was nearly every other mythic member of the Alliance. Annabelle grabbed Dana and spun her happily. Is it true that you improved the loot in the dungeon? That is wonderful. We're going to be so rich. Dana laughed at the excited mage. I don't think I can take credit for this one, but yes. The difficulty level in the dungeon improved, and we got much better than usual loot because of the insane increase in difficulty. You see, the moment that the announcement to choose the level came up, Kara, the Chaos Badger, decided to choose for us and maxed out the settings. Settings? Annabelle asked, while the others waited patiently for the details to come out. We set a kill time record for the first boss, and it let us choose to set the difficulty level afterward. The options were level 1 through 5, so if it happens again, there might be a new option when groups enter. Dana explained. Hugo looked at the scowl on Dave's face, and then at Dana. Let me guess, the Badger picked 6. There is no way that the Badger picked any of the provided numbers unless it told her no first. He guessed. Exactly. The myths chuckled, and a few came over to console Dave. It's like you're a magnet for Badger-related chaos in this world. Now it is following you to work as well. I would say that things will get better for you when the kids grow up, but with Kara around, that's probably not true. One of the members joked. Dave sighed, then turned to find the source of suspicious giggling, a common sound in his house. Kara had his toddler on her back, and they were flying around the kitchen while the little one ate a cupcake. He had hidden those in a latched cabinet to keep the kids out of them before dinner. But he had forgotten that if he brought the Chaos Badger into his house, it would immediately begin to plot with his children to overthrow any attempts at ordered eating. Even his wife wasn't capable of keeping those two in line when they were together. If he didn't know better, he would swear that they actually spoke the same language, but the little one hadn't started speaking yet. Karl saw what the druid was looking at and shook his head in dismay. They didn't have to speak the same language. Kara was using her foresight abilities to find out what the little girl wanted and then picking the option that seemed like the most fun. Eventually, Dave's wife opened the door and chased them both outside, which panicked some of the guild members. But Kara would never let the little one fall off her back. Though, she would happily deposit a toddler at the top of the slide in the yard and let her leave cupcake icing streaks all the way down. Clean that up when you're done. Karl warned. Got it, boss. I wonder if I can teach her to fly. It would be better if she could fly. Kara replied. From Kara's point of view, anyhow. But the girl was badger kin, not a void badger. Her species didn't have wings. Karl smiled at the other myths. Now that the chaos is outside, why don't we get back to business? What we know is that level 6, the regular groups are on an enraged timer, and the peak appears to be immortal rank. We only reached that point on the last boss. But if the next group to do it is too slow, they might reach that point during the pulls in between. Also, with all the extra totem-ranked mobs, there were a lot of trash drops at the end of the run, but not items that could really be called trash by normal standards. They're all good crafting materials, at the very least. What I would like to know is what the scaling is. If you only improve the difficulty by 1 or 2 levels, do you just get a minor enrage? Do you only get a few extra mobs and no enrage? And how is the loot? Hugo nodded in understanding. There aren't any other groups waiting to enter today, so we won't know for a while whether it affected everyone or just the ones who triggered it, like the Overlord-ranked dungeon change. Annabelle smiled. Well, I suppose that we could push up our run. We might only go once a week most of the time, but it will let us in every day. We could send another team today, and then when Deve's regular team goes back in the day after, they'll know for sure, as they'll have 3 of 5 from the original group. Raj chuckled. Or our group can go early, and we will see if the change is for everyone. Then we can go again tomorrow with one of the members of this team. The mage smiled at him, and Raj shrugged. Now that our crafting guild has myths at their helm, I have an item request, but I'm a bit short on cash. Karl sighed dramatically. He knew that there would be requests for even better gear. That wasn't even a question. Weapon or shield? He asked. Shield. Or a defensive accessory. You already got me a new weapon and armor. I don't need to upgrade that soon. But just a little more defense for the tank is never a bad thing. Raj suggested. The man made a good point. If they were going to be cranking up the difficulty, it was never a bad thing for the tank to have even more damage absorption. He was the one taking all the beating, so making his life easier also made the healers' lives easier by extension. Plus, the monthly mythic raid is coming up soon. Raj added. Dana's fox ears perked up straight at the comment, and Annabelle laughed. Just like the totems have a monthly access dungeon, the myths do too. The issue is that it is a 40-person raid, and there simply aren't any alliances with 40 myths. Few have more than one team, and we've got 3. That is already considered extremely powerful as an alliance, so the monthly mythic raid is more of an exercise in politics so that we can arrange a whole team. She explained, given the strong personalities involved and the difficulty of splitting loot in a way that would keep everyone happy, Dana knew that there would certainly be issues. Not just the first time, but every single month. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.